darling. Surprise communism! Exactly! Surprise communism! And by surprise communism, I mean surprise towns! Hi! I got you! You thought you had a whole minute before you had to deal with me, but you were wrong! Hi, kitties. Welcome on in! There we are! More pals, please? 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 More pals! Yes, yes! I have the power! Ah, you like that? Caution! Sad caution! Ow, yummy! Ooh, pals! I promise not to eat the pals, but I will eat all of these hearts. Ah! Welcome in, cuties! How are you? How many of you got to go and check out the absolutely amazingly fun let me just give her a quick shout out. Huge credit to Pocket Shock, who is currently streaming. Please go hang out in her channel as well. I have the privilege, the pleasure of getting to play with her and her amazing friends, who I would love to befriend to be my friends. I can have friends too. Sorry, the dog says hi. Yesterday we played Mechicamillion for like hours, and it felt like a minute. When everyone was getting ready to leave, and they were like, okay, we've been streaming for like, 6-7 hours. I'm like, I'll be quiet in case anyone wants to keep playing. I love these people. They're so sweet. Actually, that makes me want to like shout everybody out, but I don't know if I have memorized everybody's names. It was, let's see, it was Birdie OVO. It was, hold on, I think I might have this in our group chat. hold on, wait. Okay, I have to find them. Yeah, okay, it was Birdie, it was Boo Boo, Catfishius, it was, it was the lovely, oh, Alice. Oh, fuck, what is Alice's full, I think she's live right now, I'm following her now. What's all this then? Ah, Ozzy! Hello, awesome Ozzy, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid, honey. Welcome to the pouch. You guys know it. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. But if you like to stick around, we'd love to have you. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. I do appreciate it. How was your stream, darling? The piggy has some birthday cake to share. Let's go. Welcome on in, piggies. Let me see here. What was I saying? I forgot. But yes, please check out, if you guys haven't seen the VOD from yesterday, it's hilarious. I laughed so hard and lots of screaming ensued as well. But yes, if you haven't checked that out and you haven't checked out the amazing people who were streaming yesterday, fuck, I really want to find out everybody's name. Strat, can you do me a favor and just go and shout out every person who who collabed yesterday? Do you mind doing that? Is that okay? I want to give credit where credit is due, because it was such a great experience. I had so much fun with absolutely everybody yesterday. What an absolute fucking blast. And huge credit to Pocky for being an absolutely incredible coordinator of collabs as well. Stream was good, it was such fun. It got through a crucial part of the game. Ooh, let me see what you're playing. Oh, Far Cry 6. Awesome, hun. Awesome. Would you like to let us know when your next stream is? And you might be streaming. Give me a minute, I will get to it. Yeah, all good. No worries. Take your time, Sweet Strap. But I just wanna say thank you so very much to sorry, give me what? Hi, I'm back. Sorry, Nate brought me a Lamington. Yummy. Yummy! Let me see here. Sorry, I literally just got off the phone with my parents and I'm just, I'm speed reading. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, incredible Iridius. Welcome on in, Nexus. Sweetest Space Girl. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. Cutie Caution, thank you for the 10 stream streak. Incredible stuff. Beautiful bitches. Thank you for the 25 stream streak as well. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, Sweetest Star. Valiant Vatch with the absolutely mind-boggling 280 stream streak. Thank you so much. Incredible Iridius with the 20. Thank you so very much. And lovely Love with the also absolutely mind-boggling 265. Wait, that's 65 stream streak. Thank you so much. Also, thank you for the pallet tax. Awesome Aussie, Radical Radish, Radical Ryoko Stara, Sweetest Shadow Gun, Joyous Joseph, Gorgeous Gecko, Cutie Kata, Radical Ryoko again, lovely Gorgeous Gundam again, Gorgeous Gundam the 3rd time, Gorgeous Gundam a 4th time. Thank you so much, you guys, and thank you for my pal hat. Lovely, who pal hatted me? Bublin! And thank you for the head pat, see the space cat. Thank you.
Oh, scary.
Oh, scary. 1 second. Oh my god, my interface. Oh, hello. Okay, we're back. Let me see here. But yes, welcome on in to Aussie and lovely Raiders. Abby's for you, Aussie. Good, Aussie. Welcome on in, Sweetest Star. Welcome on in, amazing Aussie. Lovely Light. Thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Much appreciated. Pretty sure this chat is my longest streak. Mental. Oh, bees, it is a privilege and a pleasure to have you amongst us with that incredible streak. Thank you so very much. I hope you've been enjoying the content, and it's not just because you're like, this is a long streak, I should keep it up as long as I can. Lovely Nexus, welcome on in, and Cutie Cat, how are you doing? Cutie Caution is watching the Jackass movie. I hope you're enjoying it. 9 p.m. tonight. Hoping to do a 24-hour stream of Coconut Simulator. Incredible, Aussie. Incredible. You guys, please do check out the lovely, awesome Aussie Petrolhead, who is going to be streaming at 9 p.m. tonight, doing a 24-hour stream of Coconut Simulator. Thank you for bringing in your amazing community telling. I do appreciate it. And lovely Love. I am doing well, sweetie. How are you? I'm so happy to see you guys. Give me a minute, I'll get to it. All good, Sweetest Strat. Wonderful Wattas, thank you for contributing to the movie night. Tao, I joined the server today. Besides the fact my device was struggling, it looks awesome. I was exploring earlier through the spawn area. I hope that you enjoy the Discord, Sweetie Pie. Anyone who would like to join, just make sure that you carefully read the rules because there is a secret keyword that you will have to enter into the verification channel so that we know that you did read the rules. I also did a professional level recording, narration recording, if you would rather listen to me tell you the rules, but you do still have to kind of skim along while I am reading to you to find the actual code word. And also keep in mind, it is a manual verification process, so even if you put in the right word, just leave it there because myself or a mod will have to go through and individually make sure that you are your handle coordinates with who you are on Twitch and stuff like that, okay? So don't just delete it if you aren't immediately let in. Let's see. Valiant Vibes. I hope that your weekend has been great, darling. What have you guys all been up to, by the way? What did you do on a Saturday? Let me see here. Joseph, how are you? So good to see ya. Gorgeous Gundam, hey, I realized I have 500,000 points on here. That is outstanding, Gundam. You can just get whatever you want. Speaking of whatever you want, let's go, bestie. Lith wants 5 whole minutes of Valley Girls, so that's what we're doing. I hope you're fucking excited. Thank you for the pal hat, Buzz. Thank you, Vaz. Appreciate that. Rajesh, thank you for the 225 stream streak as well. Hey, bestie. Howdy, Lith. How's it going, bet? Let's see. Stopped in for a bit and didn't know you were there until you said hi. I wasn't actually like here. I was kind of like making sure that the stream was ready to go when I needed it to be ready to go. But I was talking with my parents, so that's why I said, "Ah, woo!" And then I laughed. I'm sorry. BRB, I'll go follow him. Yes, please do. Absolutely amazing. You can have friends. This wasn't in the contract. I know. I'm sorry. I know. I'm going outside of the contract by like having friends. Watched you play Mecha Chameleon the other day. It looked like you had a blast. It was so much fun, Lid. Oh my god, those girls, they're so funny. I hope that you had fun too, though, like watching us play. That was hilarious. Birdie was like, it was my favorite part. Like, there were a lot of laughs and a lot of funnies, but like, there was this moment where Pocky had come up with some chaos rules for Mecha Chameleon where us other girls, so she was like the hunter, right? And us other girls were like, okay, we're gonna make a shape or an object and you can't shoot us or hunt for us until you figure it out. So I put into the chat basketball. So she doesn't know that it's basketball, right? But we all get into this little lump of like a vaguely ball shape, and and then Birdie just goes into the microphone. What does a basketball look like? And everyone was like, and I think she said it a second time, and they were like, okay, we're gonna do something else. And then I think it was maybe Pocky was like, okay, do baseball. It was really funny. Renata, good indeed, Bob. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the gigantification of the emote. Let me give you some like fucking tea. Here you go. Here's some tea for you. It's in a giant bowl. Let me see here. Scroll. Engage. Hey, how you doing, babe? It's so good to see you. I hope you're having a blast. I hope you're also hydrating enough. I know that you've been having a party. Let me see. Hold on. I'm still scrolling. You gotta wait. Lolbet. Hey, Badge. How you doing? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. Iridius, thank you so much for contributing to the movie night. Much appreciated. And Nerd, howdy, how's it going? Thank you so much for contributing to the movie night. Much appreciated. Okay, I like scrolled all the way up as far as it will let me. So let me scroll back down. 1 second, please. Okay, I think I might have, wait, I think I went too far. Wait, hold on. Okay, I found it. I totally found it. Wait, okay, I got it. All right. Storm Talent, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream. I appreciate it, views. That's so cool. Now, I like listening to streams here when I'm doing menial tasks, but also autism enjoys number go up. Okay, that is totally fair, views. I'm so glad to be your menial task distractor, or like encourager, or like whatever is helpful to you, honestly. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. You rock. Thank you. I'm alrighty. Sleep schedule a mess again, but I'll be fine. Is it my fault, Nexus? Please tell me it's not my fault. I always feel so bad. Hey, Massam. Oh, hi. How's it going, BMs? It's so good to see you. The server's been awesome, even though I lurk more than I chat. That's totally okay. You can totally lurk, no worries. As long as you are vibing and enjoying and like not, you know, harming anybody, like please feel free to like lurk or chat or be active or inactive or whatever you like. I think I've said maybe 3 things total in a month I've been in the server. That is a-okay. Hey, Bestie Live, how are you? I can't find the names in the title like it was yesterday. I have to do a bit more digging to get them. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Straw. Maybe I can do it on a break. I'm excited, bitch. Like, oh my god, I'm like so ready for this, girlfriend. Let's go. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Zeller. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. I am fucking excited, bitch. Like, oh my god, I'm like so ready for this, girlfriend. Let's fucking go. Let's see. Oh, I meant when you said hi in chat. Oh, that's all right. Don't even worry about it, Space Con. No worries. It was very hard to like look at chat and also like engage with the collab. I'm super bad at multitasking like that. So I did sometimes see some of you in the chat, and I really appreciate you guys coming over and saying hello on the collab. And thank you so much for requesting your bestie, Lovely Lith. I appreciate it. I'm going to go back to talking normally now. Let me see here. I have to go back to work. All good, Lovely Laugh. I hope you have a good one at work, Sweetie Pie. Lovely Light, how are you? Hope you're doing exceptionally well. Thank you for my catnip tea, Lovely Renata. Yummy! Yummy! I'll see you all on my 30-minute break. Can't wait, Lovely Laugh. Cannot wait. Wait, I don't remember if I told you, Tau. Finally getting a PNG thingy set up. Oh, very cool, Star. Congratulations. Congratulations. I followed Pocket Chalk and said you sent me. I had a little water. Nice. So let's go, Engage. You're gonna love her. You're gonna love her. If anyone abandons me for Pocky, I do understand. Although ideally you could like hang out in both of our streams, but I totally understand if you can't. Let's see. No, not your fault, just something that happens from time to time. Oh, fair enough, Lovely Nexus. I'm glad to be here for you whenever you need some, hyping up or winding down time, depending on how you perceive my persona, you know what I mean? The drinks also technically have water in them. In the most technical way, yes, but I think you know what I mean, Engage. I think you know what I mean. Let me see. I was so glad to be able to pop in yesterday, even for just a minute. It was such a pleasure to have you, Ozzy. Thank you so very much for coming on in. And hi there, Magnificent Merc. How are you? I am here for the Tau. Oh, the Tau is here for your taking. I enjoy your energy. Everything is cool. It just depends on if I want to tune in or not. Fair enough. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that just depending on if you want to tune in or not, I am not exhausting you or tiring you out or making you too hype when you need to get some sleep. I'm doing okay at work right now. Sorry for late reply. I was picking up linen. That's okay, Messa. I know you're at work, Sweetie Pie. That's all good. Don't even worry about it. I just appreciate when you're able to say anything. Zella, the big 70. It's true. Thank you so much for the 70 streak. Massively appreciated. It's never due to that. It's more due to mood or someone else is on. Yeah, totally fair, Nexus. Totally fair. Well, you guys, I'm a fucking legend for getting through all of the messages in like 10 minutes. Are we ready to go play some Persona? I guess I'm ready. Now, just a quick, hey there, Sweet Aesthetic. Welcome on in. How you doing? It's good to see ya. In case you guys are unaware, we are in the latter parts of the base part, I think, of Persona 5 Royal, okay? So, everything from here on is potentially spoiler. Ew! Why did you do that to me, Nexus? I thought we were friends! Tau, think fast! I thought fast and went, yes, everything from here on will be a spoiler if you have not played Persona 5, okay? So, if you have, or you don't give a shit about spoilers, no! Why are you guys attacking with fish? I'm about to remove that redeem. You guys are so mean. You're just supposed to use that when being naughty or bad or evil or something, and I'm not. I'm not. Hey there, precious Pra. Thank you for the 55-story streak. Hi, wonderful William. Welcome on in. Thank you for the goat stream. The goat scream. Poor Tau getting pelted. I know! What did I do to you guys, huh? What did I do to you guys? Click the buttons. How are you doing, wonderful William? Oh, sorry, guys. I'm back, sorry. It was Nif again. Let me see. Oh, our redeemers are still here. Shit, sorry, my bad. I forgot to fix that. Thank you for checking on that. I appreciate it. Oh, I'm so organized. I'm so organized, you guys. Ooh, nom 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 nom. Thank you. Thank you for feeding me. Ew, why? Ooh, nom. Okay, who is guilty of this behavior? Thank you, Stormtown, for kindly feeding me delicious corn. William, why? Ryoko, thank you for kindly feeding me that yummy corn. Sita Sap, thank you for the 25 stream streak. Much appreciated. And Hiker with the 100 stream streak as well. Amazing. I do appreciate you lurking, City Pod. Thank you for the head pat. Awesome, Aussie. It's like the face huggers. Thank you for the Heartstorm talent. Much appreciated. All right. Let me see here. I'm not evil. Proceeds to play clip of evil. Why? Why are you guys so mean at me, Rito? I thought that you liked me. And instead, I see you throw yucky fish at me. Disgusting. Disgusting. Thank you for the head pat, Cedar Star. Thank you. On Monday, I'm having a crafting day with my mom, where we're gonna have lasagna and I'm gonna build Gundam while she draws and paints and we watch movies. Awesome, that sounds like such a cathartic and wonderful day. I'm so excited for you, honey. I'll be working while drawing. Yeah, let's go, Star. Enjoy. Oh, the pals! Thank you for the pal attack, Sweetest Star. Thank you for the pal hat, Sweetest Storm Talon. Poor Tao have head pats. Thank you, Star. Thank you. Did someone cares? Oh, thank you for the care package, Elsie. Nom. We throw yucky fish because we love you. It builds character. Am I not enough character for you? Is this not enough character for you? It'd be a really good time. It will be great, honey. Those fish I threw were extra stinky as those have been in the sun all day. Rito, why would you do that to me? What did I do to you? No such thing as too much character development. Are we sure about that? You guys sure you positive you don't want to throw some yucky fish at other people? Maybe other people can also have character development? I don't know. Can't lie, when someone redeems hydrate in any stream, I hydrate with them. And that is good, that is good. Not enough character, need more ear infection insanity. Oh, please, no, God, my writer, I'm still like deaf in this fucking ear, it sucks. All right, you guys, I think we can probably jump on over to our, whatever game we're playing today. Oh yeah, so I was gonna say, from here on out, we are going to be dealing with spoiler territory. If you are trying to avoid spoilers for Persona 5, probably a good time to maybe lurk if you would like to support the stream still and just not get spoiled. That'd be good. But if you have already played the game or you don't mind some spoilers for P5, because we are on a... I want to make it as vague as possible for anyone who has made it further past this point. It won't be spoilers for you either, but we are vaguely on a cruise ship, okay? Vaguely on a cruise ship. So as long as that is working for you, as long as you know what I'm talking about, or you don't care what I'm talking about, you just want to vibe with us, this is the time. This is the time. One more reminder though, this is my first time playing this, so please do not spoil anything. And that does include, shit like, oh, have you gotten to this person's palace yet? That could be a spoiler, okay? What you want to say instead is, what is the most recent palace you've gotten into? Or what's been your favorite palace so far? Instead of saying, oh, my favorite romance route is this person because it gives this, confidant or this persona or whatever. Don't say that. Say, who's your favorite confidant? Or what's been your favorite unlock so far? Or who are you romancing? We had someone a few weeks ago say, hey, Tao, who are you romancing? And I say, Kasumi. And then they go, oh, no, you're gonna regret that? Don't say that, dude. That's a spoiler too, okay? That's fucked up. And unfortunately for me, even though I have garbage memory, shit that I shouldn't be remembering sticks with me. So now that's in my head, and I'm like, oh fuck, something bad's gonna happen with Kasumi. And then do you know what happens when we get to the point where something bad happens with Kasumi? I go, oh, shucks, that's too bad, I guess. But I guess, you know, that's the most authentic I can be because now I know. So please don't do it. Let me see. I've had so much character development in my life, and God said more. Yeah, I'm sorry, honey. May you have less character development, if only for relaxation purposes, okay? Fish doesn't really scream. Character development. Corn, on the other hand, though. Valid. Did Pocky have a command yesterday to shout out the group? I think that she had an exclamation point SMO, which was, oh no, MSO. But I don't know if, I don't think that's useful here. I don't even know if we have that turned on, but that was cool. A multi shout out. So they could like tag everyone. It was really cool. I haven't tracked what's been happening since the Hawaii episode. That's fair, Space Cat. That was the most important episode anyway. I know nothing about this game, so I know I can't say anything. Perfect, Star, perfect. My first experience for sure. Well, I hope that you enjoy.
Vtuber,
why is my
introduction Q&A?
Hold on.
3, 2, 1, let's go.
Wait, sorry. For some reason, for anyone who is on mobile,
Tau.
my intro video is playing. Okay, I fixed it. That was weird. Who played that? It wasn't me. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. It's a Siri command. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Oh yes, and let's also just stop with spoiler jokes. They got stale really quick. That's true. Can we not do that? I know that you guys think it's really fucking funny to say, oh, spoiler, in Persona you get personas. It's just, it's pretty old. I'm not gonna even like pretend to laugh at it anymore. It's quite boring, you know. I know you think you're clever, but, and a lot of you are clever, which is why I'm like, can you be more clever than just saying the same thing that I've literally heard, oh, I think probably 30 times in the last month. Let's not do that. Let's not do that, okay? We love Scuff! I noticed. I was like, the hell? Oh, shh, no, shh, don't tell, don't tell.
I see. Thank you for the ooh. Will. Thank you, Will.
Navy! Hi, lovely Navy. How are you? Fish don't really listen, but Corn has ears to share. Hey! Love it. It's Talcula! She's sabotaging my shit, dude. I swear to God. Let's see. Gorgeous Gifts! How are you? This is the only way I'll see the ending is after multiple attempts and despite enjoying JRPGs, I continue to bounce off of Persona. I think it's the calendar element. Oh, that's totally valid, hun. That is more than fair. I could see that being kind of a pain. Yeah. Tries to be clever. Spoiler alert, spoiler jokes aren't funny. Is that better? That's slightly better, yeah. Hi there, lovely Lady Rain. Welcome in, darling. How are you? It's so good to see you. And Mossum, you are very clever. See, here's the thing, you guys. When I say that I hate these fucking spoiler jokes, all I'm saying is you guys can be a lot more clever than that. I know it because you make me laugh on a regular basis. So I don't understand why you defer to spoiler alert. Personas are in this game. Spoiler alert, you play as Joker. Hee hee, you know, it's not funny. So just, let's not do that, okay? Meanwhile, I hate them too. Perfect. I'm so glad I am in good company then, lovely lady. I've spent too many hours in Rustery. I am still playing it. I meant to go to sleep hours ago. I was gonna say, Geeks, I'm pretty sure that you said that you were like, oh yeah, besides Sunday streams are too late for me, Tau. And then, here you are. I'm glad you're having fun though, sweetie pie. We can joke around about Ryuji being stupid and smart at the same time. There you go! Look, that's already a better joke than this spoiler shit. Okay, we gotta steal 2 remaining letters right now. I am going to replenish my... I think we could use a stamina kit.
What are your thoughts?
Well, let me see where we are with our... We could probably do another stamina kit. Nice.
What are your thoughts?
Okay.
Let us be off.
We'll repeat till I'm blue in the face. Spoilers belong in the back of a sports car. It's true, but and then the joke spoilers don't belong in a car at all. They're just kind of they're yeah.
Roger.
You know what? You know what spoiler jokes are? They are the like rubbed out blank fox. They're They're the rubbed out blank bumper stickers that get like fucked up and stuck to your car after, what is this? Oh, that's cool. I don't know if we've seen position change before. Anyway, they are the bumper stickers that at one point held some kind of information, but now they're literally just like white splotches on the back of your car. And if you take them off, it takes the paint with them. That's what a fake spoiling joke is. Okay, it's not good. Does Tau spoiling spoiler jokes count as a spoiler? It doesn't count as a spoiler, but if I read it, I'm just gonna be like, okay, you know, thanks. Very not funny. Thank you for the care package, sweetest star. I've played so much Risk Story that I'm starting to believe I can actually fix retro electronics in real life. Let's go, geeks. I'm proud of you. I bet you can. You can go start a business there. Not gonna lie, the later start still throws me off sometimes. Pretty sure I sent a super early message around 5 p.m. EST. I don't think that's seeable now, though. I don't think it is, lovely space cat. Precious para. Damn, when could Vtuber do that? That's what I'm saying. I don't remember her doing that, but it's cool. Oh, let me adopt you.
It's happy. If you tell a joke, they might play along.
Okay, we're going to try and make friends by being funny. I'm going to go vibe with Zelda and open some MLP cards. Aw, because he got some because I saw them and he knows I am not doing the greatest. Oh, Kat, I'm so sorry you're not doing the greatest, sweetie pie. Thank you for dropping in. But yes, please, please, please go and do some self-care. Go spend some time with Zelda. Go open some MLP cards. Go have some really yummy food. Make sure you're getting enough rest. Lots of hydration as well, okay, darling? We'll hopefully see you soon. I will have you on my PC so I can still hear the yellings. Love you, Tao. Love you, cutie cat. Thank you so much for coming in. Lurking, I go, and lose my mind on this drawing again. You go, sweetest star. I believe in you. Be back in a bit. All good, sweetest strat. Spoiler jokes are the equivalent of working in retail, selling alcohol or cigarettes, and then when you ask the person for age or ID, they just go, I'm too old. Like, ha, ha, ha. Not like I've heard that 2 million times. Oh, God, for real. Or... same kind of thing, Masum, where it's like you're working in retail and then there's not a barcode on something and they go, I guess it's free then. Really great joke, bud. Great joke. Yep. Should I take off my shoes? Aren't I funny? Okay, take shoes off if you no feel shame. Humans not seem satisfied to only capture beasts. Me know you use us for other reasons too. If you capture me, what are you going to do to me? Use you to decorate the hall. Isn't that funny? Yay. Me not can complain if me preserved for eternity. My courage lives on in stories. Me remember talking to you before. Huh. Me remember now. Me am not a shadow that belongs here. Me exist in the sea of souls of humans. Oh, this is Garuda. That's cool. I just do it so much at the same place that they just say, hello, David, and then sell me alcohol. Oh my God. Welcome on in, dearest David. How is our sweetest save doing, by the way? Can I get a shout out for sweetest? Actually, I think that Strat might be AFK. I'll give a shout out for sweetest save. You guys, if you haven't checked out Save File 17, please do. He's such a sweetheart. He's an amazing friend. He's an amazing streamer as well, and he had some issues with the stream yesterday with the electronics or something. I don't know, weird DC problem, but please go support him. He's lovely and sweet and very talkative and very pleasant and very calming and grounding to listen to. Love that guy. Let me see. Save sweet. Save sweet. When you're cleaning your car on your driveway and randomly passerby approaches you, you can do mine after that. Me. Ha 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 ha. Piss off. Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Look, I'm legally required to check it and make sure it's valid. You ain't worth me getting arrested or fined. Uh-huh. Save he was, and I don't know if I should say this or not, but on Friday night, his heart was really broken by the RNG of the game, but he was back full force today. Let's go! Also, let's go, Strap! Well done finding everyone. Incredible! There you go. You guys, please, please, please check out the absolutely incredible Pocket Chalk, Boo Boo Caficius, beautiful Birdie Ovo, and Alice Mundi. Those were the collaborators yesterday on the incredibly fun Mecha Chameleon stream. I love these gals. I want to be friends with all of them. But please, yeah, please go check them out. And if you haven't watched that VOD, please consider doing so. But I was shouting you out anyway. Now it looks like it was just a reply. It was just a reply. I got you. I got you, Sweet and Save. There he is. There's the man of the hour. I hope you're doing incredibly well, Sweet and Save. I hope that the computers/internet stuff is working a lot better than it was. Not that you can hear me right now, probably because you're streaming, but yes, you got so many absolutely outstanding people in my life, and I want you to go check them all out. So yeah, sorry, you got to go check out all those lovely girls. You got to check out that lovely man. Yeah. Okay. So sweet, so wonderful, all of them. Okay, I'm trying to remember what we're doing. We need to find like a side exit. I'm pretty sure, right? Oh, Coda. I need to go give some of them a follow. I already have a couple on my follow list. You should absolutely give them all a follow. I had my heart broken today by RNG 2, but with Hololive Dreams. The gacha is friendly in that game, but boosted odds for a character are a myth! Oh no, I'm sorry, Messa. Okay, how do we get to the side deck? I wonder if we go through... Oh my god, Coda. Already following them all? Good call, Sudaseru. Good call. Borky Bork, it's true. Rate up is a lie. It sounds like it. It sounds like it. Is anyone else playing the Hololive gacha? Dude, there's so many spots on the side deck. I don't even know where we're supposed to go for it though. Let me see. Rate up is a lie. It's just a universal gacha truth. They are all live now. I feel awkward just giving a follow and not saying a word. No, go say hi. Go say hi. Actually, we should probably give them all shout outs as we can. Do you mind trying to give them... We already shouted out Pocky, so if you don't mind shouting out like Birdie and Alice and Boo Boo, just as it becomes available, Strat, that would be incredible. Wait, is this where we need to go? Hold on, where is this? Thank you so much, Strat. I super appreciate it. Like a slash shout out would be good. Just so that it makes it easier for everyone to go and follow him. All right, okay. I'm gonna try and go back that way. I'm not sure if I'm going the right direction, but there was at least this area that we haven't explored, and I'm wondering if that's how we get to the side.
We're here.
Let me have a look. Yeah, go check out beautiful Boo Boo. Boo Boo's a cutie patootie. They're all cutie patooties, to be honest, but that's the first cutie patootie after Pocky. All right, where and how are we getting over there? Okay, I think I gotta be up. I think... Damn, dude, this is confusing. I'm fucking confused. How do I get to that area? Is it up? Are there stairs? Oh, there are stairs up. Sorry, I'm an idiot. Wait, that goes out. I don't want to go out. Major Tom. Hi there, Magnificent Major. How are you? It's so good to see ya. If you know Tau, that he is lurking, why ask me how he is? Oh, I mean, I don't think that he's, I don't think he's able to listen to me right now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but, they had summer characters and you could boost one character for one. Did 120, got 3 special pulls from that event and none of them were the boosted character. In fact, I got a copy of said character I didn't boost odds for. Ah, that sucks. I'm sorry, hun. That's a bit disappointing. Hi there, Major Tom. I am doing great, sweetie pie. Thank you so much for asking. Yeah, we're playing some Persona today. Ronnie, hello there, lovely Ronnie Fops. Welcome on in. How are you doing, darling? Okay, I legit am so confused about how I'm supposed to get to this this section of the map where there's this red zone. I feel like I need to go up. Oh, I don't want to deal with these guys. And it's gonna turn me into a mouse probably, or a rat. I don't want to be a rat. Oh. Doing all right. Also, it's me, Eugene. Oh, you got a name change. Oh, congrats, sweetie. I hope you're enjoying the new name. Fuck, how do I go?
Careful.
Ah, fuck you! God damn it.
3 enemies.
Persona.
Ooh, you can hit their weakness.
Do I not have like a multi-hit? I do. I have my big scary persona dude. This guy's sick. Doing all right. Let me see. Evening. Hey there, Radical Red. Welcome on in. How you doing, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Let's do heavy fire damage. Oh, she resists it. All right. Doing good. Got me a bowl of banana nut parfait. That sounds delicious, Red. Did you make it yourself? I feel like it's very likely that you made it yourself. You're an amazing chef. So truly, genuinely, one of my goals is that like the next time I go back to the States, I wanna come over for some food. I wanna come over to Red's place for some food. Wait, what was I doing? Baton pass. Aha! You. I did assemble it, but I didn't make the yogurt or granola on my own. Oh, no, that's fair, but that still sounds so good. That still requires a lot of, you know, like, flavor balance. Take them down, Makoto, my queen! I know, she is a queen, isn't she? She's great. Did I pay attention? Was there a reflection? No, it's just a resist. Tao, why go to their house? Why not take them to your kitchen? Well, because Red is across the ocean. Red is away from me, otherwise I would totally have him over and he can cook in my kitchen. If it's okay, can I please ask for your mods to be different colors? Because there is like an insane amount of red right now, and I don't know, man. I mean, I don't really make rules for what colors people are allowed to have. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with everyone having red. There's a lot of people who have red. My name is Red as well. Oh God, I wish we would have, I hate the waves of stuff. Seru is awesome, it's true. Tao, why go to their house? Why not take them to your kitchen? Just have to not be afraid to taste test as you go. I don't measure my honey and my yogurt. I just add until it tastes right. And that is the way, honestly. Oh, fuck. Fun thing, there's a gacha game I play, and it's having a Persona collab in a few days. That's awesome. Red is gray, Strata is red, I'm green. Is red gray to you? Red is red to me. Okay, I need to heal everybody. To be honest. I hope this doesn't deflect. Okay. Oh, I need her to blow up. Parvati has to explode. Red is orange to me? Oh, interesting. Huh. I guess I actually have no idea. I guess I actually have no idea who's what color then. Maybe it's different on, it must be different on everyone's screen. I thought that you could like pick, but yeah, you're purple, Prime. You're purple for me as well. Yes, an explosion! You. All the colors are kind of different if you're watching on mobile as opposed to watching on a laptop or desktop. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. That's good to know. I picked the darker red. Yeah, Red, you're a darker red. Marginally, not like super dark, but yeah. Ah. Give me some more SP. What is her shtick? She's weak to nah, okay. I've had the same grayish purple for like years. Yeah, Masam, you have quite a distinct color. I definitely associate your name with that kind of gray blue. Because I don't think anyone else has that particular color. Attack for all allies for 3 turns. What have we got here? Ah, yes. Give me that. Give me that. Oh. Fully restores HP. Ooh, to 1 ally. Restores medium. Okay, let's fully restore. There you go. Wow, everyone's leveling up. 1-shot kill, severe gun damage to 1 foe with high chance of critical. I might replace, I know what you guys have told me about like the triple down, like minuscule damage doesn't scale the same way that you think it does based on the name, but like having severe gun damage sounds awesome. Okay, I really gotta figure out how the fuck I'm supposed to get Get out of here. Where's the side deck? The study's done as opposed to how people respond to certain colors. Red is aggressive, red is attack, red is mad. Well, red is also passion, red is love. Yeah, red is my favorite. Red is my favorite color. Poisonally. Fuck! Where's the... How do I find that space up top? Can I open this? I can, but... dude. Fuck, where is it? Because you love madly. Red is violence, and Tau, the most violent person I know. Exactly, I am truly the most violent person we know. Absolute unhinged craziness. Have we been out this door? Yes. Dude, what the fuck? Where is the... There's a guy in there. There's a guy in there. I gotta open this at a time where this person turns around and go. Yikes! Ah, fuck!
It's a powerful shadow.
Oh. Have we? I think we've shown down with this guy, right? Traffic lights, the colors were not picked randomly. True. But I mean, nor were the colors for love hearts that we celebrate every Valentine's Day, hey? When people ask me who was the deadliest between Tau and Doom Guy, I pick Tau every day of the week. I hope I'm not giving off that vibe. Unless someone fucks with my precious pal. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Thank you for the care package, Jessica. Damn it. Fuck. Okay. Hey, Citizens Eternas, welcome on in. Thank you for contributing to oh wait, contributing. I'm just like, I'm on autopilot. I have eaten many caffeines today. But I meant to say thank you for the lurk is the thank you that I'm trying to get at. Bro, I actually, okay. All right, you guys, I'm doing it right now. I am saying the thing. Oh, and the thing is, congrats on your movie night. Let me tell you guys where you can go to suggest movie night stuff. Feel free to go over to the pouch, go down to, the pouch couch right down here, threads, and then, movie night. And I will be putting, precious pals, you have accomplished another movie night, on 09/08, I can't type, 2026. Please make your suggestions for what movie to watch below this post. Pot post. If you see that someone has already suggested something you would like to watch, give it a thumbs up. Yay! 09/08, yeah. Yeah, you guys, so one more time, if you would like to suggest a movie, we'll do a watch along in the pouch, a movie night in the pouch, you're gonna go to the pouch couch, which is just a regular old channel right here, and then you'll go up to threads, and it's just movie night, okay? And just suggest whatever you want down here, and if you see someone who's already suggested something you'd like to watch, feel free to give it a thumbs up. There's unlimited opportunities for you to give thumbs up to things, but please, I will actually write this here. Please don't suggest more than 3 movies per person, okay? Because otherwise we might have someone who's suggesting like 15 movies. Transformers, the animated movie. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. Pals, be the driver, tell Tau where to go. It's true. Someone help me get to the... Please somebody help me get to the side hall, wherever it is. Hold on, what's it called? Side hall? Side deck. Help me get here. How do I get to the side deck? I'll let you guys think about it. We go on a quick break. Yeah, you guys, Aliyova! Awoo! Hi there, gorgeous. How are you? Aliyahura! Awoo! Cutie pie, how's it going?
Be careful.
It's through the casino? Awesome. Thank you so much, sweetest Steve. I appreciate that. You rock. All right, I'll try and find a, I will try and find a spot. It's through the casino. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, you rock. All right. Doing well, cutie bean. Yee! I am just relaxing, having some wine on a Saturday night. May I ask, is it red or white, darling? Or sparkling? All right, cuties, we gotta go on a very quick break. For those of you who are new here or lurking or need the reminder, every hour we go on a 3-minute break, and that is just so that if you cannot afford to subscribe, you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come on back and make more content together. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and darlings. This is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots, I'll miss you terribly, and I'll see you soon. Mwah. Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no.
Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams.
So if you want to vote for that, you can.
Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me, little bit? It's okay, I'm over it. Okay. Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. 60 deaths, or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism.
And then get water, and then put that in there. Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! Memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Or whatever.
Shut up!
It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking or whatever.
Shut up!
And then get water, and then put that in there. Wait, I need to put the water in there.
Hi, cuties.
Oh God. Oh,
I'm
no.
back
Oh,
early.
fuck!
I'm just here to
know.
say
Oh my
hello
God, we have a fire on
and
the
talk to
plane.
you
It's
for
not actually a plane.
approximately
Oh, no,
one more
it's
minute while you
spreading.
finish your words. Hi,
No,
awesome.
don't pick up the water
Welcome
again.
back,
Where's
cutie pies.
Wait, I need to put the water in
Dude,
there.
I am all
Oh, God.
powerful
Oh,
when
no.
I have
Fuck!
caffeine and enough
know.
sleep
Oh my
together.
God, we have a
Wow,
fire
the
on
world better
plane.
watch out.
It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh, no,
Welcome back, sweetest star.
Don't pick up the
Ronnie,
water again.
uppies for you,
Oh
cutie.
my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my God, no. I don't know, oh my God, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water
Maybe I'll
again.
go say hello to
Where's
Save
oh my
real
God,
quick.
my fire
Hold on,
extinguisher's
I'll go say
fire.
hi to Save.
Fuck! Oh my God, no. Oh my God. Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to to turn off? Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. A little bit. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal.
Surprise communism!
Seems like,
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
Look away, say we have to kill him.
Go, hype train, go! Wait, what was that? Xena! Hello there, lovely Xena! How are you, sweetheart? It's so good to see you! Welcome, welcome! Thank you so very much for the
Camp over it.
Capitalism! Hi there, lovely Lunar. Hi there, Xena. Fuck!
I wasn't paying attention, sorry.
Fox defeated thousands raid. Let's go. Hi there, Gambi. Welcome on in, gorgeous Gambi. How are you doing?
Oh, nice position. That's crazy. Dude, she's so powerful. Give me money. Give me money.
Really? It looks sad. It'd be nice to just give some things.
Welcome back, awesome Aussie. Here's some ubbies. There you go. Lovely Xena. How was your stream, darling? You guys, this is the lovely Xena Lemuria, a valiant warrior of the digital realm, who have been spotted in the lands of samurai warriors, spirits of Sanada. This furry fox Vtuber doth traverse various games, often accompanied by loyal subjects. Their streams be a safe haven for those 18 and older, filled with spatial magics and kitsune antics. Truly a realm worth exploring. Welcome on in, darling. Raiders, if you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you like Instagram, we'd love to have you. We got another, like, 4 hours of stream, so there's plenty of time to get to know us as well. Samurai Warriors Spirit of Sonata. Did you enjoy it, Xena? Honey, would you also like to let us know when your next stream will be? Welcome on in, everybody. I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. I also have caffeine in my system. Not that you can tell. I'm also a professional artist. If you come in on Fridays, Aussie time, you can help me decide what we're working on and also request music. And also, we are doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy 14. If either of those sound like fun, please come on in. Just no spoilers. We also do demo days where you guys get to send in demos and then we'll play them on stream. And yeah, we also do like hand cams occasionally, karaoke streams occasionally. Horror streams very occasionally. But you guys, please do check out the lovely Xena, who will be streaming on Monday at 7 p.m. EST. Amazing! Well, welcome in, darling. Thank you so very much for the raid. I super appreciate it. I know that you've been streaming those long hours, so if you got to go run away and do some after stream care, please go ahead and do so. And I will see you hopefully very soon. I do got a raid and run. Absolutely, darling. Go take good care of yourself. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? Let me see. It said to be sad. Is this? Okay, that is right. She wants sadness. You had a good run is sad. Okay, good. Cool, got it. All right. More full stock. I don't actually know if I want this one. Parvati, do we have her already? I might gradually get, I might cycle through. Didn't we just pick up somebody? Was it Parvati?
You've got a new mask, Joker.
I could have sworn I already had this mask. I just didn't, like, choose it. Isn't that why I know her name? All right, I am doing really, really poorly with my being quiet and careful. Hi, beautiful Billy. How does a rabbi make coffee? He brews it. I like he brews it. That's cute. All right, let me see. Fuck. How do I? Where is my nearest? Oh no, this is not good. I need a fucking safe room. Help me. I need to get to the casino for our next segment here. Ooh, that was close. I rushed straight through him. All right, maybe if I get over to this door, is that gonna be helpful? Can I go in here? Please greet me with a safe room. Greet me with a safe room. Oh, actually, basically, oh, fuck, dude. It's downstairs, though. Okay. Hi there, outstanding Orca! I hope you've been so well, darling. It's so good to see you. Have you still been running and writing and stuff, hon? Or have you just been really, really busy with work stuffs? Okay, I made it. Whew, okay. Let's get into, where did you find this footage of me sneaking out in high school? Aha! I knew it was you. All right, we need the, is it the entertainment hall? Is that what the, yeah, that's the casino area, right? I think so. Yeah, entertainment hall. Thank you so much, Steve.
I should write something.
Amazing. All right, perfection. And
Watch the
let's
shadows
see.
movement.
30Ks a week, give or take. Damn, writing is just planning and story development. No real manuscript at the moment. That's all right. That's fantastic, though. Great, great progress. And 30Ks a week is fantastic as well. Well done. All right, let me see. I'm guessing that. Do I need to go? Is it at this upper part, or do I need to go downstairs for the side deck? Oh, I'm on the floor. Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you. I need to hide somewhere. I need to hide fucking somewhere. Oh God, that was close. That bastard almost saw me. Yeah, there's the door. Perfect. I started playing Big Walk with Cat last night. It's such a cute, chill game. So what is that about exactly? Nice, made it. Got some edits and feedback from a freelance editor though, so planning to go through that soon. Try and get a second draft done. Awesome, man. That is so fantastic. I'm really, really excited for you. If you ever did want to share just an excerpt or something for one of our storytime streams, it would be an honor to read it. Get more eyes on it, you know. Oh, there's a cheese. There's a cheese there. I'm trying to avoid these fucking guys because I just don't have the SP to deal with them right now. Oh, maybe if this guy turns around, or I just have to attack him. Oh, it's so close. This guy's right behind me. Fuck. All right, fuck it. Ambush time. I'm gonna be a bit silent except for the required stuff. I need to get some shut-eye. Absolutely, sweetest strat. Absolutely. You guys, please check out the lovely Alice Mundi. That was another collaborator from yesterday's super fun collab with Pocky and friends. Absolute darling. Puzzles and exploration, but the in-game voice chat mechanics force you to plan and communicate in interesting ways. It's really thoughtfully designed and has a lot of cute moments for you to just slow down and like experience things. That's awesome, Billy. That's so cute. Are you guys playing it on her stream? I wonder what this will be. Ronnie, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Sleep well, sweetest strat. Have the sweetest dreams, okay? You don't want the whole 130,000 word draft? You know, as tempting as that is. I do actually want to have like a dedicated reading stream for like I wonder if, how will one shot kill go? I haven't tried this, so let me try. Whoa, the meteorite. For Cacto's story. Uh-oh. Wait, crit rate went up? Are you giving us nice things? Are you being kind? Ooh, free stuff. I think it's gonna be a just us thing. I love that, sweetie. That's great. Then you can just focus on each other. That's really cool. Okay, I better bolt. No! Fuck! Oh my god. Okay. Let me see if I can at least get to that other spot over there. I'm gonna need to become a mouse to get through there. I saw a little vent. Please let me go through here. Yeah, cool. Okay, can I unlock this from here? No, it's the other side. My bad. Ah, look, we can be mice. We can be mice. Mice time, meow. Meow? Meow. Oh, yeah, I feel like I should go through here. Oh, how far is he gonna come? Gonna post an important message on Minecraft. All good, hun, all good. Hide, 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 hide. Oh my god, my friends are sticking out like sore thumbs. Or sore mice. Rats? Or sore rats. I'm gonna be so sad if he sees me here. Oh God. No, fuck! Owie, no, fuck! Damn it! Meows, yeah, meows. Fuck, we are so dead. Oh my God, I hate this. I hate this so much. I should have dispatched him. My bad. I really should have gone down here, dispatched these guys, so then we'd be safe little rats and mice. Fuck! We got a dead skull. Dead skull. She got mentioned in the credits of a recent horror game that came out a couple of days ago. It's made by a dev who hires streamers as VAs. The game is called The Skin Stapler. Oh, I think I've heard of that, actually. That's so cool. She got to VA in it? That's awesome. Oh my God, we're so fucked. Dearest uppies. Welcome on in, hon. All right. I better fucking run. Whoa. Oh, I scared myself. Okay, let me do this. Let me heal everyone. Hold on a second. Hold up a sec. Not you. Morgana. Great. Saved your life. All right. Now it's time to take my revenge. Hey, hey.
Reveal your true form.
Barely. Bye there. You're absolutely right. Whoa, that guy's scary. Thank you for the care package. That's stunning. Oh,
I don't know its weak point.
thank you so very much for the Hello Cutie Company. Welcome on in. Good to see you, darling. You are included in the amazing pals.
You're mine.
Dude is cool looking, but scary. Damn. Haha! What about electric? Can I shock you? Yes! He is shocked. Oh! Gonna go get some more house chores done. Enjoy the persona. Thank you so much, lovely Orca. It's been a pleasure to have you for a moment. Thanks for dropping in and saying hey. I hope you have a good time doing your house chores, and hopefully we'll see you again very soon, okay? How are you gonna handle ice? You don't care. You don't care about ice. But you also are not resistant to it. I'll take it.
Okay.
All right, I've been terrible at sneaking around this time.
Handle that easily.
All right, am I now ready for mousing around? Can I be a little rat now? Yeah, let's see. Let's try it. Rather amazed I'm still going. Summer colds suck. They do suck. I'm so sorry you're dealing with a summer cold, hun. Just make sure you're getting enough rest and stuff, and you will hopefully, be well sooner than you think. Time for some. I can taste the high quality of the ingredients in this cheese. My fatigue is melting away. All right, let's get in here. Oh, Scowy. Wait, I gotta wait until he... okay, he's going that way. Oh God, he's Scowy. Okay, he's going that way. Is he coming back this way? Yeah, he is. Okay, mouse cheese! Cheese mouse! Fuck, mouse! The taste is nothing special, but I do feel somewhat better. Oh God, where is he? Is there another, fuck, where is, oh God, do you guys see a, is there another, spot to sneak through? Is there like a vent in the wall? Fuck, I'm so scared in here. That's the vent I came in on. Where's, or do I go down this, maybe it's down this hallway? Ooh, ah, open, yeah. Okay. Noise. Open it! Oh! We've unlocked the door, but how do these hallways even work? Guests would totally get lost in here. What kind of ship is this? Sheesh. Mouse time! Okay, now I can go back in here. Go and, unrat ourselves. Unrat ourselves.
Cheese! Cheese is how I cure my fatigue, too. Good call, geeks. I mean, cheese is pretty fucking good, ain't it? Alright, let me see. So we can't go that way, but we can... We've unlocked that other door if we could just get out of here safely and not...
Shadow ahead.
Not be caught. It's that door, I think? No, it's not that door. Fuck. Break that! Yeah! Wait a second. How do we get through? Oh, wait, did I go the wrong way? I did. I gotta go the other way? We gotta become mice again. All right, hopefully I think I've killed enough guys in here to safely, become a mouse in there. Well, relatively safely. I bet that's what we have to do, because there's another little, oh, wait, no, that's, hold up. I'm dumber than usual today, sorry. Huh. But that closes behind us, right? Wait. I'm so dumb. Hold on. Cheese fascinates me. What is your favorite cheese? That is a question for all. Is there anyone in chat whose favorite cheese is like blue cheese? Okay, let me just get this guy. Announcement made primarily for Australians that play on the realm. Perfect. Mozzarella? Mozzarella is a very good choice. That is one of the cheesiest cheeses that's ever cheesed, I do believe. I think I like super sharp cheddar or Parmesan. Oh, Asiago. Also Asiago bomb. Yummy. Mozzarella for pizza. It used to be mozzarella, but I've fallen for queso fresco. Ooh, yummy. Yummy. I am fated beyond belief. Saturday with Sunday free. Oh well, I hope that you have that time to to relax and recover from your fatedness. Port Salut is my favorite. It's a soft French cheese. Ooh, yummy. I don't think I've had that. Oh my god, everyone's dying around me. Brie, Camembert. Ooh, what is Epoisson? Epoisse? De Bourgeois? I can't even. I'm so sorry. I'm really bad at that. I'm so fucking bad. French? France. Just got a second shiny Swanna. Hey, well done, Ronnie. Congrats. Uh-oh. Oh no, she's so dead. Advantage of queso fresco is it has very low lactose count, so less suffering. I love less suffering for you, hun. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, I am so close to dying, dude. Please die. It's a gooey, stinky cheese. Yummy. I have a Titania, right? Join my cause. Nice, okay. How am I supposed to pick a favorite? Well, that's valid, actually, geeks. Hey there, dear Staraza. How are ya? Good to see you, darling. Oh, fuck. Okay. Titania. I guess I could, I guess I can get rid of Saraswati.
Don't forget this feeling. Your power's incredible, Joker.
Alright, I gotta heal. What is Amarita Shower? Cures all non-special ailments for all allies. That's pretty cool. Is there anything I would rather... might be more useful than that. I might regret that decision. We'll see. Alright, let me heal everyone up here. Morgana! Yum, 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 yum. Alrighty. Okay, I gotta... Open! Yay! Okay, are there bad guys in this? No? Okay, great. Open this instead. I have a Reblochon? What is a Reblotion? Reblotion? Cheese in the freezer. I still need to cook up some time. What do you like to cook that on? Excellent. We can now pass through here whenever we please.
I hope this helps us continue further in.
Whee! Okay, let's go up here. Maybe we'll find our way to a,
Oh,
Oh, whoa, that guy's scary. Big scary. Big scary. Can I break that? Can I break that first? Yum. A mirror ball. Is there a button in here? A little button? I guess I should probably kill this guy first, huh? Oh, yes, there is a button! A button in there! Murder!
Your true form.
Mother, whoa.
Oh, cool. A jester with wings!
Persona.
Mm,
Right.
we don't know anything about the unfaithful Dream King. Yes, we can. Actually, let's try you.
Go down.
Oh, good, he's frozen.
An enemy's frozen. Let's shatter it in one strike. That's our queen.
Nice, good. He's weak to that shit. And let's just do this.
Can't run from me.
Aha! Get him.
It's showtime.
Who doesn't love a fun little showtime between the goils? What's a little showtime between friends, huh?
More. Leave it to me. Ready, set.
Reblachon is a soft-washed brine French alpine cheese made from raw cow milk. It's very stinky, most famously used in making tartiflette, which is mostly potato and cheese with a little onion. That sounds really tasty, actually. I love most things that involve onion, I must confess. Unlurk because I finally made it home. Welcome home, Suritsa. Call me Morgana and Mementos the way I'm zooming through the shadows. Suritsa, you get this. Well done. Favorite cheese is, oh, Gruyere. I do like Gruyere as well. Yummy, yummy. Still the best showtime. It is quite good. I am a fan. All right, let me press the button. Mouse time! Wait, I want the cheese first. Nom 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 nom. Stare at it. Stare at it! Eat it. Fatigue is melting away. Where is, here! Nom 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 nom. Tartiflette is essentially French potato bake. Oh yeah, it has, what are lardons? I don't know what that is either. Teaching me so much, you guys. I like my cheese crumbly, which queso fresco definitely provided. Yummy, 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 yummy. Oops, hello? Ah, a locked door. Thank you for letting me unlock said door. Okay, we mustn't get seen now. Oh, fuck, it's mouse time. It is the mouse time. It is the time of the mouse. Where is, oh, wait, there's a bad guy on that side. Hold on, I'll wait until he turns around. There he is. Oh, fuck, please don't come this way. Oh, no, he's coming this way. Bro, no, turn around. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm watching the map, and he's, like, right on top of, not quite on top of me, but, okay, yeah. Turn around, good boy, go. Yes, mice, mouse, cheese time. Some poor fella I follow in Blue Sky simply can't eat blue cheese at all because he has a penicillin allergy. Oh, yep, that would do it. Not allowed. Not permitted. Where is... Oh, there's cheese over there, too. Ooh, scary! Scary guy. Where is a, There's a mouse trap. Nom. Cow mouse in her house. It's true. Lardon is like thick baton cut of cured pork fat. Oh, wow. Damn, that sounds decadent. Uppies for you, Milgram. Welcome on in. He's allowed once, just never again. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Yep, that would do it. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, I gotta run. I got a mouse. A mouse got a mouse. I would love some SP, but okay. Oh God, I'm scared. Okay, oh! What's this? Oh fuck! Wait, who's seeing me? No one. Go through the, oh fuck, no! I didn't want to go in here.
Damn it, we're back. Oh, fuck, now they're all respawned. Damn it, damn it, damn it, shit. Okay.
I see a shadow. Be careful.
There's a shadow. Be careful.
I'm not gonna be able to... Oh, man, it reset as well. I can't even be a mouse anymore. Oh.
Show me your true form.
I'm doing well, Mogrim. How are you? Can't say I've actually seen anyone go for all the cheese. I want all the cheese. I want that bullet! Bullet, 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 bullet.
Come. Hold on.
Ooh, you can hit their weakness.
Ravage them.
Knocked them right off their feet. Nice, Joker. All right.
Hello there, Swedish Shadow Prince. How are you? It's good to see you. This palace really encouraged you to sneak around. Ooh, treasure monster. I know. I'm like, I want that. I want that. Oh, damn. Obliterated. Join me. Join me. Hi there, Terrific Talon. How are you? How goes the stealing of hearts? I don't know. You tell me. Have I stolen yours yet? All right, we're placing you, Titania. We need treasure beasties. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I'm so glad you're feeling better after your virus, lovely Mogrim. Hi there, Incredible Eisen. Welcome on in. You're in the midst of a wild thunderstorm. Oh, yikes. I hope things are going okay for you, sweetie.
Okay.
Please stay safe. Please, please, please stay safe. Okay. Where is this guy? I'm here, guy. I must remember not to go through that particular door. Okay.
Show me your true form.
Whoa! It's a big boy!
But maybe we should check for weaknesses first. Ooh, Joker. You're
Serves
looking
you
cool.
right. Do it.
Wahoo!
They're done for.
I'm starting to be able to breathe better. Good, 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 good. I'm very happy to hear that, Mogrim. Excellent. Nice. Literally discovered a leak in the window. It's gonna be a long night. Oh no, Isaac, I'm so sorry, hon. That sucks.
A decisive victory.
Oh, not a leak. Oh, that's the worst. In a thunderstorm? That sucks. King Frost! I know. I'm not even like the proper level to capture him. To personify him. Oh, he switched off. Yeah, fuck.
Hey, hey.
I need to go down some direction here. All right, I'm gonna have to... I gotta kill all the guys I already killed because I'm stupid and I went through the wrong door and it respawned everyone. Blah, blah. Sweet Cinnamon Roll Hottie being the one with a big battle axe is so good. I do actually love that. She's like the embodiment of gremlin energy because of that. Oh, ooh. Explode. Yes, boom. Yeah. Ah, so pretty. She got that sleeper build. She does. She does. She may look small and fragile, but in fact, she is the opposite.
I can tell by your face.
All right, let me see here.
Show me your true form.
She will give you the Bane spine treatment. I'm just imagining Haru being like,
Let's go.
It looks like you could use a hug.
and then like doing like this massive bear hug. Demolish, demolish.
It's trial and error time.
I'm already out of, I am already out of, attack, or SP for Joker. Does double duty as a debuffer and AoE damage dealer. King Frost is really good. Is a really good ice demon. Has signature AoE ice skill that deals damage and lowers defense. Oh, that's pretty cool. Nice. Haruya Oku took an axe and gave her father 40 whacks. It's true. It's true.
Some other way.
I don't know its weak point. It's trial and error time.
Asterius. Ravage them.
Nice.
I love a good tech.
Prepare yourself.
Nice.
Good work, Queen. I'm glad we won. Just like I thought.
I had a kind of cursed idea this morning. Woke up and wondered what peanut butter and rice would taste like. Honestly, I mean, I make like a peanut butter, fuck, what's it called? I make like a peanut butter and chicken, or like a peanut butter chicken, like satay kind of thing, and that's always served over rice. So I bet it would actually be pretty good. It might be a little too decadent without some kind of like meatier flavor in there, but you know, I actually think that's not a bad idea. Oh my god. All right. Okay, I need mouse mode again. I'd hope the rice is cooked. Well, there is that, yes. Valiant Falcons. Hi, cutie. How are you? How's our precious Pocky doing? Having a good stream, I hope. I am lurking in there. And I hope you're doing incredibly well as well. Where do I go? Father, thank you for contributing to the Fighting Game Challenge. I made peanut butter and pastrami sandwich before. You know, that might not be too bad. I could see that. There's a lot of things that you like don't necessarily instinctively think will go together, but they do. I don't want to go that way, right? I want to go this way, maybe? Oh yeah, okay.
Joker.
Show
Big
me
bad.
your true form.
Doing well. She's killing it in Halo. I believe it. She is the ultimate. Oh my god, it's been so long since I've played Halo, dude.
That's not right.
Strong.
Arbiter. She's the Arbiter. She's not the Arbiter, is she? She's probably playing as Master Chief. Precious Pappy, thank you for contributing to the other challenges as well. I guess peanut butter is just versatile like that. It actually is. It's quite a versatile food. Let me see if I can freeze. I fucking can't. Shit.
No.
Done? Oh, okay. Forget that. That was a bad idea. Should not have done that.
Strong and guns won't
It repels all that shit.
Take that.
Oh, she is the Arbiter. Let's go. Okay, cool. Incredible. What, hold on. What else does he? Okay, he repels that too.
Fire skills.
And gun is bad too. That's unfortunate. Is he gonna be a physical attacker?
Strong. Use anything but fire skills.
No, don't use anything but fire skills. There's like 5 things you cannot use on this guy. Okay, I guess we'll just try and physical attack. Please don't reflect. I mean, I don't think, no! Oh! Nice. Get him! Peanut butter and hard salami sandwiches. Very interesting. That sounds pretty good. That sounds like would be pretty nice. How are we doing on electricity? Neutral.
Die already.
Nice. I'm glad he's been shocked. Go, kitty.
Just stay there. Do it.
Get him again. I'll chuck some bacon in it because I have it. Yummy. There's a place that makes these amazing sandwiches. It's like a slow roasted pulled chicken and then oh fuck, we might be screwed here. Yike. Oh yes, give me that sweet showtime. Yeah, there's this place that does like this slow cooked pulled chicken with apple and bacon jam, and it's one of my favorite fucking things, dude. It is tremendous. I know that doesn't necessarily sound immediately appetizing. Trust me, it's fantastic. And I think there might be a little bit of like an apple cider vinegar or something they might like make the jam with. Oh, it's so good. I'm salivating just thinking about it. So yummy. Hell yeah, girl power showtime. Fuck yeah. I hope that you and chat are doing well. Doing great, City Pie. My God, it's Makoto with the steel chair. It's true. Ooh, a chesticle. Nom, 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 nom. God, I run out of SP so fast on Joker, dude. Let me see. Party in a Can is the greatest name. Where's my, I don't even need to do this for all allies. I just need it for Joker. Joker, my boy, you're not doing so hot with your SP here. I don't even know what to tell you. I had a pho French dip a while ago. It was pho ingredients in a baguette with pho broth to dip it in. That sounds really good. Hi there, dearest Dave. Welcome on in. This is why we chug coffee and buy the vending machines. True. That is very accurate. Okay, I can't open this, but there's a bad guy down this hallway, huh? Let's see. Yeah, I can't open that from this side. I'd like to, though. I'd really like to. Ah!
Reveal your true form.
We've got the advantage. Don't rush this.
What is this guy's deal? He's weak to nukes. So if I have a nukey boy, I need someone who's gonna help me out with a physical attack probably, because just for Joker. What is Deathbound? I can try it, I guess. Is this guy sensitive to guns? We actually have no idea. Let's test it. Test the theory. Hello there, lovely nerdy panda. How are you? Thank you for the care package, and welcome on in. Tao playing a masterpiece? Yay! Yes, indeed. Having a great time with it too. We're like 160 hours in, and I'm still very much enjoying this. How are you doing, sweetie pie? Please just no spoilers, but I'm really glad that we can all acknowledge the masterpiece that this game is. I too am weak to nuke. I think most people generally are, but particularly this persona is quite weak to it. When I worked in an office building many years ago, there was a small canteen on the mezzanine level, and it had a Wheel of Doom sandwich vending machine. I always chose to live dangerously and got either tuna salad or egg salad. Ooh, the name of, wait, oh, I thought that it might have been actually named Wheel of Doom. That would be really cool. Their Nashville hot chicken isn't hot or Nashville enough in my opinion, but everything else is amazing. Oh, there's a place not far from here. They do American barbecue. We're talking burnt ends, brisket, thick barbecued sausages, Nashville hot chicken. Yummy.
You're mine.
Whoa, that's a crazy looking, oh! I just refer to that kind of vending machine as a Wheel of Doom. Yeah, that's actually quite fitting, hun. Get him, girl! Excellent.
Okay.
Don't worry, no backseating or spoilers for me. I'll just let you enjoy it. Thank you so much, cutie pie. Super appreciate it. Is this dangerous? Ooh, wait. Yes! Lovely Panther! Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak, Dawn. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, strong against that. What about gun? How do you feel about gun? Here, gun. Okay, gun is bad. Don't want to use gun. Guns will not help, it's true.
Pretty lady.
Hi, fabulous Frostbite. How are you? Can someone hit, please? So far, we haven't done a single ounce of damage. Thank you. I cast gun! Prepare to meet God! Exactly right. Deathbound? No, wait. Sorry, hold up. No, he's strong to... Okay, fuck. Well, actually, technical outweighs... Right? That's how that works. Yeah, okay. It wasn't great, but still. Oh! Another showtime! Non-stop showtimes from our lovely ladies. I'm glad you're doing all right, fabulous Frostbite. I'm gonna beat you with the power of friendship! And this gun I found. Exactly. Sure does. Hi, dearest Doppel. How are you doing? Cutie Club, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, and welcome on in, gorgeous. It's so good to see you.
You ready? Always. Watch this.
You know, I would skip these, but I think that we all just kind of enjoy watching the showtimes.
Good work, everyone. An addition to your repertoire.
Wage war. Nah. What's this one? Fully restores HP to all allies. Sick. Put it on them.
I'd like to try this skill.
You just noticed how I've been talking? Oh no, sorry, Doppel. You've even read a few of my messages? Oh, sorry. Sometimes if someone has a similar colored name, I don't even read. I sometimes don't read the name. I'm sorry. I don't know who I have confused you with, but let me see. Doppel. This is why we chug coffee and buy out vending machines. Ah, okay. Yes, I am sorry. My bad. My bad. Thank you for the 10 stream streak, cutie color. Much appreciated. You know what? That happens to me a lot. Oh no, I'm sorry, sweetheart. No. Does not stack. All right, we just gotta replace that then. Hi, Jet. Welcome on in. How are ya? Okay, cheese time. Cheese. Yum, 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 yum. Jet, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Ooh, a hole in the wall. Oh, hey, it's a will seed.
A will seed. The phantom thief.
Let's fucking go. Is VVIP very, very important person? That's why I'm so surprised. That's valid. I'm sorry. I'm also just constantly like looking at 87 things. But still, that does not excuse me not realizing it was you. I do apologize, sweetie. Might work on part 2 of my story. Yeah, do it, do it. Will seed? Man, I want more cheese. That's okay. We can have some more cheese. We can have some more cheese.
Okay.
Nah, you're good. Thank you, sweetheart. Iridius, thank you for my little pal hat. Pal has gained the 3rd potato. Oh, do I have 2? Oh, okay. I have 2 potatoes. I need 1 more potato. I need an equally disgusting looking potato. Is there another spot around here to go through, or is it just one? Is it just the one? I need to turn off mouse mode in some respect. I guess it's not down here though. Whee! There's a bad man in mouse mode room. Mouse mode room? Is there a... No, there is not a yummy, but is there a, Oh. Come over here, sir. Come over here.
Lizard, lizard,
Lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
lizard,
a lizard.
lizard,
No,
lizard,
bad. No. I was hoping to... lizard!
lizard.
I was hoping to ambush him from in here. Oh, come on. Come a little bit closer. A little bit closer. A little bit closer. Oh, fuck. The game knows that's mouse mode room, so I can't ambush him. Shucks. Maybe later. Maybe later. Very visually impacted person. Surprise communism! Surprise communism indeed! How are you, sweetest Storm? It's good to see you. Every time you go mouse mode, you become the Phantom Squeaks! The Phantom Squeaks! I love that. That's so cute. He might not be allowed outside. Not his lunch break. Oh, true. We have to wait until his lunch break to murder him. Can I open this? I've already opened this, hey? Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Had much whiskey at sister's birthday thing. Brother also announced an engagement. Much reason to celebrate, but I should get to bed. You should, lovely Iridius. But congratulations to your lovely, well, happy birthday to your sister, and congrats to your wonderful brother. That is so exciting. I hope that you have many, many fun events coming up in the future, hon. Also, may you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetie pie. There it is. Get rid of that shit. Thank you for the lurk, hon. I do appreciate the support. Thank you. Phantom thieves of cheese. Precisely. All right, is this the direction I'm going? Am I in the right, am I going the right way here? I might not be. Wait, no, yeah, I am. No, I'm not. I changed my mind. Fuck. Okay, no, I think we gotta go. Oh man, did I do the wrong thing here? I might have done the wrong thing by undoing mouse mode. This place is a fucking maze, bruh. Oh shit, a rat! I know. I am the squeakiest of rats too. Not a lot of stealthing to be had here. Hey there, Short. Welcome on in. How are you? A mousona. Oh, it's true, a mousona. Cute. Tao's gonna rat us out. I'll try not to, and if I do, I'll kill the people that we ratted out. How about that? How about that? Okay, let me get in here and gotcha, bitch. Good job, Short. Alrighty. Hey, your short person tax. What is my short person tax, though? I don't know about this. Is he weak to it? Yeah. Fuck. Okay, fine. Then we will go over to the new A. Hello. Hi, Nix. As someone with audio only, where is Tao? Cutie Cloak, I am currently in Bald Man's mansion palace. Thank you for the pal attack, Nix. It's $100? I don't think I got $100 to pay the tax for. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that being short made me have to pay tax. If you can't pay it, you can take it up with my lawyer, Eileen. Hello! Hello! Yeah, Shido, that's it. Bald man. Like I said, bald man. I said that. Yes!
I'm glad we won. Good work, everyone.
All right.
Bob Baldington.
No match for
Okay,
me.
can I get through here? Fuck me, dude! Ah! Okay, hold on. I do actually need to turn on mouse mode again.
Open it from behind.
Mouse mode. Where's the button? I think it's where the check mark is, right? Yeah, let's put it there. How do I get through? How do I get out of here? As a mouse? I think I go through here, and then I gotta like navigate in a really strange and roundabout way. Maybe? It's not Bald Man, he has a name. It's Shithead. True, good point. Stereotypical enemy with bald hair and goatee. But I think this guy is extra sucky, from what I gather. Fuck. Oh, I can go out this way. That's good. But then I go mouse mode this way. How do we get out of here as a little baby? I like this animation, the trying to crawl up. It's cute. Hello, Tom. I hope slice bread slice. Are you still bribable? I'm not bribable. Only if Pocky wishes to bribe me. I've never played this, so names are fake. That's very fair. That's very fair. All right, I gotta figure out a different way to get through here. Man, what the fuck? There's gotta be a way to get over there. Okay, wait. That won't work either. Maybe I gotta go to a different, like, trigger point? I don't know. Go through here. Open this one. Just leave all the doors open. Fuck. Oh, man. Yeah, I gotta get in here. Maybe I can, maybe this area over here has another. I'm definitely not going through there. I will not make that same mistake again and respawn all the fucking enemies. I didn't know that guy was there, sorry. You will not interfere! Wait, there. Rah!
Feel your true form.
Almost 6 a.m. Finally closed restory. Time I went to sleep. Absolutely gorgeous geeks. I do appreciate that you need to get some good rest time. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Oh, I just realized I am like on the verge of dying here. Really need a heal. Really could use a heal here. Yeah. Anyone with a bald head and goatee are enemy. I must give a sincere apology to my Uncle Neil. Oh fuck, they're resistant. I would have known that if I had actually looked at it. Okay, this side, I don't give a shit. No dying, Tao. It's bad for health. Actually, true. I will try not to die. If only because it is quite bad for health. Altos. Let's do it.
Go down.
Tech, tech, tech. Woo! Double crit! Everyone knows evil causes hair loss. Not always, though. Not always.
All right.
There are bald good people. Good bald people.
Man, that was easy.
Sometimes you can't help it, you know? Oh, excuse? J'accuse? Hold on. I didn't even realize. Oh, let's go up here. Sure. What is up here? This is that area I saw that, oh shit, it's like, this is like if rats could be bigger and people. Whee! Ooh, a testicle. Thank you for the balding, sweetest Sunisa. Like I said, I preface not all bald people are evil, and I am one such thing. Maybe, hopefully I'm not evil, we'll see. Only time will tell. Will the character development mean that I become evil? Who knows? Googly woogly eyes as well. But not all hair loss is caused by evil. Everyone knows evil causes hair loss, but not all hair loss is caused by evil. Yes, it is not mutually exclusive. Yay, a chesticle! Uh-huh. You had a precious prime. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. Thank you so much for coming in and spending some time with us. It's been a pleasure. Oh, there's a baddie. And not the good kind. Oh, and I can't even, oh, I gotta be mouse mode to go see him. Okay. Fuck. Oh no, am I the bad guy? It's evil Tau, panic! Okay, well, I'm glad we got that little chesticle up there, but we gotta get through here. I feel like I've been out here when it was mouse mode, so I clearly have some way to succeed in this. Can I just open this and then leave it open? That's what I would really like to do, but I think that as soon as I click this, it closes all of my doors, which sucks. Yeah, I just heard everything break, like, fuck, ah! All right, hold on, I'll wander around as a mouse for a bit longer again. Fine, wait, this way? Open. I think when you are a mouse and you open stuff, it's okay. But it's, Whee. That felt like a really long hallway. Damn it, we're back out here. Fuck, what did I do? How have I gotten out there in the past? Damn. That sucks! Evil? No. Cursed? Yes, I am a little bit cursed, hey? Confucius says, any word that ends in EST has to have ICLE at the end of it. Yes, that's true. That is true. Confucius does say that. That is ancient wisdom. Damn it. Oh. Confucius also said sucks to suck. Is there something I'm missing here? Is there a... Damn it. What the heck? Oh, what have I done? Wait, can I open that door in human form? Let me see. Or does this... I think this door over here doesn't open, right? Is that the problem? Yeah, that's the... Oh, wait. Or I can open this here? Wait a second. I can open this here. We can be mice here, but we can also run through here. Wait, maybe I'm figuring it out. Maybe I'm slowly figuring it out. Okay. No mousies here, but... Whoa, that was weird. Did you see those flashing? Oh, and I can open this, actually. Not that I need to in there, but I can... nope, I can't go back there as a mouse, but I can go in here as a mouse. I don't need to go back through there, though. It's just gonna pop me out on the other side. I'll be a person again. Disgusting. Is this a testicle? No, it's a chesticle. No, chesticle. No, you're confused. Okay, bad guy here. Bad guy there. Can I lure him in here? Come here. You fucking asshole. Okay. Oh, fuck, I hit the wrong one. I wanted to hit the one that was gonna explode. Damn. Fuck. Alright. Is anyone weak to, no. Okay, maybe I'll just use you to heal. Hello, Double Darling Daisy. How are you? It's good to see you, hon. Welcome, welcome. It's Tommy. How you doing, cutie? Welcome on in. I hit the barong one. Good job. I did hit the barong one. Well done, Storm Talon. Ta! Long time no speak. No kidding, hon. It's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. How are we looking on, let's see, gun. Okay, both of them are too happy to have gun. Wait, sorry, what about, are you, okay, wait, I don't know what I'm doing. Can I attack you? I can! Okay, let me see if I can explode this guy. I don't think so, probably not in one shot anyway. Yeah, not quite. Not quite, not even close. Owie. Nothing? Resistance nullified. Played the crap out of Brick Break on my dad's BlackBerry when I was small. Oh yeah. I loved the little games on my parents' phones. That was fun. How are we doing on electric? Okay, too strong, too electric. What about physical? Okay, they're both kind of neutral to physical. So let me just try this. I just got home from work. Oh, I hope the work went well, hun. Peanut butter rice doesn't look good, but it smells good. Just gotta wait for it to reabsorb. I will say I haven't made peanut butter rice with like using peanut butter in the water of the thing, right? I haven't done that before. Can I go through here? Don't make me regret this. Wait a second. Is this gonna bring me to the... Oh, wait, it might. Oh, I think it does. I think this might bring me to where I need to go. Please, please, please say that it does. I will be quite sad if it doesn't. Yes, and now mouse mode, and now sneak through. Yes! Okay, I've done it. I've done it, precious pals. Woohoo! Through the hole. Oh, that looks dangerous. That's probably gonna hurt. Oh no, it doesn't hurt. That's good. Sizzly. How be distracted? Quick, someone throw a fish at her. Please don't do that. I hate fish. No. Oh, what is that? Scary blue. Okay, before I forget, I'm so opening this up so that I don't fuck anything up.
Okay.
Great detective work. Thank you. Yucky, Nix. That's not how you reward a thylacine for a job well done. I wish I hadn't put it in the water. I think it changed the way it cooked. Might have to slap it back on for a few. We'll see what happens. Yeah, usually anything involving peanut butter and rice, I always put the peanut butter, like it's part of the sauce, like the sauce and the topping, right? Not like in the rice Valiant Valves, thank you for the head pat.
What's that, Joker? Isn't it peculiar?
Thank you, thank you. The pass. Thank you for my pallet tag, dearest Apple. Anything for the bit. Woke up with an idea in the morning. It turns out it's already a South African thing. Well, there you go. You hate peanut butter? That's fair. I actually am not a fan of peanut butter in any sweet way, but I actually do quite like peanut butter in like savory stuff I've discovered. Please take me to the side zone, side deck. I couldn't throw corn, so I picked the next best thing. Is that the next best thing? I don't necessarily agree with you. Fish is not the next best thing after corn. Oh! Safe zone. A disgusting thing has come upon Twitch. I just jumped into save stream to say g'day, and an AI summary has popped up since he finished Hearthstone. An AI summary has popped up? Really? What do you mean? I didn't throw the fish. That's true. That's true. It was Nyx that threw the fish. All right, you guys, we do gotta go on a quick break, my darlings. Please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and donks. This is I'll see you meds in mind in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I love you lots. I miss you too. See you soon. Mwah! I don't know. Oh my God. it's not actually plain, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off, why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off, why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my god.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this fucking, oh, I got him!
Memories bring back you.
Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. 64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. Lolbit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna. Look away, save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a it doesn't have an option for controller. Okay. I don't know. Oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off, why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? It's okay, I'm over it. Or whatever. Shut up! It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. Suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry, Yuki.
Surprise communism.
Protogen, that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it. Lolbit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna. Look away, save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a it doesn't have an option for controller. Okay, okay, I'm over it. Wait, no, wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off, why haven't I turned the fucking
Sorry,
thing
I
off?
had to pee.
And then get water?
I forgot
And
to
then put that
for like
there?
2 minutes and 50 seconds, and I was like,
No, wait,
ooh, I should pee.
water in there.
I'm back.
Oh god. Oh no. Oh,
Hello.
hello. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane.
Hold on, I gotta make sure I am lurking in the proper channels. I am. Well, Welcome back, sweetie pies. Some uppies for you, precious Patricia. Good, Patricia. Welcome on in. Awesome, Ozzy. Welcome back, uppies. Hey, good, Ozzy. Welcome back, Nix. Slash Gem Slash uppies. Good, Nix. Bad cow, don't make me grab a newspaper. What? I'm potty trained. What do you mean grab the newspaper? Don't punish me for being good. Insert the I piss outside, yo. Yeah, that's true, actually. The longest I've been outside Canada was about 10 days when a Europe river cruise. Oh, fair enough. I would like to visit Canada, to be honest. I've spent very little time there, like literally like 3 hours, 4 hours. Eisen uppies. Good, Eisen. All right. Dearest Daniel, some uppies for you. Good, Daniel. Canada looks very nice. Would love to visit someday. Yeah, it's really quite pretty, even though I haven't gotten to spend too much time there. Oh, wait. I don't remember if I saved. Hold on, let me save. And also, how's everybody's health doing? Oh, we're fine. Everyone's fine.
Whoa! They made the save icon in real life! Wow, they did!
And we have saved. Double time. Double tap. Alrighty. What's up this way? Oh! Hold it right there, punks! Oh, it's the weird man. He's walking like he shit himself.
Doesn't look good.
Hey, it's that scary guy! We didn't cause any more trouble, did we?
Nope. But you beat the crap out of my men, and I can't exactly let that pass. I'm gonna have to avenge him. Wait, you're the one who attacked us, remember? You say you do an awful lot of biking. Well, I guess I could let you off the hook. But you're gonna have to survive against these guys first.
Get ready! Here they come!
Ooh. Heretic goat.
It's time.
Probably should have.
You can hit their weakness.
Ooh. Heavy bless damage. Boop.
Knock them right off their feet. Nice, Joker.
Boop. I guess Makoto? Probably? Yeah.
The baton pass is showing up.
Heavy nukes. Oh, not bad. Ah, fuck. Can't believe you've done this. Goldship, is that you? How can I DM something to you? Don't need to read right away, but just some good news? Sure, hun. If you'd like to share it with more people, you can put it in the Good News and Warm Vibes channel. Let's do it again. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. I know this persona. Not naming names though. Thank you, Storm Talent. I could have sworn this was Baphomet, and I thought we might have captured one of them, but I also could just be wrong.
This is a part of me.
They're called little fairy penguins. They're so cute, dude. We have some. We have quite a few around Tassie, and they're really, really cute. They're really small. They're beautiful too. They have this incredible, like, deep blue fur on them. And they are little waddlers, and they make cute little sounds. Oh, they make such cute sounds. I don't think we need to go. I don't need to do that, right? Right?
Strong. Defeat it quickly with thrusting.
Nice. They make little sounds. They go. Just like that.
This power.
Very cute.
That's been settled.
We caused no trouble whatsoever, yet we were met with the same end result. And on top of all that, he up and disappeared again!
Hey.
We should ignore him if our actions have no actual impact on the results. For now, let's focus on searching for the IT company president. I hope there are some clues somewhere. Notes a single tally on the Aussie creatures not there to kill people, then flips through 15 full pages of tallies for Aussie animals that want to make corpses. That's not true. You just are you need to respect the animals, that's all. Have we been here before?
What the fuck? I feel like we have, but oh. Oh. Interesting. Oh, it's mouse time. Oh, it's mouse time. Maybe, okay, hold on. We gotta remember to come back here, okay? But first, I think we'll explore this deck area. We have a large colony in Victoria on a little island called Phillip Island. It's the largest colony of little penguins in the world. Yes, I did get to go to Phillip Island, I think, when I went out there. Oh, I got the Professional Killer Award. I love that.
We've got the advantage. Don't rush.
What's our tech?
Don't rush it. Come.
Ooh, you can hit their weakness.
I wanna hit all of them. Yeah, sure.
Whoa, you did that with style. Persona! Prepare yourself. Pick one enemy
Nice.
to beat. Go get him, Queen. Come. Shall we?
Finish him.
Skull's got this. Good work, everyone.
All right.
All right. Oh! We gotta do it. We gotta. Actually, we're literally right here. Let's do our red alert. Let's do our red alert. Notes Tau is a dangerous creature residing in Australia, governed spaces. No, don't be afraid. I'm not dangerous. Okay, let's go see. So you gotta remember we're in the side deck, okay? But let's go back to the front deck. And red room zone. Pew, pew, pew,
Do you
pew.
need something?
Red velvet room. All right, I'm gonna register all of our monsters. How is only dangerous to corn? Yes, I am only dangerous to corn.
Pursue rehabilitation with all
All right, let's see.
Compendium.
Register.
Registration,
We better
yes.
register
Are you
all of
certain?
them. Yes, yes. Okay. Now let's make some. Let's
Today we will
strengthen
hang
a
them
persona or
mercilessly.
two. How is our Asterius doing? Asterius. Oh, you could stand to be strengthened. What about our? We can strengthen you using our barong. Our barometer. Get it? Barometer? Get it? Okay, no, it's actually a really dumb joke. I'm not dangerous, Tasmanian apex predator. Don't mind me. More power. The Fortune Confidant is awakening your persona's hidden power. We gotta level up! Fire Amp. Fire skills, wow. 50%. Okay, that's inflicting burn. What is, okay, Auto Mataru is very cool as well, but, what is he actually, okay. He is, how do you feel that wind? Neutral. Electricity, neutral. Okay, and plus neutral. Damn. 50% is crazy and can stack is also crazy. I don't know if I want to do automatic Mataru Kaja in the start of battle, or if I want to get rid of one of these for Fire Amp. I already have Burn Boost, and I don't want to get rid of that, because I would love to do a 50% increase, and have a burn. Huh. I remember someone playing this and making a persona that either nulled, absorbed, or immune all types of damage. That is incredible. I don't know if you saw, but we reached day 3,000 in the pouch round. That's awesome. 2 stacks and you'll get 100%. Those evades don't cover his weaknesses, so honestly, they're expendable. Yeah, that's true. That's a fair point. I guess I'll... Let's get rid of that one. We'll get rid of electric, and we'll... Oh, we also have a tetracorn. I won't bother with that. Hadu already has one of those, so that's fine. Ooh, wage war. Medium chance of rage. I don't care. I don't care about that. Okay, let me make sure in case I always forget if this registers by default. It doesn't, so I'm just gonna register it.
To the compendium.
Go ahead. All right, let's do a couple of fusions. We'll do a group
A group will
guillotine.
be executed.
Vasky? What is Vasky? What, I can't do some of
really
these?
need this.
Oh! Hellbiker. Mataru Kaja is really good, but it's temporary. Just having the ability is better. What, like at the start of the battle? Did you use my favorite character's persona? Which one is that, Sidhu? Those evades don't cover his weakness. Let me see here. 77, level 77, you get Gabriel, which is crazy. I got a 52 Norn here. Oh, we got a politely, a lean and C, or however you pronounce it. Kushinara Aramatu Mitama. Have we gotten this one? That's a new one. I mean, we could do that. We could do that.
To inherit.
Decreases SP cost of ice skills, wind skills, size skills. Doubles counter damage. I guess psychic? No, sorry. I guess it would be atomic. It's gonna change anyway. I'm not really all that fussed. Later on in the game, those buff and debuff skills do a lot of lifting. Oh, okay, gotcha. The one you summoned last week? Oh, Athena! Yeah, we're killing her right now. We'll bring her back. Don't worry. Fear not! 20% chance. I'll put that on there. Again, I don't think that's gonna do a whole lot. I think that the abilities are gonna be changing anyway, but...
This should bestow great
yeah, it's
power.
fine. Don't worry.
Now, let us begin.
Prior to their extinction in the 1930s, the Thylacines were not only the largest marsupial predator, but was also the second largest marsupial in the world. Look at us go before our murder. Biab. Look at his little angry face. The peanut butter rice is pretty good, to be honest. I like this. Oh, that's great, Droz. I'm happy that you like it. I didn't really think it was gonna taste bad, but I don't know how I'd feel about like having it infused into the rice. You know what I mean? Yeah, do it, whatever. Oh, the Chariot Confidant is awakening your persona's hidden power. Rebellion, chance of crit for one ally for 3 turns. Do I have anything I would rather get rid of than that? Maracunda. Again, I don't even know if I'm gonna use this, so I'm not all that fussed. Actually, I'll get rid of it fast. Ah! What is that angry boy? He's just very angry. He's just really pissed off all the time. All right, let's use him in some mess of what is Anantha again? Oh yeah.
Hello. Skills to inherit.
Hello, lovely lab. How are you? I'm just gonna press whatever because this one I believe is going to summon some random thing. Go. Zoop. Bro really said. Bro really said. His face looks like a shotgun? What? What have we gotten out of this? Oh, we got a Titania. Okay, let's see how all-powerful you are. Chainsaw! Wow! Okay, she is a, whoa, she's a bit of a powerhouse for HP. I'd love it if she would be a powerhouse for SP too, though. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. We got one attack and then a bazillion heals. Okay. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. All life skills, yeah. Well, she kind of fits the vibe, doesn't she? All right. I would love to see a YouTube compilation of Tao reacting to every persona when she finishes persona. Do you reckon? I don't know if I'm that exciting to watch with discovering our personas.
Just add this.
Yeah, let's just add this. That's a nurse. Absurd regeneration. I kind of want to test it and go see what happens. In certain versions of the SMT systems, the Sukukaja and Sukunda skill lines are so damn powerful. Actually, I need to make sure that I register her like this. I didn't have like a spec'd out Titania, so I think that I might let her be my starter. Let me see here.
You'd like to registration?
Yeah, cool.
Are
Let's
you sure?
register her. Stream highlight videos would be a cool thing to consider in the future. Yeah, it's just a matter of like finding the time, you know what I mean? Oops, I'm supposed to leave. Like, Strat and I are both so busy that it's almost impossible to watch a 4 to 8 hour VOD and find and create like a story out of it. Let me go
It
back.
is time, inmate.
Maybe one day. That would be great. I'm doing well. Won't be here for long on a call with Bunny. And I've not got left of my break. Yep, all good, lovely lab. No worries. I hope that you enjoy your call with Bunny. And we'll see you hopefully soon. All right, side deck.
Okay, let's continue on.
I'll just add this.
All right. Let's go. There's a guy down here, ain't there? Or not? Okay, we have 2 spots here. Oh, this is the place we came from. Okay, easy done. Okay, good. Please don't respawn the bad guy. Ah, fuck, they've respawned the bad guy. What is this? Oh, can we take this off?
No way I'm staying here for longer than I need to. Let's hurry up and get out of here.
What a horrid odor. Oh, okay, we don't want to go in there yet. Got it. It's stinky. Stinky. Yeah, we'll just go this way. No spoilers. That is true. No spoilers. If you guys are talking about anything revolving around something that we haven't done yet, you are spoiling things, and if we see it, we will have to time you out. Please, please, please don't spoil stuff. We're coming up on 200 hours in this game. It really would suck to have spoils. No spoilers, please.
Oh, there's a little bit of cheese for me.
Okay. Oh, I want this treasure chest. Can I? Okay, I can't open it. I was hoping. Another cheese. Another cheese for me's. Okay, we run this way. Oh, ooh! All right. Oh, what's down this way? Oh my god, this place is such a fucking maze, dude. Oh, wait, there's someone coming down the hall. Someone coming down the hall. Okay, this way. Another locked fucking door. I'm so sick of these locked doors.
Around to the other side.
Okay. Oh, whoa, hello, Sai. Hello, how you doing? How's it going? I have no idea, but there has to be an achievement for eating every piece of cheese. You would think so. I don't know if I think I might have already failed, but unfortunately. I love lags. They're so good. How are you doing on, not you, sorry. Actually, maybe I should grab Titania because I want to see what her regen is like here. It takes 3 SP for wow, that's pretty substantial. Okay, what is, all right. I thank you, mean achievement. Very good, Thraza. I love that. That is true. I'm sure that Nix does indeed mean achievement. All right. It's strong and guns won't help. There's a lot of things that won't help, though. So many things. We're at the point in the game now where so many things are immune or... Oh, we can tech it?
Let's go.
Can we tech it with a physical attack? I think. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, fuck! Shock transferred! Oh, yikes. That was a really bad call on my part. Damn. Can Titania heal your ear infection? I would love that if Titania would please heal my ear infection. Yes, please. Yes, please. I doubt that. Damn it, Seru. I was really hoping. Here's all non-special ailments. What are these? One, physical, and I don't really want to get rid of that. Psi, fast. Increase the recovery time from ailments by half. I think it's probably okay.
Okay. Done and done. Let's move on. Show me your true form.
I want to just be able to run through these halls without a cat in the world.
Now's our chance. Beat him up.
All affinities. Sick. All right, who do we,
Hit him where it hurts.
Damn, she... Titania fucking owns. Wow, the regen is crazy on there. I think I actually have Nue, who might just be able to finish these guys off for us. Boop. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Jeez Christ, she is a nurse. She really is. Yeah, she is a powerful healer. What do you need more of?
Show me your true form.
Oh boy. Okay, there's a lot of them. Let's try this one more time. One more time. Bruh, I love that fucking attack. It's so cool and so helpful.
Out of our way. Finish it. Last persona. Get him.
Okay, strong to that. What is he? Is he strong to? We haven't tried physical. Let's try physical. Damn. Damn. Question of the day. What has been your favorite and least favorite palace so far?
Let's move on.
I think my favorite palace... I think I might have liked Futaba's palace the most because I really, really liked the puzzles. I enjoyed the puzzle aspect of it. Very Indiana Jones flavor. My least favorite was the sci-fi one, Okumura's palace, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I would say about that. How is he with... We don't know what he's like. Gun. Let me bring her back.
Hold on.
Gun!
We're evenly matched here. Just don't let your guard down. Feel my rage.
Also, what absolute nutball names all of their identical appearing kids the same thing? Wait, what do you mean, Cluck? Resists attack, dies anyway. I know, it's so satisfying when that happens. I find it very amusing. Okumura's palace is just kind of dull. Yeah, exactly, Darasa. I did find Okumura's palace to be pretty frustrating and kind of boring. I'm not a big sci-fi fan either, so like the idea of being in a spaceship with robots and stuff is way more of an inconvenience to me than like a thrill, I guess. And also it's just so frustrating. Like that one doesn't even feel like it's got puzzles. It feels, I don't know. Futaba's felt like, I felt quite satisfied when I figured stuff out for her, but I did not feel that way with Okumura's. I was just like relieved to be done with that. And also he was the worst boss in the entire game. If I had not been playing through this and promised you guys that I was going to play the whole game, I 100,000% would have stopped playing then. Oh, we don't even know what his... I feel like he's metal. He should conduct electricity? No? Okay. My favorite was probably Sai's. Yeah, Sai's is good. My least favorite was Okumura's or Kanashiro's. Yeah, also fair. Forgot about Kanashiro's. Took me a moment to remember what it even was. I think Kanashiro's, I have a positive, well, not positive, but like I have a, it was like novel, if that makes sense. It was quite novel because it was my first time playing the game, you know, and it was like me discovering all these cool things. So, I didn't find that one quite as obnoxious as any future palace, just because I was like, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's a fun touch. Oh, this is what a will seed is, you know? Tau, he's a giant marshmallow. He is a giant metal marshmallow. Do not eat. Do not eat. Of what I've seen so far, Futaba's palace is my fave. I think in part because of the emotional damage. I do really love a mystery, and they did have a cool mystery in that one as well, which was pretty sick. I did enjoy that. All right, we need to heal everybody. Thankfully, some amazing pals who played helped you with all that. That is so true. Like I said, I would not have gotten through that without you guys. That was solely a testament to your amazingness and fantastic support and loveliness. Because I really was about to give up on that. Hold up. How do I... Wait, sorry. What am I... Wait. Okay. Run. Okay, I haven't been in this room yet, I guess. Is this a...
There's a chest. Let's open it.
I want to ambush this guy. Yeah.
Reveal your true form.
I love her theme, yeah. Can I tell you a joke as long as it's appropriate? Beautiful beta. How are you? Elvin, welcome on in. How are you? Weak to nukes.
You can go for its weak spot.
I sure can. Vtuber is your favorite character?
Nice, Joker. I'll try. The baton
Are you not mixing up Kaneshiro and Kamoshida? Vtuber is a cute bean. Kaneshiro and Kamoshida... Wait. Maybe? Wait. Kamoshida was the first guy, right? That's why I kind of enjoyed his palace, because it was my first time figuring a bunch of stuff out. Am I wrong about that?
You hit their weak points.
Vtuber is cute bean. What is the Phantom Thieves website called? Only fans. Very good. Kamoshida was first. Kaneshiro was third. The latter is the one I don't like. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I see. Wait, hold on. Can I do a... No, I can't. Okay. Uh-oh, we're gonna really need a bit of a... Oops, blocked. We're gonna need a pretty substantial SP increase here pretty soon. Sorry, meant to actually adopt him. Sorry, little amulet man. My bad. What is that freeze from? I like the Velvet Room. Does that count? It's not a palace, but it is a cool spot.
That wasn't easy.
Ooh, I can open this. Sick. Bye-bye. Open. You heading out? Thanks for dropping in, Lab. Have a good rest of work. All right. Bead chain. Break that. Okay, I'm taking the long way around for sure.
Detecting a badass. Joker.
It
you
is a
okay?
badass, isn't it? Big guy. Big badass guy. Oh, I think I might see. Is that a will seed room? Up there. I think that might be a will seed room. It might be the final one. I should sleep while Cat is calm and cuddling. That's a good idea, sweetie pie. Ooh, fuck. This might be a problem. Ah! If you're coming in here, that's fine, but I gotta fight you this way. Okay, cool. Don't you dare make me a mouse.
It's strong, but there's just one. Don't get sloppy.
Love all affinities revealed. Gimme.
It's strong and guns won't help.
Oh, it's not weak to anything. Well, that fucking blows. Okay. Shit. Is it, maybe I'll Titania. Not that I need a life train, but thank you for the care package, Lizzie.
You don't have any skills that'll hit its weak spot.
It has no weak spot, bruh. Have a good one, Cutie Cloak. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams.
Why not try brainwashing it? Prepare yourself.
Thanks for the ability, Akechi, right? Actually, it is weak to dying. That's actually true. Good point. Oh, fuck. This might be bad. Makoto, I might need you to... Oh, yeah! Get him! I kind of like Kamoshida's palace. Only the palace, though, because it looks like an actual palace, but I like Vtuber's palace. Yeah, that's fair. I didn't fall asleep. What are you talking about? No. I'm telling Cutie Cloak to sleep well and have sweet dreams.
Noir, leave it to me. Ready, set.
Every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes. How are you with electric? You don't care. Get wrecked! I like that. That's a good line. Oh, I can tech him. Tech! Oh fuck, I got shocked. Damn it. Every time, I always fuck that up. All right, let's restore some HP. We really need to. I love how violent these girls are. Wait, that sounds incriminating. No accounting for taste, hi. The facial animation of the Showtime attack are so smooth. Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. How are we doing on? Oh! You gotta hit them! Duh! Okay, please stay shocked. Oh fuck. Nope, no shock. Oh no. Oh boy. Alright. Watch out, everybody. Oh fuck, dude. Oh no. Okay, we gotta kill it this time or else we're so fucked. And I really need to recharge everyone's SP after this. Why does that pass on to you? I guess it's because it's shocked, so then the electric shock leeches onto me, kind of, maybe? Oh boy, okay. Oh good, thank you for actually hitting it this time. Good job. Oh boy. Oh fuck. Nice. Okay, I can tech and then I will really need, yeah, let's, oh, I'm gonna get shocked again, but fuck, I was really fucking hoping to, oh no, wait, oh shit. Oh, thank God. I was like, fuck, I really need a heal. Okay, she's gonna heal us. Actually, I wonder if I have like a really exceptional healing, or should I just try killing it? 150. How much HP is left on this guy? Does it say? Is there a way to tell? Oh man. Hey there, Sue Skellington. Welcome on in. How are you? Keep it up, good job. Thank you, Doraza. It's an axe. One wrong move and you'll miss. Well, she's supposed to be skillful. Man, if I knew that this was gonna hit. And I knew how much HP was left on it. Do I have an intel? No. Okay, never mind. I is good. How is Tau? I is good, sweetie. Thank you for asking. Oh boy. Don't kill us, please. Oh boy. Yikes. Oh no! Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh god, oh my god, no, stop, lady, stop. Oh my god. Yeah, I bet you're beat, dude. This is a rough fight for you, hey? Thank God! Oh my god! Alright, that was a little bit stressful. It's fine. Why don't you use Morgana? He's your best healer? I don't like Morgana. I don't like Morgana in my party. I like my gang. I like the gang I've got. That's why. What I use Morgana for, though, is I go over here and then I do this after a battle. And then everyone's happy. Okay, it's almost mouse time. Mouse time! Wait. Is there a mouse time hole in the wall somewhere? It's so hard to see. It's so dark here. He has knockdown as well, if I recall. Yeah, I don't really like Morgana in my party. No. Let me see. I guess we can just go and turn off the... Oh, right. We can also do this. I like Morgana. The only reason I give him more tolerance because he's a cat. Like, I like Morgana as a character. He's grown on me, and I really, really like... oh, it's elevator time. Okay, we'll go up there in a second. I want this chesticle. But I... oh, and also, my teacher is the voice of Morgana, so that's pretty cool as well. But I don't like the character in battle as much. He is kind of annoying, though. Kind of annoying. Yeah. Why do you not use Morgana? He's your best healer. I don't like Morgana. Yeah, exactly.
There's a treasure chest.
Officially less than an hour till I get the badge. Hey, well done, precious Patricia. Congratulations. I'll snitch your teacher? What does that mean, Bira? What does that even mean? What are you talking about? For real, I didn't know that? Yeah, Cassandra Lee Morris is my teacher. Okay, is that... Oops, I'm going the wrong way. She can't talk shit about Mona because of TauTassieTiger. No, that's okay. No, and genuinely, the character has actually grown on me. I was really annoyed by him in the first, like, I don't know, 30 or 40 hours of the game, but I do like him now. All right. Morgana is considerably more annoying in the original game. Really? Really? Okay, Central Hall. Interesting. I'm gonna be pissed if I have to come back and deal with more bad guys here. Whoa! It's so weird in here. What is this?
Hey, Joker, is this place?
Come on, man.
Yep, we're back at the main hall.
And without any particularly useful information about the IT company president. He almost never leaves his room. Nobody's even seen him around.
Hold a moment.
If he almost never leaves, does that mean there are times that he does in fact leave?
Wouldn't he have had to head out to go to the bathroom? That's how it was for me in my room.
But there are restrooms in the rooms here. What about meals?
Just one call and your food gets delivered to your room. Oh, that's our inn.
You're right.
I think you're right. Though this place is just a cognition, it has restaurants and bars as well. If the IT company president never leaves his room, somebody must be delivering the food to him.
Okay, let's...
Oh, so you think we should just get info at the restaurants too? Nice idea, Joker. Oh, and Queen. Okay. Was there anything in this room? What's oh yeah, there's a safe room here. Hey there, lovely Vegeta. Thank you for the care package. He barely lets go out at night, really? The Haru voice was super good. Oh, thank you. When Morgana tells you not to go out at night because he's a cat, my headcanon is he sits on you and refuses to move. I like that. Okay, we need to get some more SP. Let's get some SP, shall we?
What are your thoughts?
Let's do some more items.
What are your thoughts?
Okay, I think that's
Shall we
probably good.
go?
Vegeta, thank you for the 45 stream streak. Much appreciated. Mom just got home, so I gotta help her unpack. All good, Patricia. See you soon. Who's more annoying, Mona or Rudy? Rudy. Instantly, Rudy. Rudy also didn't have as much like character development, if any, honestly, as Mona has had. I've enjoyed Mona's character development. I like the idea that Joker is actually the Joker, is actually a Joker. You see, Betsy, I have a persona. You can't foil my plans now. I'm sorry, I can't do a Joker voice, but I do know what you mean. I do know what you mean. Rudy from where? From Monster Hunter Stories 3. I found him very irritating. All right, let me see. Where do we need to go? We're in the central hall now. I guess we gotta go down? Is there an up? There is actually an up. Let me go up. We'll go up and then we'll go down. Rah! Gotcha, beach. The DLC for Monster Hunter Stories 3 isn't worth it. Wait, is it really not? Has that come out already?
Surprise attack successful. Now, you can hit their weakness.
You're mine.
Knocked them right off their feet. Nice, Joker.
Do it.
Not done yet. On the attack. Okay.
There's a Naviru in it? Oh, I really fucking hated Naviru. I did not like Naviru in my MHS 2. Very annoying. You guys are so allowed to love him. Don't get me wrong, I will not complain about you loving your Naviru. If you love Naviru, no problem, sweetie pies. But I got so annoyed by him. I'm not actually a big fan of most mascot characters in RPGs. I find them to be generally quite annoying. Everyone hated the DLC? Oh no, that's so tragic. Okay, so we want to like... okay, I guess we could try and go to the restaurant, right? Is the restaurant up here? Is it on the ground floor? Oh, yeah, here. I don't like Navidu. You're in Sai's palace. No, we're in Shido's palace, yeah. We're in Shido's palace. This restaurant is for members only. I see your membership card. Right this way, sir. Thank you. Aren't we supposed to gather intel on... How about you? Welcome. Will you be dining with us today?
Is it possible to have meals delivered to my room?
You mean room service? Yes, that is available only at this restaurant.
Yes!
Aha! So is there one room in particular that always orders food delivery? Pardon me, but why are you asking me this? I would like to see your boarding passes if you do not mind. We've been asked to make a delivery. It's to the president of an IT company, I believe.
Well...
He apparently never leaves his room, but Mr. Shido has given us direct orders about this. Now then, this is a highly confidential matter, so we must take it to him ourselves. Ah, is that so? In that case, let me tell you this way to his room. Hi there, Magnificent Murphy! Come on in and see the Shido. Shimi, thank you so much. Shido. Shimi, thank you for the 3 streams. I appreciate it, darling. Let's see. I like that accent. Oh, it's my really, really poor French accent.
Well done, Queen! Just as I'd expect from you!
Isn't this pretty close? I suppose it's just upstairs. It seems to be above the side deck we passed through earlier. Is there a way up somewhere?
Way.
Honestly, guys, I doubt this is gonna be of any use. If it were me, I'd never open that door. Well, that's no good. What are we gonna do?
If only there was a way in besides through the door.
In any case, should we head back to the side deck? Not that we'll be able to get in from there. Well, are you willing to get into that stinky spot? There was a stinky spot, right? A stinky spot. Damn, so easily convinced. About what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the cognitions. All right. Where is a safe room? Very conveniently, right here. All right, let's go to the side deck. Boop beep bop there. Side deck. Actually, I'll save. Okay.
If getting this door open is impossible, we'll just have to find another route inside. It's the room directly above here, right?
Careful.
Why the lag? Ah. Oh my god, please stop lagging, game. Ah. Okay, are you gonna let me in here now? I would guess it's an exact... Oh, okay, nope, they don't want to do that. Okay, well, I guess we're going to... maybe we'll go in here. Was this the spot with a, directly above. Hold on. One of these places had a, like, direct access to a,
Shadow! Joker, what are we going to do?
elevator. That's the word I'm looking for. Nothing out of the ordinary. No, nothing at all. I think that maybe this one had a direct access to an elevator, possibly. Let me see. I'm crazy. I guess not. I guess, well, fuck. Is there not? Wait. Oh. Well, there is one there, but we're gonna have to dash through here, and I think that might be a door. Is there a door there? Or is it open? Wait, is it open? Oh, it is. Okay, I think maybe we can go here? Up, please. Yes!
we kill it, honey. Just kidding, we're skipping him. Wait, that's the central hall. Wait, it's supposed to go up, right? Wait, am I doing the right thing? Wait, I guess we'll see. It said up. It said we need to go up. I think I fucked up. Find a way to the cabin. You said to go up, and I did. You missed something on the side deck. Oh, thank you, Steve. Okay, never mind, I'll go back down. All right, there was something on the side deck. I will have a better look. Maybe I'll kill the guys so that I can have a better look. I've lost my way in here a few times too. You'll get there. Thank you, beautiful Piera. I appreciate you, sweetie pie. And I appreciate all of your amazing patience with me while I try and decipher what the fuck I'm doing. Ooh, going the wrong way is what I'm doing. Okay, side deck, side. Ooh, shit, side deck. Up we go. Should have thought about that before we press the button. Thank you for the care package, Josie. Wait, can we climb out onto the here maybe? Or up? Maybe there's a oh, there is a chesticle up there. I wonder if we can is there like a grapple option here? Let me see. Oh my god, the lag.
What do you want to do, Joker?
I guess I'll murder him. Just casually, I'll just murder him, you know. You know the drill. I forgot this bamboo white tea is actually good. Yummy. Yummy. Everyone's looking pretty good right now.
Murder? We will. Murder? We will.
You can see the jump prompt with the third eye. Oh, I need to remember to use that actually. Damn. All right, let me see here. Beep bop. Nice. Okay.
Good work, everyone.
Go Uwuda. Go Uwuda.
All right, let me see here. I feel like it would be cool to like jump up here, but yeah, let me see. Yeah. Okay, cool. There we go.
I see.
I would never have thought to climb up from outside. I mean, we are phantom thieves. We can use places that normal guests don't have access to. And so we will.
Hey.
I saw some kind of smoke coming out from above. A ship needs a source of power to sail. There must be an engine room above. I think that's what she was saying anyway. We could also access this spot, hey? Can I get up here? I kind of would like to check out this. I guess not. I guess I have to go up here. Whee! I love platforming. Look, we're in like platforming. Oh, we can jump down there. Nani? Okay, I'll do this, and then can I
See it.
Oh, ooh, interesting. Cool. Did we just get another safe room up here as well? No, that's downstairs.
Oh, a treasure chest.
A treasure chest!
Oh.
Tastical. For legal reasons, she said eliminate this guy from the Mr. Beast video. For legal reasons, yes. Third eye! Third eye. Let me see. Is there anything else around here? Nay. Ooh, wait, down here? Wait, this is where I already was, huh? Maybe it's over here. Yeah, platform time. Okay, we gotta go back up and next flow. Next flow.
Focus.
Up.
Dude.
Man, this ship is hella huge. The view is terrible, though. I guess I'll go to the right, but wait, was there, okay, I have no idea. I'd like to see both sides, but, ooh. No worries, Tau has Phoenix Wright as her lawyer. There you go. Oh, that's pretty. You got some beautiful,
Joker.
Do you sense a will seed? I would love a will seed. Fuck.
I wanted to go and make sure that I checked out that other area of the cabins that I hadn't yet, but it looks like that might not happen. I'm not gonna go that way because I know I'm gonna need to go there at some point, and I'll forget that I have already been there, but not actually done anything there. This guy's just standing there. Oh, he's right in front of the final will seed. Let's fucking go. All right, we will murder his ass. We will take all the will in Shido's heart. I swear it. I swear it. We will. We will. Hello, Mr. Man.
Whoa, there's a guard up ahead. But is that one of those you-know-whats there? Is that one of those you-know-whats there too?
Oh, we'll see. It's got it.
I'm getting that feeling again.
That's a you-know-what, all right. Let's get him. We're in for a tough battle first, though. Are you ready? Let's do this.
Would you shut up about the you-know-whats? Oh, giant rats! I'm gonna you-know-what the whole lot of ya!
I'm gonna you-know-what the whole lot of ya. TauTassieTiger, thank you for contributing the fighting game challenge. Incoming! We see him, Ryuji, right? It's pretty hard to miss. All right. What have we got?
It's strong and it's strong.
Really? Really? Okay.
Be careful.
What about, okay, is that guy resistant to, okay, we're finding someone who can do wind. I want wind. Garuda. Ew. Are you weak to it? No. Bummer.
Persona. Take that.
Woof. This is gonna be a problem. Yikes! Hold on. He repels. Okay. Blackened Fury repels Psy, which is not great. Captain Kid, more like Captain Obvious. Hey. Ronnie, thank you for contributing the fighting game challenge as well. Why are they dancing so hot though? Pretty lady. Pretty lady. Do I let him reflect this back at her just so I can hit the other two? Are they weak to it? They're not actually even weak to it. Okay, no, we'll focus one of them. We'll focus one of those. Uh-oh. Ow! How are we feeling about electricity? We don't care, that's good. I would rather have you not care than be resistant or repel it or whatever. Bruh, stop hitting my psych girl. Ooh, miss. Fuck you. Thank you for moral support. Ta. Nice. Atta Goyle. Mind slice.
Go down.
Nice. We got a tech on her. Let's baton pass to. Can do tech with both of them. I'll have it go with both of them. I'd really like to get a shock on one or more of them. I have hopes. Oh, actually, this is severe physical damage, heavy physical damage to one, medium to all. Let's just do that. Nice! Oh, fuck, a crit! Double crit. Love it. Excellent. Excellent. Boom, baby. All right, hopefully it doesn't summon more of these guys. How does he feel about, he repels that. Let's nuke him. What? No! We had a built-up baton pass and she missed! Fuck! Okay, we're healing. I thought Sword Dance was supposed to raise attack. That's what I was thinking too, Ronnie. I'm like, oh no, this is a Pokemon, is it? Nice, bitch missed. Bitch missed. He repels that. I gotta remember that. He also repels that. Yikes. Let's cure rage. Oh, you got the badge! Congrats, incredible Icy. Uppies for you. Good, Icy. And well done watching 10 hours of stream. Please get shocked, dude. Please. Oh, yes! Okay, I will not make physical contact with you. I will not do it. but I want to. Fuck. Do I have anyone who's going to, like, evade? Oh, null confused, no. Do I have anyone who's gonna, like, null shock or something? Oh, there's shock boost for him. Not here. Drains HP. I don't know if I even need that, though. Assault dive is heavy physical damage. Maybe I should bring him out just in case there's some kind of. He's gonna hit me with the reverse shock, but nice crit. Oh, sick! Get him! Woo! Just physical skill, you won't get shocked. You only get shocked with a normal attack. Oh, really? Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Nice. Okay, you can't miss this time. He's standing in place. He's paralyzed. You've got to hit him, okay? Good job. Again, take him down. Double dragon dance makes Altaria the thing of nightmares. This is true. This is true. One by one, the Towel Girl badge on me grows. Yes, yes. Oh man, she's gonna have to get shocked for this one because that's the only way I'm gonna tech him. Nice. Again. Nice. That wasn't so bad, was it?
It's a step forward.
It sure is. All right, let's get that last will seed.
Thank goodness. Phew. Thank goodness we didn't get you-know-whatted. Yeah! And now that the path's clear, let's grab that you-know-what.
Whee! Surely nothing bad will happen to us as we do this. Our final will seed, baby. One more time.
Gotcha, bitch. You weird, stinky potato.
A prideful potato. A pride-tato, if you will. Dumb. Sorry. What's with them saying, you know what? Oh, it's just an ongoing joke for this particular moment. Because we started off by calling the will seed a you know what, and then the bad guy, the shadow was like, I'm gonna you know what you or whatever, and then everyone's just saying you know whatted. Yeah. Anyway. It is kind of funny, but it's kind of nothing burger too. Is there anything that we can? Is there a way to? We can climb up there, but I kind of want to use this. I don't know. Do I come back down here after I look up here? There's just another. Yeah, I think I will actually. I think we are gonna do that. We also have to go on a quick break. Excuse me, can I go down here, please? Is it over here? No, sorry, I'm literally going the wrong way. Yeah. Is it to the right now? Did we already go over here? Or no? Oh, wait, yeah, up, and then... Am I dumb? Is this wrong? A pride potato or a bride potato? Definitely a pride potato. Oh, maybe that's all there is. I thought that there was... or can I... I feel stupid. Hold on. There was definitely a part here where we haven't explored yet, right? No. Go down. How is the power of friendship the game? Azza, it's good. I'm having a really good time. How are you doing? Yeah, I think it was... Is it here? There was a... I feel like I'm insane. There was a... I could have sworn there was a part here that was redded out we hadn't gone to, and I was like, oh, we might come back for that. No? Oh, wait, is it this one? Wait, we've been here before. This is where the... I think I'm stupid. Wait, I am correct? Okay, there is a spot that I haven't gone to. Fuck. I left it ungone to so that I could find it, and I can't find it. Excuse me, go back to the first platform, like this platform? Right here. And then over here.
Bless you, thank you.
Focus.
and go the other way? Wait, over here? Or go back down? Thank you for the blessings. No, do that. Oh, do this? Okay. Do this thing. And then go. Oh wait, down here? I'm confused. I'm a little confused too, but I think it's down here, or does that just bring us back down to where we... Wait, sorry? I thought,
I can feel it.
'cause we were we up there before? Thank you for the care package, Elsie. We do have to go to a quick break. Go back down to the bottom platform, go the opposite way you went up. All right, let's see.
I have something.
So bottom platform, opposite way you went up. So, is this the bottom platform that we're talking about? We go, what, down here? Or is this, no, this is where we got up, right? Shoot. Go up and then right. Up and then right. Oh, wait, is this, wait, can we get on this? No, no, no. Don't we want to get off on this, this spot here? Am I stupid? Keep going up? Okay. Up, 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 up. And then Joker moving back and forth. Joker, where the fuck are we going?
True.
And then opposite way that we went up. Is it down here? Was this where it was? I thought that there was a... No, this was where the chest was, right? Or did we find an alternate pathing here? No, I don't think we did. I think we have to go... No, up, further up? Okay.
I have something.
Look where it is and you'll find it. Excellent advice, Billy. Look where it is and you'll find it. Okay, still going up. And we're going up the opposite direction that I went up before. So I'm going back up this way. Keep moving and use the third eye. I do see like a secondary, oh, got it. Wee. Oh, that's the gas room. There it is. Okay. The cabin the target's in is right there. Indeed. I can sense someone within its walls.
What should we do, Joker?
We should check inside in 3 minutes. Let's make sure that we hydrate, grab ourselves something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and dongs. This is also a meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you in just 3 minutes and we will go in and see this VIP guest. Love you lots, Miss Terribly. See you soon in 3. Mwah! Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Wait, no, wait. I need to put the water in there. Oh God. Oh no. Oh fuck. I don't know. Oh my God. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my God, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay.
Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me all that?
It's okay, I'm over it. Oh my god. I'm crying a little bit. Fuck. That was really funny. And then get water. And then put that in there. Wait, no, wait. I need to put some water in there. Oh god. Oh no. Oh fuck. I don't know. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my? Oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Or whatever. Shut up! A bit. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Seems like Luna. Look away, Save. We have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a this doesn't have an option for controller. Okay, memories bring back you. Sorry, I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right.
I am back.
Suddenly China.
How are you, cutie patchouriza?
Okay. Sorry. Surprise communist.
And your exceptional run of words, and we'll bring you back over here.
Okay. I don't know.
Hello.
Oh my god.
Hi, sweetie pie. Some ubbies for you, sweetest Sheeny. Good, Sheeny. Some ubbies for you, awesome Ozzy. Good, Ozzy. Nix, /jump/ ubbies for you. Good, Nix. Hello, precious Patricia. Ubbies, welcome back. Good, Patricia. Hi, incredible Eisen. Welcome back, ubbies. Sweetest Sadu, welcome back. Dearest Daniel, ubbies. Welcome back, dearest Daniel. All right. Let's check inside. Ooh, sweetest Skellington, ubbies. Good, Skellington. All right, here we go. What could be inside door number 8?
Yeah.
All right, here goes. Billy, some uppies?
That must be the IT company
Good.
president.
It must be.
I'm gonna go.
Birthday pub Snady coming up. Let's go. Happy birthday, Ozzy. Let me know if you want me to sing you a song. But happy birthday to you, darling. I hope that you enjoy your birthday pub schnitty.
By yourself? He'll be on guard if we all go together.
Thank you. You can if you'd like. Would you like me to sing you happy birthday, or would you like me to sing you something else?
Plus, it's IT stuff. This is my time to shine. Should we leave it to her?
Sure. She seems smart.
It's been left to me.
Oh boy.
It's like that show where the kid goes shopping alone for the first time. This is gonna be tough.
Happy birthday song? Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ozzy. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip Happy birthday, may all your dreams come true. We wish it was our birthday so we could party too. Enjoy that schnitty for me. I don't get to have one. I'm just a little jealous, but I hope that you have fun. Hey! Thank you, Patricia. Anyway. Thank you for coming in for your birthday, lovely Aussie. Happy birthday, sweetie. I apologize for my fucking bizarro song. All right. Happy birthday cover one. That's the secret. You come in for your birthday cover. I don't do general birthday covers. You have to come in for, and then I wish you specifically a happy birthday. Whoa, Tao, my singing voice sounds exactly like yours, except not at all and way worse. Really? I'm sure that's not true. I am tone deaf as fuck.
Yeah, she's feeling good enough to joke around, so maybe this will be fun after all.
Just yell if things get dangerous, okay?
I mean, she definitely is not high on the charisma stat, but her int is like
What the?
10,000.
Who are you?
Pardon my entrance, sudden.
Those clothes.
My entrance
And
sudden.
Why did you come in from the window?
Cat just came to lay in my lap and want to listen to Tao sing. Oh, cute, Nick.
Well, the door's locked and you weren't answering. How else am I supposed to get in here?
Oh,
But I get how you feel. There's totes nothing better than relaxing in your own room.
A girl?
You're an IT guy, right? I can tell we talk the same language.
mm.
That's not what matters here. Just who are... Huh? Is that your laptop?
This little guy caught your attention, huh? I made it myself.
I like all the stickers on there. The 180, I know. He is my little Pikmin. Oh, cute. So Aussie Petrolhead walks into a bar and says, ow! Fitting. That does happen often. I don't even drink.
This is amazing. To think you could do this much on a mobile device.
Don't worry, she's etherneted into the rest of the entire
Wanna
cognition.
see the benchmarks? It can pump out some awesome numbers. Although normally I just use this one as a sub-processor when I'm hacking into a tough system.
Sita Saritza. No worries, darling. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you so much for coming in. We'll miss you, but hopefully we'll see you on Tuesday for some demos, okay?
Hacking? Do you mean like cyber attacks?
Keep it up, good job.
Keep it up, good job.
Ever heard of Medjed?
Well, of course.
Haha. Put two and two
Try not
together,
to be
buddy.
Surprised by this? Actually, be surprised. I am Medjed. I'm the one who took down the fake.
Huh?
Don't believe me, huh?
Rah.
Here, this is proof.
This is the project server. You identified all of them?
If you want my skills, I'll need a letter of introduction.
Ah, smart
Yeah.
girl.
To think the website we prepared got crushed so easily by a mere child.
Huh? You prepared it?
Ah,
That's right. Why did you have to go and destroy our work?
because you're an idiot.
Because I'm a fan.
Oh,
It was just because I couldn't forgive someone using the Medjed name without my permission.
if I had a Persona character, it would just be me, but I'd be able to make my own serotonin. That's sick. It's Elon! Get his ass, Vtuber!
Why'd you send Medjed after the Phantom Thieves?
There was no reason to choose Medjed per se. Their popularity was convenient for us, though.
Uh-oh, the reveal music.
We knew the Phantom Thieves couldn't target an anonymous group, after all.
Oh,
That's why?
Medjed's defeat was supposed to be an act, so their actual fall was quite a shock to me and Akechi-kun. We
oh.
were planning on shutting it down anyway, though, so it really didn't conflict with our plans.
Zaki, welcome in. How are ya?
The Phantom Thieves must have enjoyed their moment in the spotlight, not knowing it would be so short-lived.
Oh, wow. The mastermind.
You see, you gotta abuse a tool like the internet. Well, the word abuse doesn't really describe it. The real charm comes in making use of the internet in innovative ways that circumvent legal restrictions.
I gotta go, but I'll be lurky like a turkey. Sounds good, beautiful Billy. Please tell the cutie cat that we say hello. And I hope that you have a good one, whatever you're up to.
You little...
Uh-oh.
I'm sure you understand. You're Medjet, after all. Isn't it wonderful manipulating all those information illiterate idiots?
Yikes.
What a third-rate fool.
Huh?
Not only are your skills third-rate, but you stink worse than a third-rate person. Don't treat me like we're equals. I'm gonna reform society.
What a stupid idea. Don't tell me you destroyed my website for this so-called societal reform.
That's right. It's because I'm a member of the Phantom Thieves.
Did you get the recce letter before you said all this, Vtuber? I don't know if you did.
What?
Picking on the weak and calling that innovative? Looks like I just gotta ban the guy at the root of all this. Shido. Now, you're gonna give me that letter of introduction.
Ah, now you're gonna do it? After you've
Why would I?
shown your hand?
But how about a computer competition for it?
40 minutes until the badge. I got this in the bag. You do. Zachy, thank you for tuning the Foddy Game Challenge. Lith, what is a Foddy Game Challenge? Have you heard of Getting Over It? Or Jump King? Those are Foddy games. They're very frustrating. They're intentionally frustrating. What kind of idiot tries to change society? I mean, really?
Huh? Don't be ridiculous.
Guys!
Aha! We're on our way!
So this is still what happens in the end.
Yeah.
Well, now that we know he has one, this should be the easiest way to get it.
We all knew how this was gonna end, yes? Uh-huh. I know Sue's skeleton. Oh! We all gonna get you. We're gonna get ya. We are gonna get ya.
I don't know its weak point. It's trial and error.
Nue is probably not the go here. Do I have any info on these guys? They're all special types of bad guy. Okay, let's start with Win. Haha. Oh.
Hell's dizzy. He might not be able to land a hit.
Time to do it the hard way. Exactly right. Oh, good. We now know that he's weak to,
Okay.
On to the next.
he is weak to nukes. We know she's not weak to,
But maybe we should check for weaknesses first.
yeah, I agree. Electricity. Let's try it. Huh, not quite. What about some psych damage? Getting over it with Bennett Foddy. Exactly, yeah, that's the first and only Foddy game we've really played, I do believe. Of course Ryuji got flashed. Yep, classic Ryuji. All right, we have a nukeable guy here. Fuck. Well, he's dizzy, to be fair. Nuke.
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool.
Yeah.
They're done for.
I saw Markiplier play it a while ago. Oh, damn, this is annoying. Smacking him. Okay, what is she weak to? She's okay. Alright. I gotta make sure I target the right person with this one. Foddian is just a cool way of saying rage game. This is facts. It's true.
Sure.
Nice one, Joker. You hit its weakness.
Let's heavy on you. And do an all out like so. Makoto lives to slap Ryuchi like that. I think that's true, Storm Talent. I think that's true. Let's see if we can get a electric damage. Almost got that fucking guy. Now we'll get that fucking guy. Patricia, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream.
Ooh, Joker.
Get him, 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 get him. Obliterated. Seems like the combined efforts or non-efforts to delay your suffering are proving fruitful.
It's true. It's true.
Okie dokie, we got a letter of introduction.
Nice.
Making that fake medjed wasn't the only bad thing you did, right? I want to hear your biggest secret.
The cognitive science research.
What did you do? Spill it!
After extracting the results of the research, I deleted every last scrap of the original data.
Oh boy.
After that, I encrypted everything we had and put it on a domain inaccessible to normal people. Don't get me wrong, though. I don't know anything about all the mental shutdowns.
Shido, what the hell was he researching? No matter what it was, we won't let him abuse it.
Every media outlet is vouching for the inevitable Prime Minister Shido. The public loves you too.
We've only made it this far thanks to you.
I'm honored to hear that.
Now then, I have a favor to ask of you.
What might that be?
It's about the loyal customers of our mental shutdown business. How
I don't want
about
to kill
you
them all.
dispose of all
Yikes.
the ones you think suspicious?
Yikes.
Right at this moment? But the election is coming up soon.
Correct. The earlier the better.
Why so suddenly? Did something happen?
You just have a feeling.
Nothing in particular. But if something were to happen, it would already be too late.
I can understand why you might be nervous, but why not stay calm and hold off until after the election?
Oh boy.
I'd like to take out all of the trash before my inauguration as Prime Minister of this nation. For
Cool.
the sake of absolute victory, I need all roots of anxiety to be pulled as soon as possible.
Yikes.
Anxiety? You've never mentioned such things before now. Shido-san?
Do you understand what it means to cross me? Just do as I ask. I'll be counting on you.
Yikes.
This is all too sudden.
He must be like feeling subconsciously that
Be?
these cognitive shadows within his palace are revealing his shit. Yeah, we got the fourth letter. He might have been a third-rate guy, but he still had one somehow. Just that cleaner dude left then. Want to go cause a scene somewhere and lure him out? As I've already said, we should avoid doing that if we can.
But we've gone everywhere else on the map. Is there any place we haven't checked yet?
The engine room? I don't ever recall passing by such a place. Wait, I found something. The engine room. Remember how you were wondering about that smoke earlier, Skull?
Oh yeah, where was that?
Oh, it was that stinky spot. It's that stinky spot. Wait, what's this way? Is there anything over here? I want there to be something here. God, I love your weaknesses asset for Persona. Wait, what do you mean? Exactly correct. Woohoo! I got brains. I got brains. Oh, you heading out, Ozzy? All good, honey. Happy birthday, darling. I hope you enjoy your birthday, Snitty. Uppies. Good, Ozzy. Enjoy. Bye, cutie patootie. Alrighty. Let's go. What, up here? Was there? Ooh! Thank you for the pallet tech, cutie cata. Okay. I want to go down. No, down. Or up? Fuck. I want to go back to where we were, what we were doing up there. What were we doing up there? Hold on. You got hella brains, Tao. No, they're little brains. Little tiny brains. The art of you that flashes when you do an all-out attack. Oh, this guy? I'm so glad you like it. It is pretty cool, isn't it? I do quite like it as well. I'm glad you like it. It was a pretty cool commission. All right. Now is the time. Now is the time.
Hello?
Huh? No response. You think it's broken? Hello?
I don't want us to touch something and cause any trouble by accident. Let's just leave it alone.
Okay.
Fine by me. Let's just forget about it. That's a very strange thing to say here.
All right, let's go find that stinky spot. The stinky spot of stinky smellies, which is literally right down here. Up. Nope, wait, down here. Down here. No, jump down, jump back. Okay, I guess it's over here. Up, up, down, 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 down. Yeah, here, stinky.
This way.
We found it. This most likely leads into the engine room. I'm getting a reading from inside, but I can't tell if it's him.
Huh? We ain't gonna be able to get in like this. You wanna try forcing it open, Joker?
Let's just bust in there.
Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
Yucky.
Yucky, stinky. Time for some rank smells, boy. There's 4 people, 4 close-knit bad guys in this room. Looks like an engine room to me. Oh, let's examine the outside duct.
Whoa.
Look, there's that bastard.
But his men are with him too. Exiting here will land us directly in front of them. There will be no chance of escape at that point. What should we do, Joker?
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Very well.
We shall jump it. Boo. What do you want?
You come looking for trouble?
That's right.
I said you're off the hook, didn't I? You got guts, bruh.
Hey.
Crap. This guy might be just a cognition, but he's damn scary.
I'm too busy to be dealing with you punks right now. I'll be leaving that to my men here.
Okay, we got, what, 4, like a wave of 4 bad guys?
Again? This better be the last time.
Leroy Jenkins, exactly.
The enemy is
Okay, we know he's weak to
Only
light.
with blessed
Do I have something? Okay, I only have
You're mine.
light damage to 1 at a time. Please don't miss, thank God.
right off their feet. Nice, Joker.
Oh! Ooh, wanna follow up on that? Yeah, do it. Go, boom, 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 boom. Oh, we got some, nice, we got a crit on that one too. Sick. Okay, unfortunately she doesn't have, actually wait, do I have a, do I have a light damage? Let me see. Do I have 50 bless anywhere? Or like any bless damage? Psi, nuke, electric, wind, ice, fire. Fuck. That's annoying. Damn. Okay. Apparently I don't have a bless damage thing. I have an insta-kill possibility, but that won't work with this. I think I saw one. There is a, I did see this one. Yeah, medium chance of bless insta-kill all foes, but I don't think that's gonna happen here. And then medium chance of bless insta-kill. I need something that'll do damage to it because I think it's just gonna not work with these guys. I reckon. We can increase defense with her. We can do that. Everyone's pretty good on health. Wonder how we'll do if we physical damage everybody. Damn. Owie. Okay, we can tech. Let's tech you guys. Nice. Uh-oh. Ow. How are we doing on electricity? Oh, we almost got rid of 2 of them at once, but fuck, that guy's back up. Damn it! Oh, bring it on, Goyle! Now, I'm not sure if these guys are,
Go down.
I'm not sure if these guys are, representing the 4, bad guys at once, or if
or if they are the first of like 4 waves, but I guess we'll see. Nice. This is good. How do we do if we do a... Yeah, way to go. Hell yeah, Futaba. Yeah, hell yeah, Goyle.
Hey.
Oh, that's it. Okay. We did it. Now, where is he?
Look, over there!
Wow, we defeated him before he even got out of the room?
Damn it! We're not letting him escape! Let's take that letter by force if we gotta!
I gotta remember to use this. I'm so glad you guys reminded me. Surely nothing will happen by just chasing after this fucking guy. Oh, and hey, before I forget, let me heal everybody up. There's something down this way, hey? Maybe I should try this door first? Okay, no.
Ah, damn it! He locked the door!
This won't do. We can't exactly give up on the letter either. Is there some way in? Well, I'm sure they wouldn't have this around here if there wasn't. Oh, there's a lot of bleh, jumpy options here. Ah, hey there, Infernus. Welcome on in. Hell yeah, Futaba. And she leveled up. Well deserved, well deserved. Okay, all right.
Hey.
There he is! We've definitely cornered him this time.
This will be our final letter of introduction. We must get it.
Let's clean this mess up.
Let's go.
Very well. It is time we put an end to this charade.
But
You punks! You snuck in again?
You guys just don't know when to stop. Is a hit on me really that big?
Whoa!
What clan are you from?
Yakuza!
Clan? Does he mean like
Mm.
Yakuza clan?
He sure does.
Does he clean up problems by making people disappear?
Did you just realize that?
Is he really Yakuza?
It seems that bastard Shido has close ties to the underground.
Hello! My sleep schedule changed, so I never get to see you anymore. Oh, I'm sorry, lovely Infernus. I'm glad that hopefully it's changed for the better. Hopefully you are awake at appropriate times for the things that you gotta get done, darling. But we miss you a lot. Thank you for coming in and saying hi, though.
How are we supposed to get a letter of introduction from him? Do we have to prove our worth?
Hey, I'm a busy man. I gotta deal with cleaning up problems and all them mental shutdowns after all. If you got business with me, just spit it out already.
Also the least surprising reveal to happen. Surprise Yakuza! How much for a letter?
A letter of introduction? Why the hell would I give you one?
As I expected.
Actually, we're here to suggest
What
a
on?
tattoo design for you.
What?
A tattoo?
Bro, he can't be that stupid.
This guy is great at drawing.
Oh my god.
Oh
my god!
I have no intention of designing a simple tattoo.
Nice! Sweetie, thank you so much! That's so generous! Thank you so much for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5! Thank you so very much for the 5 gifted! Honey, that is so very sweet of you! Thank you so much for your incredible generosity! Holy shit! Thank you! Thank you so much! That's very kind of you, hon. Thank you so much for being so generous. Even if you don't get to come in very often, that is such a sweet contribution. Thank you, lovely. Massively appreciate it. Thank you!
I thought you'd be able to do it, Yusuke.
What are you squabbling about?
This is clearly On's revenge for the nonsense she had to go through to recruit Yusuke. Actually, that's probably true, Stormtalon.
Yusuke, draw something! Art's art, ain't it?
Oh god.
Very well. May I at least decide what I draw?
Uh-oh.
I won't accept anything except the godly phoenix fitting for my godly personality.
Oh jeez, he's so
phoenix.
humble.
I'd rather something else.
Making excuses now, Mr.
Thank you
Artist?
so much,
You're all
Infernus. That's
talk.
really, really
People
sweet
like
of you.
are a dime a dozen.
I am not all talk. I can draw anything you want. Bring me a brush and a piece of paper. It's finished.
Oh, it's pretty cool looking, actually.
Dude,
Wow, pretty, dude.
Totally not gonna work for a tattoo.
I don't know, it's sick, dude.
A
What?
monster? It has
How do you not
a
like it? I think that
crazy
looks fucking
aura.
awesome.
A truly explosive piece.
They would hate my
This
art, dude.
is my perception of a phoenix.
There's no way this is gonna work.
I think it'd be a
ain't seen
sick
nothing
back
like
piece.
this before.
Yeah, there you go.
I like it.
Thank you.
Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being awesome, incredible, and nice. I really appreciate it. That is so, so kind of you, sweetie pie. I would totally dig that as a tattoo. Nice phoenix. It's kind of beautiful, actually. That's what I was thinking. It looks very powerful.
It seems like it went well.
Yeah?
Well then, I request a letter of introduction.
On one condition, kid.
Oh.
I want you to be my personal tattoo artist.
Oh, jeez.
He wants to recruit you?
I decline.
Oh,
No letter for you then.
bruh.
I must decide my own path as an artist. I will
Deal,
not
take
receive
you,
aid from
stay.
others any longer. Now, if you understand, hand over the letter. Otherwise, we'll just have to take it by force. By the way, you're more feral pigeon than phoenix.
Oh, buddy.
Cocky ass bastard! I'm gonna destroy you! I'll rip you open and tear out your insides!
Sometimes I think that the Phantom Thieves are uncharacteristically unperceptive, mean, or dumb. Yeah, that's fair. He likes how unique it is. Something unique is always special. That's true. Well, we tried the nice way. Mm-hmm. Boom! Roasted! Steve. Bro, Yusuke, it's not real, right?
Still gonna fight after all that?
Holy shit! Big dude, big dude. Once again, it ends in violence. Oh, he got roasted by a phoenix. Ironically, I don't have my phoenix on me.
Let's go.
But we did have a phoenix. I think it was it Raw or something? I don't think it was called a phoenix, but it was Phoenix-esque. Think about it, Yusuke. He will at least pay for your meal, right? Was it Horus? It might have been Horus, yeah. Take Yusuke. You need the needs of many outweigh the needs of a few, right? Right? Tell him. You tell him. Would bless damage impact this guy? Not substantially. Oh god, I'm gonna regret this. Oh fuck. Oh yeah. Oh no, bruh, please. Defense down, huh?
Your defense is decreased.
Let's bring it back up. I also need to heal. I just realized that everyone's got like half health now.
Persona.
How do you feel about psych damage? Okay, you don't care. You don't care either way. You don't love it, you don't hate it, you just kind of like, nah, ow! What about, okay, attack for all allies. Let's buff some shit up. If we could use it. How about curse damage? I feel like curse damage is gonna be like repelled, but we're gonna try it anyway. Oh, nope, he's just kind of neutral for everything. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, dude.
Use your special attack.
Oh no. Oh no, wait.
Joker, persona slow. Watch out.
All right, yeah, we need some health restores.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
I think I also need to switch over to Joker's, I wonder if I should deflect a magical attack for him. Because it seems like the bad guy is, Shadow Cleaner is like ramping up to do an ailment thing, which makes me think magic, but severe physical damage.
Skull,
Fuck.
what are you doing?
All right, let me get my healer out real quick. Wait, sorry, it's her. It's her. It's her. Uh-oh. I don't think that was enough. Oh, nice! Oh my god, that was so fucking lucky. Oh wait, no, that was literally the job of that. Okay, I was like, wait, did I get that because I switched to the right persona? I don't think it was that, but sick all the same. Oh, we haven't actually attempted nuking, have we? Let's try a nuke.
Nothing. Nothing burger. Nothing burger.
Do anything reckless.
Let me see if I can, I want to heal some Gwens here.
Can we attack?
20 HP, 3. Fully restores HP to all allies. We don't really need that right now. One ally, one ally, one ally. Raises attack, lowers accuracy and evasion. One ally, one ally. Fuck, everything's one ally. Alright, fine. I guess we'll do... We haven't tried gun, so let's try gun. Ah, fuck, it's a miss. Damn it, does he even, like... I don't know if... I kind of want to try again. I'm afraid that we're just going to keep on missing... Oh, no, we didn't miss, okay.
Some other way.
What happens if I physical you? Oh boy!
Damn it.
Skull, are you okay? Keep an eye on your health.
He looks dark. Does light work? No, it's... I mean, everything's working. He's just not weak to any of it right now. Alright, I better heal everybody up again. Let's Pokemon this shit! Yeah! Yeet him. Yeet him.
Joker, your
Okay, defense reverted. Let's, I need to bring that back, actually. And we haven't actually found out, because we haven't hit with a gun. Hit with gun. Hit with gun. Okay, good job. You hit with gun. Fuck. I don't even have enough SP for that one either. Damn. Some people do not like nothing burgers, as they have less substance than a something burger. However, sometimes a something burger has something bad in it, whereas nothing burgers are neither bad nor good.
Not that.
That's true. That's a good point. Is this a... Yeah, this is a one foe thing. Let's try it. I will just gradually find out his fucking weakness, if I'm lucky. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh my god. Oh god, dude. This sucks!
Your health is low. Watch out.
Yeah, it's very low. Even though we were just at full health.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna have to keep on switching back to Titania.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Maybe I should physical reflect for him again. Does paralysis work? It doesn't seem to be. I'll keep on trying, but he like, Skull doesn't have a whole lot of... Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm having much luck with ailments. Oh, wait, we got moral support, though! Nice. Love some accuracy and evasion up from our Goyle. Okay. Let me bring Titania out again. I need to heal. Damn. Yeah, I don't know that he's actually weak to anything. I'm the only one who can pull out a Oh, fuck. He's going after her. Oh, nice block. Fuck you. Uh-oh. I don't like an attack up. I'll defense up. You know what? Hit him really, 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 really hard. You know what? I like that idea. Let's do it. Wait, I've already used that on him. Let's psych again. I guess I could use some items, actually. Let's use some items. Let's use some fire and ice items, just to suss out if he is weak to anything. I don't think he is. I think he may be. Yeah, I think he might just be blanket, like, fine with everything. I do have one big bad
fire opportunity here. Oh, wait, do I not? Oh my god, did he get eaten? Oh my god, my Altarian got eaten. Oh fuck, I need to res him. I didn't realize all this time. I did not realize that. I do have Agadine, so I'll just try. I don't think he's weak to anything though. Yeah, fuck. Oh, yeah, get him, Ryuji. Break his legs. Boom. Oh, I love a crit. Nice, yeah, fucking get him. All right. I'm gonna be pissed if this guy has any heals. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh. Ah, boo. You didn't res him and Athena that you summoned. I forgot. Smash his kneecaps, yes! All right, we gotta heal.
Sorry.
All right, yeah, so he's not weak to anything and he's also not strong to anything, which I guess is better than being strong to things and not weak to anything.
How's this?
Turn his kneecaps to ash. Yes, yes.
Severe physical damage. Don't miss!
Yeah, let's do a showtime, baby.
Let's rock, Fist of the Phantom Star.
Slowly but surely. True that. Gonna walk the doggos. Be back soon. See you soon, precious Patricia. Yeah.
That was great.
Is this the Assholes Palace? It sure is, Neon. It sure is. Yes! I'm so glad I set that one up. Oh. Oh my god, dude. We are so close to killing his ass. I triggered the Automob. That's okay, Neon. You're all good. All right, we'll just to be really, really careful here. I'm just gonna like make sure that everybody is feeling tip-top, just in case something surprising happens. And I'm going to go hard on trying to obliterate this guy before his next turn. Let's see if we can. Don't miss. Yes. Don't miss. Fuck you! Oh, god damn it. Oh god, shit. Oh my god, she withstood the attack. She got 1 HP. That's crazy, dude. What? Okay, we gotta just finish this fucking guy off, I think. Please, 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 please. Come on. This may be then for Zombie Shakespeare. If we don't, yes! And we did. We did. Shido just saw cleaner and new. It's true. It's true. Yeah, which one? Right. They've been assholes except for Futaba. That's true.
You punks are tough. I like that. You've got some backbone. All right, I'll give you my letter.
Cool.
Normally, I'd have to clean you guys up for messing around on the ship, but there's no point now.
You're letting us go?
This place ain't gonna last much longer if powerful soldiers like you guys got in here. Time for me to jet. The captain was great and all, but he's gonna have to go down with this ship alone. See you later, kiddos.
It's gonna be a spoiler, so no, absolutely no spoilers. I am actually banning people for spoiling things, so please no spoilers. I don't want to have to ban you guys, but I will. Please do not spoil, do not hint, nothing. How's the game going so far? It's good, cutie cat. Ah. How are you feeling, hon? I hope much better.
Unexpected response for a cognitive creation.
Politicians never get too close to their shady connections. They must have only been linked monetarily.
Obviously.
That must be it. Well, we finally have all 5.
Woo!
We need to use these to get into the main assembly hall, right?
Yes, and I believe that will be where we find the treasure. We've been to most other places to gather the letters. There's almost no doubt about it.
We're gonna take his treasure no matter what.
As I'm sure you all know, the importance of this particular card is unlike any that's come before. Once we send it, our opponents will know that Joker, who they presume dead, is in fact still alive. We will be putting our backs to the wall.
If we lose, our lives will truly be over.
We can't let that happen, can we?
We'll definitely win.
Hell yeah!
Then it's decided.
The real question is, how and where do we send the calling card?
How about we make it super flashy? Our whole big plan was all for this moment, you know?
Actually, it must be theatrically done. A minor leak will only be crushed by Shido's influence.
Maybe it doesn't have to be in letter form this time.
It's finally my turn to steal the spotlight.
What's the matter?
It's nothing.
Well, there's no use in thinking about it here. Let's head back for now.
Okay.
We have all 5 letters of introduction now. It was quite the feat, but we can finally open that door. Let's take that treasure.
Alrighty. Oh, you gotta head out, Infernus. Thank you so much for coming in, honey. It was a pleasure to see you, and thank you so much for the amazing support. I really do appreciate it. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, and may we one day find you back in our midst, darling. It's been a pleasure to see you.
Bee booty pie.
Alright. Oh. Nani?
Oh, fuck! Uh-oh.
Long time no see.
Oh. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, shit.
Why is he here?
Oh, no.
I'm impressed that you managed to deceive me. It seems I underestimated your abilities.
Is his mask a little bit different? Is it cracked on the sides? Or was that something that he's had before and they're reframing it? It just looks like, you know, symbolism for like losing his fucking mind and his mind like cracking.
You truly are interesting. Quiet, yet possessing the courage and determination to take action.
Fuck! I am not thrilled with the fact that he's aware that we're alive. Oh, before we even get out of the fucking palace. Uh-oh.
Under different circumstances, we could have been great rivals. Or perhaps even friends.
Yeah, like if you weren't a fucking psychopath! It's not too late.
How wonderful. You don't allow yourself to be enslaved by such things as human relations or past selves. And so your heart is always free. The exact opposite of mine. To be honest, I'm envious. I wonder why we couldn't have met a few years earlier.
It seems Akechi truly regrets this turn of events. I feel as though I understand him better now. Oh shit, is this how we max out? Oh, wait, no, we didn't quite max him out yet. Okay, I was gonna say, huh? But another rank, hey?
But
Interesting.
It's no use talking in hypotheticals.
I wonder if there's more opportunities
that didn't happen in reality.
Akechi, why are you cooperating with someone like Shido? Don't you see what this palace looks like? His true nature is...
Cooperating? What are you talking about? I don't care for Shido or this country. All this is to make Masayoshi Shido, my father,
His
acknowledge me,
father!
then exact revenge on him.
Oh, fuck! His daddy! Oh no! It all comes back to the puppy! Oh no! Oh, now I feel kind of bad for him again. Dude, that sucks. Daddy issues, yeah. Oh, fuck. That did not even occur to me that that might have been his dad. Oh, no. Okay, I kind of feel bad for him. It's a really tough thing to, like, move past, like, familial trauma. But God, the fact that he's aware that his son is a murderer for him, that's crazy.
Oh no, his dad. Oh, that sucks. Poor dude. Another person with family issues. It's everyone on the team, Akechi, right? Akechi, come on, join us, buddy. Come on.
Shido is your father?
Fuck!
Remember I said before how my mother had been in a relationship with some good-for-nothing man?
Yeah, which is why I probably didn't catch that. Because if you had said she had been in a relationship with this man who's super powerful and I really adore him and I want him to pay attention to me, I probably would have been like, that might be Shido. But yikes.
So I'm his bastard child.
My
very existence is nothing but a scandal.
Oh God, he must have grown up feeling pretty shit about himself, huh?
Life turned for the worse after she had me. And died.
Oh no.
I was a cursed child for her too.
Good for nothing man is still incredibly accurate as a description. That's true.
Him, but he was already a high-ranking official by then. A kid like me could do nothing. But that's when it happened. That's when I learned about the cognitive world. Someone, be it God or demon, gave me a chance. I couldn't contain my laughter. You son of a...
Oh, fuck.
My targets were all doing the same damn thing in this eat-or-be-eaten world. All I did was remove their evil from society. How is that any different from the Phantom Thieves?
We're not murderers!
So what? Masayoshi Shido is finally within my grasp. Once he reaches the apex of his power and acknowledges me, I'm going to whisper in his ear. I will tell him the truth of who I really am.
Oh wow, so oh my God, Shido is not aware Akechi is his kid? This is such a dramatic fuck, dude. Sorry, I didn't make the connection there. I just thought that his dad was like knowingly, because he's a fucking narcissistic psychopath, right? I thought he was knowingly using his son, but Akechi is playing 7D chess. That's crazy. Holy.
An utter disgrace to the world, will rule over him.
I
will prevail.
Buddy, you've lost it. Shakespeare died out, it's true.
What a warped thought. It's almost pitiable.
Akechi was playing a long game. So true.
Just a few weeks, my plan would have come to fruition. But no, you just had to interfere. I can still take it back, though. I'll just need to kill you all.
Oh, man.
We won't get killed for something like that.
Go, Morgana.
Talk big, but you're really nothing more than a little kid throwing a temper tantrum.
Don't lecture me, you piece of shit. I am going to personally thrust Masayoshi Shido into a living hell.
Wow. Truly the most vengeful person in the whole fucking game.
So, Joker. Rest easy and die.
Yikes. Wow. Think you can really do it?
Yes. I'll do it better than you could ever imagine.
I don't know about that.
That is, once I get rid of you.
You sure sound confident. Don't go pressing your luck. We already know all your tricks from back when you were working with us.
Well, okay, Ryuji, that's probably not true. I feel like this guy has tricks on tricks on tricks on tricks.
Joker, how could you be so successful while having such an idiot as your partner?
We take good care of him, okay?
Huh? Quit bluffing.
It's 8 against 1, Akechi, it's true.
It's no bluff. If he truly is behind the mental shutdowns, he's likely only shown us a fraction of his strength.
I'll tell you all about my true power. While you die, you can take that knowledge with you to the grave. Kill them.
Well, I mean, you're gonna have to do better than that, bud. Like, all right, lightsaber boy. You think it's a reference that
the only incidents people are talking about.
You think it's a reference about the "I am your father" Luke with the lightsaber and the laser blasters? Do you think that's a? Do you think that was a reference for Luke?
Breakdowns which cause people to turn psychotic, creating accidents and scandals.
Also, his like sandy brown hair.
Those cannot be explained unless the true culprit has the power to make people's hearts psychotic.
Totally, probably, yeah, kinda, yes, yeah.
That's right. It's my power. One that you don't have.
He's gonna try something.
Get ready, Futaba.
Allow me to show you.
I really like his VA. You in what army, Akechi Daddy Ishushido? Sketchy Akechi? And yes, the blue lightsaber with Anakin previously using a blue lightsaber. Yes, I love that. There are no accidents. Yeah, this game is quite... Oh, I love the psychotic, like, persona! Like, I love that. So good. So good.
What was that? That wasn't Robin Hood. Could it have been a
Oh. He's got the capacity to capture other personas too. Interesting. Robbie Damon's a VA. He's my absolute goat. I love the unhinged scream. When he's gonna yell out, "This is my perfect victory," right?
The feeblest existence can gain tremendous power once the chains on its heart are broken. You'd better not underestimate these two.
Huh.
What did Akechi do? The enemies are way stronger now.
Uh-oh. They changed color, big whoop. Well, I mean, it might be. Yeah, exactly, Save. The screaming persona. Hi, how are you? How was your stream? You guys, if you haven't checked out Save, you really should. He's a dear friend of the channel. He's amazing. He was actually playing Pal World, dude. He was playing some Pal World. Was it fun? Was it your first time playing? I think that it said that it was. I hope you had fun. See this Save. I'll take a delicious pancake and eat it. Yeah. I was thinking about telling you to heal both HP and SP, but I'll let you suffer, I guess. Yeah. No, that's fine. If you had told me that, I would have been like, oh no. What do you mean? What do you mean? What's coming up? So I'm really glad you didn't say anything. Hi there, Vethelina. How are you? Kill that bootleg lightsaber user. Yeah. It was the first time, but no match for this world of pals, obviously. There's a lot of pals here, it's true. You gotta catch at least however many followers we have if you want to be a true pal master. How was Hearthstoning today, sweetie? Sweetie Save?
Calm down.
Hi, how are you, Sly? It's good to see you. Okay, let's see. Yeah, fuck, I do need to recover everything, don't I? Yikes. Okay. Fuck. I might be fucked. I might be fucked for this round. Wonder if I... Yeah, nah, you deserve to feel sketchy at Ketchy's madness at least one time. Sorry, not that you'll have any issues, probably, maybe have fun with these two. Oh god, I'm gonna, this is not gonna go well. I can already feel it in my bones. Okay, I need a heal badly. Badly.
Okay.
No, it's totally fine. Approximately 3.7k pals as of now. Save, get into Pal World. You have some work to do. Probably should have done some prep time, but I wasn't expecting an Akechi jump scare. Yeah, me neither. I definitely would have done something more. I thought we were just gonna leave, so I was like, oh, I don't need to worry about anything. Clearly I was wrong, but that's okay. I would rather have the moment, this double moment of Luke, I am your father, plus guess what, I know you're alive, than...
This should help.
Ow. Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh my god. Okay. Fuck! Do I have anyone for healing? Alright, we're bringing her out. We need some major heals.
Thanks.
Quite rough for a while, but had good people there and ended stronger. Hopefully tomorrow will just be optimal though. Hope your personaing is going fantastically. It is going well. We just found out the big reveal of Akechi. So that was fun and scary because he's even more psychotic than usual. And the screeching psychotic persona scream that his voice actor does is gonna live rent free in my head for a little bit because it's really good. And we gotta heal. Hey there, lovely Zoe. Welcome on in. I've already caught 4 pals, so I don't even need to repeat the 1,000 times. I don't even need to repeat that 1,000 more times. Easy. That's true. You definitely don't. You're absolutely right. Oh, fuck, dude. This is gonna be a mess. Gun. I miss, bitch. Ah ha ha. Ooch. Let's increase some attack. Let's do some buffs in here, yo. Akachi's evil? Oh my god, I never saw that coming. Oh no, this is way more. This is, we found out it was evil like several streams ago. This is different. This is extra tragically evil. This is daddy issues on steroids evil. All right, can I, let me nuke, and hopefully I can get rid of Catboy. Yeah, I can. Good.
This is a part of me.
Oh, you're resistant to that, are you? What does that mean? What is desperation? Oh, get him, Futaba! I think Atlas brought Akechi in as an ambush like this was incredibly smart. People don't expect this for the first time, and it's 100% on brand for Akechi to ambush the thieves after the cleaner like this. Absolutely 100%. In fact, he teaches the whole skills all to disciple. Then his land killed him to let him go into bed. Exactly. Correct. I need to heal everybody probably. Yeah. Well, is it living in your head rent-free because you like it or because it's threatening you? Tau Blake 50 times if you're in trouble. Ah! My daddy hurt me, and this is why I am a murderer. Listen, I empathize with lifelong vengeful instinct. Hey there, wonderful Wabbajack. Welcome in.
Well done.
Thanks.
Power to make others turn psychotic. He used it on actual people? This guy's out of his mind.
Of course I didn't expect you to be defeated by them. You have deceived me and escaped death, after all. I wouldn't give up my chance to massacre you with my own 2 hands.
Say Persona. Do it again.
Brace yourselves.
Okay, Akechi, you absolute freak. Let's nuke him? Okay. Yes! It's so good! Ooh, fuck you! Nice, we'll just do that some more. Let's just do that some more. Yeah.
Go down.
We're not gonna be letting this guy go to bed. Well, I guess that's a threat. Okay, good job, Ryuji, sure. Ryuji is the master of intimidation. I think reflect is a good strat. Yeah, well, I didn't even realize I was reflecting him, but I'll take it, sure. Can I get a crit? Damn.
So, neither of us had shown our true strengths, huh?
Oh my god, I love it. The escalation is so good!
Don't underestimate me! Kill them. Persona!
Oh, fuck, what is that? Oh, fuck, what is that?
What?
Nothing. It was nothing. That was barely an inconvenience. It just looked scary. I'll kill you. I'll kill you! Oh, get him! Get him! Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Do it! How does an explosion that size miss? That's what I was wondering too. What was that? Oh, it's just a Megadolon. Megadolon. Desperately need to stand up and do things, but this fight is one of my favorites in the game, so I am enduring. Hey, good job, Neon. It's okay. I think we might, I mean, actually, I don't want to speak too soon. Oh, we got a second phase? Or third phase, I guess, because our first phase was his friendos, but... Oh!
Damn it!
All right, I'm gonna be quiet and let this play out. I'm so excited. I want him to keep on being unhinged. I love an unhinged voice actor.
So he's able to turn people psychotic. I thought it was some special thing like the nav, but it seems to be his own persona's power.
I can't believe that the ability to control and drive others mad was born from within his heart.
I can believe that.
I'll kill you. You're all gonna die.
Will you please stop? You're fighting the wrong people! We both hate the same guy! Why do we have to go against each other?
Killing us won't make you happy.
But this ain't about what Shido says. You're your own person. You gotta know that. Damn it!
You know, sometimes I think about that fake medjed that you guys made up. That was the worst trap, but if not for that, I don't think I'd be here right now. Basically, it doesn't matter where you start over.
And you don't really hate Joker, do you?
I
That
love
smile
Joker.
Before we fought.
I think he loves Joker.
Isn't that how you really feel? Follow your true feelings, even if you think people hate you or don't want you around. That's...
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Teammates! Friends! To hell with that! Why am I inferior to you? I was extremely particular about my life, my grades, my public image, so someone would want me around. I am an ace detective, a celebrity!
Akechi-kun.
You're just some criminal trash living in an attic. So how? How does someone like you have things I don't? How can such a worthless piece of trash be more special than me?
That's not the case.
Is that supposed to be pity? You piece of shit!
Whoa, what was that? Whoa! Akechi really, really needed a hug 5 years ago, and it shows, it's true. What was that? That was crazy. What the fuck?
What about the other one, though? The one with the black mask.
Oh.
A black mask? Wait, who's he talking about?
It can't be. There was another intruder besides us within this palace.
He has a, like an alternate persona that...
Then what Kaneshiro said before?
These palaces can net you loads of cash. You can do whatever you want to people's hearts. I'll let you in on a little something. There's a criminal using other people's palaces to accomplish whatever they damn well.
I did make the connection between that comment and the black mask, but I didn't know that was
Mental shutdowns. Anything
Akechi.
So, you were behind the mental shutdowns after all.
I thought that was already explained and clear.
Oh,
I guess I
is great.
guessed, but
I'm surprised. This is actually a first for me. I might even have to try my hardest against you. You know, I just came up with a fun little idea. I wonder how far I can go with this.
don't.
Fun.
Uh-oh.
You're not satisfied with where we left it either, are you? Isn't this what you really wanted? You and I are going to strike and strike again until one of us is dead. To hell with holding back! Just picturing it sends chills down my spine. What Shido thinks of me? I don't give a shit! All I care about now is killing you to prove I'm better than you!
Great voice acting.
Here.
Great.
I'll show you who I really am.
Uh-oh.
Come, Loki!
Oh, shit!
Again, it's that persona.
Oh!
What's going on?
Don't make me laugh. Justice, righteous, keep that shit to yourselves. You and your teammates piss me off.
He can use 2 separate powers? Then everything, even his appearance was a fake.
You're going down I'll destroy you! Go down with me!
No way!
That bastard! He made himself go psychotic!
Oh, fuck!
Now, let's see you drop dead one at a time in front of your precious friends!
Damn it, he's lost it. Here comes.
Die!
Oh, fuck!
Of society. I will kill you, destroy you, crush you. Teammates are nothing but trash.
God.
Not yet.
Fuck. Oh, yeah, I got some SP back. Yes, please. Oh my god! That's awesome! That's fucking sick! Holy shit, I love that. That was Akechi in this outfit. Oh, yeah. That's crazy. How cool. Okay, we gotta go on a quick break, real quick. Just 3 minutes, you guys, and then we're gonna come back and we're going to battle with, Loki. Goro Loki. Go Loki. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and dongs, this is also Metamon in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. That's crazy. It's pronounced Loki! Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. All right, cuties, see you in 3. Mwah!
Prize money, and you get to breed adorable foals, and you get to hire and manage staff, and you get to build the stable of your dreams. So if you want to vote for that, you can. Ew! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me all that?
It's okay, I'm over it. Or whatever.
Shut up!
Wait, I need to put some water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no!
Ow! Why? I'm just being wholesome and loving my horses. Why would you do that to me all that?
It's okay, I'm over it.
I don't know, oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no! Oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off, why haven't I turned the fucking thing off?
Save, I like the evolution of Goro to
Sorry.
bullshit.
I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no! Oh my god! Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off, why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Oh my god.
Yugi, I don't understand how to play this game.
I don't understand how to play this fucking, oh, I got him! Protogen, that's it, thank you, Protogen, that's it, a little bit, thank you, yeah, Protogen. Combination of human and animal DNA. Siv's like, Luna? Look away, Save, we have to kill her. I'm actually shocked that this doesn't have a, it doesn't have an option for, controller. Okay, wait, I need to put some water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not
not actually plain, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no. Exclamation point, Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off, why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? And then get water, and then put that in there. Wait, no, wait, I need to put water in there. Oh god, oh no, oh fuck! I don't know, oh my god, we have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane, it's fine. Oh no, it's spreading! No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire! Fuck! Oh my god, no! I'm back. I will get you guys out of your words. And normally I would try and make sure that you guys were able to normally I would try and make sure that you guys are able to play your little boss battle, but I think this is an important fight. So I might make you play blind. Welcome on back, sweetie pie. Welcome back, Nix, middle slice, down slice, uppies. Hey, good Nix. Welcome back, sweetest. Welcome back, lovely light. Welcome back, sweetest Shimi, uppies. Good Simi. Welcome back, dearest Daniel, uppies. Good Daniel. Welcome back, dearest Taraza. Lovely Lith, sweetest Shimi. Sweet Seru. It's Akachi's true form! Athrowie! Welcome back. I'm gonna call it Nighttown Pals after a few more uppies. Uppies for you, Eisen. Good Eisen. Lovely lift. Uppies. Good lift. All right. Let's get into it. Alrighty. Wow, I am like doing pretty good on my SP for once in my entire life. I feel like he might repel Sayo, but I feel like it's, if not, then it might be the only thing he doesn't repel. Dude, he's tanky as fuck. What the hell? Oh my god.
I'll use my persona.
Nuke. Akechi a throwy. Akechi a throwy. Gun? Uh-oh. A physical
Akechi, eat the Snickers bar. You are not you when you are hungry. Lavend 194 nom.
Oh. Woo! Alice! Hello there, amazing Alice. Welcome on in. How are you doing, lovely? I had such an amazing time playing with you yesterday, darling. How was your stream? How was Black Myth Wukong? You guys, this is the absolutely amazing Alice Mundi, who I got the opportunity, the privilege of collabing with yesterday with lovely Pocky and Boo Boo and Birdie, and yeah, it was so much fun. Alice, Alice does a lot of like Souls-like stuff. So I know that she's really been excited about playing Black Myth Wukong and maybe finishing it. Did you finish it today? You guys, this is the lovely Alice Mundi, a dragon-class duelist Vtuber who has graced us with their presence. They embark on epic quests in Black Myth Wukong and Arknight's Enfield, often accompanied by a chill, comfy vibe. Despite their ADHD and sleepiness, they stream most days at 7 p.m. PST. Do not be fooled by their soft-spoken nature. They slay in-game challenges like a true monarch. Hi there, outstanding Orpheus. Welcome on in. Dented Caps, thank you so much for coming in as well. Major Tom, thank you so much for being here. Ocean Tribe, welcome, welcome. This is a raid. Hands up. I can arrange that. Hands up. Voids, how are you, Valiant Voids? Thank you for the lurk, Eisen. Appreciate ya. Alice, thank you so much for coming in. Sweetest Sparks, how are you? Sparks Maker, welcome on in. Hello again, Magnificent Major Tom. Your model is so expressive. I love it. Thank you so much, hon. I'm so glad you like it. Thank you, thank you. I'm not sure, but I might be close to finishing, perhaps, maybe. Let's fucking go. I believe in you. I believe in you. That is awesome. What difficulty are you playing on? I assume there's different difficulties. I actually don't know. I'm not a Souls-like gamer. I'm super bad at games. Voids and Night Howler, both of you. Thank you so much for the follows, CD Pies. Welcome to the Pouch. You are both now officially Pouch Pals, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Alice was wondering if you were born in the US. Yes, I was born in the US. I actually have only been in Australia for about 7 years, so I am a dual citizen. But yes, my accent is 85 to 90% American. Actual hands up, Struth. It's so good to have you in my stream, Alice. Oh my gosh, and Hodgepodge, welcome in as well. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Lovely Alice, could I please ask, when is your next stream and what will you be streaming? Sorry, I clicked out of the game, so that I could hear myself talk to you. Anyway, let us know when your next stream is. Raiders, if you got a raid run, all good. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. For a quick intro, hi there everybody, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers Vtuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you don't know me or you haven't met me before, which you may not have, although hopefully you heard me a little bit yesterday with lovely Alice on Pocky's collab stream. I'm actually a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays Aussie time, you can help me decide what we work on and also request music. I'm also a professional voice actor, so anything that I wind up doing, I will make you guys aware of. And if we're able to, we'll play it or watch it on stream. And any games that are unvoiced or parts of games that are unvoiced, I do give you guys the full experience. And we're doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. So please no spoilers, but if those things sound like fun to you and you want to see somebody who's never played either of these games before, feel free to be here and come on in and watch me be driven insane by the reveals and stuff. We also do demo days where you guys actually get to submit demos and then we play them on stream. We have some other cool stuff coming up, like when Blood of Dawnwalker comes out, I want to play through that entirely on stream. I've been looking forward to that for years. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I usually make my schedule on Sundays, but I'm thinking Fields of Mystery next stream. Maybe Monday or Tuesday with planning. How good! That is awesome, amazing, Alice. You guys, seriously, please do check out the absolutely incredible Alice Mundy. What a freaking angel, truly. What a blast to collab with. What an absolutely extraordinary streamer. What a total sweetheart as well. And tremendously talented Souls-like gamer. Mind-blowing. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. And sounds like she's actually going to be playing some Fields of Mystery possibly, which I know is that's actually just come out. So please go check her out. I'm sure that she will find ways to make it Souls-like. I actually have no idea about that. But yeah, welcome on in, lovely Alice. Thank you so very much for bringing your absolutely amazing community, and I really do appreciate the raid. It's so thoughtful of you, so sweet of you. And let me think. You've been streaming those long hours, so if you need to go take off and go and do some stream aftercare stuff, please go ahead and do so. If you gotta go for a walk or eat or sleep or go for a flight, you're a dragon, so I just kind of assumed you might fly. In case you need to go for a flight, then please go ahead and do so, and I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? But yes, please keep receiving her. Don't mind if I do. I'll make a random slime in the cave's life hell somehow. Perfect. Souls-like Stardew Valley. Exactly. 100%. I do have a fun little video that I like to show, generally speaking, if it's someone's first time in the stream. So here's a little bit more about me/us. It's just a little bit about personal stuff. So here, bet.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and creativity.
Now perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol?
Hmm.
What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
And go.
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Noragami fan spotted. Noragami fan spotted! Let's fucking go, Alice! Oh my god, I'm so hyped that we have another Noragami fan. Let's go! Oh my god. Okay, so my favorite anime is like very much tied between Link Click and Noragami. Have you seen Link Click? If you haven't, highly recommend. It's so exceptional, and the next season is coming out in like a week. I'm so hype. But let's go, dude. Alice and I are the same person, except like she's way cooler than me and way better at gaming because we're the same height and we both like Noragami, which means we're exactly the same. I've been recommended, but I haven't seen it yet. Recommend. Massive recommend. Very much. I forgot the plot of Noragami. It's been so long. Yeah, you gotta do a yearly rewatch. You mean Cake Flip? I'm gonna You're both cool! Alice is a bit cooler than me, I must confess. Like, measurably, like, if I'm here, then, like, Alice is up here, and that's totally okay. I accept that. I'm trying to get through Cyberpunk Edge Runners and failing miserably! Been so busy. That is totally fair. Awesome, Alice. That is totally fair. Hun, what other stuff do you like to play? I know that you obviously love Black Myth Wukong, and you're gonna be playing some Fields of Mistral, but what else do you reckon? Link Click is a great choice. It is such an exceptionally good show. It's so good. Wait, Tau, Alice is you if you were a dragon? It's possible. It's possible. Has Tau watched Lord of Mysteries? That has been recommended to me numerous times. I haven't watched it yet. I kind of lie, but I kind of don't. I had it on. The whole thing played out before me, but I was in the middle of a very difficult, stressful focusing time for like a different job I had at the time. And I didn't listen or comprehend any of it. I was just like, I would glance up and be like, oh, that's really pretty art. Well, pretty art. Nora, you're all so cool. Nora, you're cool. So it's 2:30 a.m. CST American, and I should probably be asleep, but this fight is so cool to not watch. That is fair, lovely Shimi. We will get back into it momentarily. I just want to welcome the amazing Alice and our gorgeous community. I love RPGs, such as the game you're playing right now. Have you finished this game? I do not do horror. Oh my god, let's fucking go. Neither do I. I don't either. The only time I do horror is every 1,000 followers. I promise to do a 6-hour singular one-off stream of whatever horror game the pals choose. So luckily, I've been free since we did it after we hit 3,000. I will be terrified for 6 hours after we hit 4,000. But yeah, it's the only way. You hate this thing? Me too! Like I said, we're just the same person. 5'5", love Noragami, hate horror games, boom. All right, precious pals. I will get back into it. But Alice, thank you so incredibly much for the very generous raid. I really appreciate it. I really super hope that there are times where you're gonna be streaming where I'm gonna be finishing up so that I can come and raid you. Yeah, I really appreciate it. You're so close to that goal. Don't say that. That'll activate the horror game anxiety. Unpermitted. Every time she looks at chat. I play each of the main 3. Oh, wow, but they're like OG counterparts, so I just played the original P3, P4, P5. Oh, damn, Alice, this is my first Persona game full stop. I've never played any of like the base games or anything like that, so this is it for me. And it is, we have spent 180 hours in this. So glad I got to stop by. It's so nice to catch your stream. It's such a pleasure to have you. Such a privilege to have you here. Yeah, they're very long, aren't they? Shimi, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge. Oh, actually, that's another cool thing that we do on this channel. The storytelling stream. That's a community goal that we put up right after the last time it gets finished because I've done audiobooks and narration and VA and stuff like that. I actually let you guys save up so that I will read your stuff, the stuff you have written, prose, lyrics, short stories, excerpts from your novels, stuff like that. And I will read that for you in the professional way. It is up to you whether I read things in my audiobook voice or whether I voice act them. So yeah, congrats on partner. Thank you, Precious Premium. I appreciate it. Thank you. How are you, Premium? The Persona games are very long. You're so cool, Tao. What the heck? No, you're so cool. I refuse these accusations. I refute them by saying, it's like the shield that comes up when you're like when you have when it's like a null attack, and then it go. No, you're cool. 180, you're almost done with the tutorial. Yay! This is just the Spider-Man meme of you two yelling at each other. It's true. No, you. But yes, you guys, please do check out lovely Alice, who's going to be streaming again some Fields of Mistria, which is super exciting. Hold on, I have really bad memory. This is one of my weaknesses. Hold on. She told me. Wait. You don't have to type it again. It's okay. I'm sure I'll find it. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait, I'll find it. Oh no. Okay, I can't find it. But she will be playing probably, likely, Fields of Mistria. Is it tomorrow? Is it Monday? Did you say Monday? I think you said Monday. Monday. Tomorrow's Sunday for you. Monday? I think Monday? Time to look at Alice's reference sheet. Yeah, Seto is the art historian of the pouch. He likes to draw everybody. It's very sweet of him. I can send them to you. Oh, good idea. Do it. But yes, thank you so much, incredible Alice. I really appreciate the raid. And like I said, go and take good care of yourself. It sounds like it's quite late for you. And we're gonna get back into our game here. But just so you know, if anybody is trying to avoid spoilers, while I would really appreciate a lurk for like the support of the stream, totally understand if it's like, if you really don't want spoilers, you don't want to accidentally like tab in or something and get them. We are getting to the latter parts of this game. I'm trying to think of, we are, to put things vaguely, we are in a, you can see the name on the upper left, and I'm sorry about that, but we are vaguely within a cruise ship, okay? A cruise ship. I will leave it there. That sounds vague enough. Don't worry, I'm a night owl. I'm gonna catch this fight and then lurk. Okay, sounds good. All right, here we go. All right. Yeah, you guys, please go follow the lovely Alice. I warned my chat too that you're in spoiler heavy territory. Oh, thank you so much, Alice. I really appreciate that. Thank you for warning them. All right, what have we got here? Well, we've got an X. Is he just, oh yeah, he's literally, okay, I guess I'll just heal everybody, hey? Yeah, we'll just heal everybody. What you gonna do? You gonna reflect that back at me, huh? Yeah, big spoilers, yeah, very, very much so. Fuck. God, this guy sucks. Do I have something to, like, remove this from him? Do I have, like, a, can I confuse him? And, hold on, let me see. Beat this kid with daddy issues or not. I will try. I will try. Can I get rid of the barrier he's got? I don't know. Do I just do like a low power something to get rid of the barrier? You want some curse damage? I don't know, let's see. Oh, that hit anyway. Does it not? It's only for, wait, no, I think it did say only for physical stuff, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna draw while I watch you. Absolutely, sweetest setter. Cannot wait to see what you come up with. Is that right? Yeah, okay, we just can't do physical hits. Gun? Is gun physical? Oh, I hope so. Oh, I mean, hope not. I meant hope not. Yep, that's physical. Got it, sorry. I've only played 180 hours. I don't know what things are. I love this psychotic everything about, ow, him.
We have to do something.
Okay.
This ought to help.
Oh! The two of them constantly hitting each other is fantastic. Okay, we cannot do that. We have to do... Ugh, God. Do I have any idea what to... Let's see. Let's try some electricity, wind, fire. Yeah, fire. A laser beam! The slap is ridiculous. It's so good. I love it. I love it. Gun and physical are two different types of damage. Gun is gun. Oh, okay. But it deflected using that. So
Let's go.
I guess it counted as physical for a reflection then? Okay, can I do this now? Yeah, I can.
I'm not letting you off.
Oh, not on a stupid wall! Owie! Oh no, not a one more. Oh, I hate one mores. Oh, I hate one mores, especially when you get them. Defense down, attack up. Zoinks. Do I have like a... Oh, I got an idea. What if I bring out her and then what if I do that and then I do a cheeky little boop? And then next time it's my turn, that healing should kick in. And in the meantime, my boy can severe physical damage. Okay, she's got to get up and we've got to heal her. We're gonna have to renew her SP as well, I think. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All good. All good. Okay. Oop. You got this now. Thank you, precious Patricia. Ow. I don't think it's fair that he gets to hit me twice. Oh, fuck, he one-shot her. Okay, well, not quite one shot. Technically, I kind of fucked up. And did I get healed from that? I did, yeah. Do I have a? I really wish that I had renewed my what, Alterion or whatever his name was. Energy drop, is that it? No. Ooh, fuck, none of mine have it. Oh no. Oop. You got the badge. Congrats, precious Patricia, congrats. Sadly, I'm running out of steam. Take care of Tau, folks. I'm gonna have to slide off to bed. All good, Brad. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetie pie. Ciao for now. Oh my gosh, it's Boo-Boo! Hi, beautiful Boo-Boo! The gang's all here! Now we're just missing Birdie and Pocky. How are you, beautiful Boo-Boo? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. You were doing some Orknights Enfield. How cool is that? Welcome on in. Fish ahoy! The blubbers are raiding. Welcome in, blubbers. How are you, you cutie pie goldfish? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in, Orchius and Major Tom once more. You guys, this is the absolutely adorable Boo-Boo Catfishius, who have graced us with their presence fresh from conquering the realms of Arknights Enfield. This regal goldfish VTuber streams with chill vibes, often accompanied by their loyal subjects in Fish Nights. Their recent exploits include factory growth and even a 3D karaoke spectacle. Truly a stream fit for royalty. Welcome on in, Mr. Bombastic. Mr. Bombastic, how you going? Beautiful Boo-Boo. Hi, how are you? And hello again, Major Tom. Just bringing everyone in, hey? Doing super good, and you? It was super fun yesterday! You guys, Boo-Boo is another wonderful, wonderful sweetie pie streamer that I had the privilege and honor of collabing with yesterday with Pucky and Alice and Birdie. Thank you so very much for coming in, hon. We are here for snacks. You are more than welcome to the snacks. They're in the back. Wonderful wide Miata, welcome on in. Sweetest Chores, welcome, welcome. It felt fitting. It's so sweet. I already follow them all, as you should, as you should. They are wonderful, wonderful people. Beautiful Boo-Boo, how was Arknights? And when will your next stream be, if I may ask? Ooh, that was cool. Welcome on in, you guys. I'm Tau, in case you don't know me, which you probably won't at this point, but I got the distinct privilege of collabing with beautiful Boo-Boo yesterday, along with Alice, who just came in too with her gorgeous community. I'm a Thylacine Vtuber. I am based in Tasmania, Australia, and it's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm also a professional artist, so if you come on in on Fridays, you get to help me decide what we work on and request music. We're also doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 and Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Ward, so please no spoilers, it's our first time playing them, but if you would like to join us, we would love to have you. Probably Friday, amazing. Are you gonna do some more Arknights then? Sorry, Boo-Boo. It was fun, I got beaten up, but I beat them up back, yeah! That's what you should do. They beat you up, you beat them up back. Yeah! I have all the faith in the world that you gave them black eyes. You go, Boo-Boo. But yes, welcome on in, sweetheart. Could I ask what other kind of stuff do you like to play, beautiful boo-boo, so that hopefully my precious pals can come and join you. But yes, welcome on in. Oh, Saturday is Arknights Day. Not sure what we'll do on Friday, but maybe something relaxing. That sounds delightful. Perhaps you will also do some Fields of Mischief. But you guys, please do check out the wonderful Boo Boo, who very, very generously brought in her gorgeous, gorgeous community and once more contributed her wonderful personality and spent her precious and valuable time hanging out with us on the collab yesterday. Fields of Mystery came out. Woo! Yeah, you and Alice can play. Is Fields of Mystery a multiplayer game? I actually don't know. But yes, welcome on in, you guys. It's such a pleasure to have you. Just so you know, Boo Boo and lovely community, we are in a pretty spoiler-heavy area of, not Final Fantasy, we're playing Persona, of Persona 5. If you are trying to avoid any spoilers, now might be the time to leave. To keep it vague, we are in a cruise liner, okay? So if that doesn't sound familiar and you want to avoid spoilers, probably a good time to leave. If not, then please stick around. Like I said, it's my first time playing through, and I am quite expressive, so like, I have somehow managed to avoid mostly all spoilers, and when shit happens, I go, Nani! I think it's a solo farm sim, unlike the others, unless they added it. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Spoil me? Boo Boo, I would absolutely spoil you. I would spoil you with so much fishy food for you. I don't play it, so I'm good. Perfection, Miata. Well, thank you so much for coming in with the wonderful Boo Boo raid. And beautiful Boo Boo, my pals are totally gonna come and see you, aren't you guys? Go see beautiful Boo Boo. Go see amazing Alice. And Boo Boo, I know you've been streaming those long hours, so please go ahead and if you need to, eat or drink or walk or swim. Fishy swim. So if you need to swim, you can also do that. And I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them. But in the meantime, we are in the midst of a big boss battle. I think it's a boss battle. Surely this counts as boss battle. But yes, thank you so much for the raid, sweetie pie. I really do appreciate it. That is so generous of you. I'll stretch my fins. Yes, stretch your fins. Gently. We don't want to sprain a fin. Thank you again, cutie pie, for the raid. Literally gotta go walk the goldfish. Yeah, go walk the goldfish. She should be going to bed. I won't tell. Shh. Go to sleep, Boo. They want you to sleep. They want you to sleep. All right, let me see here. Electric.
Never mind.
I don't know. I could life drain, but I don't really need to, do I? Should I try something with ice? Ice, it be. Ice! Hopefully nothing bad happens.
You're mine.
Please don't reflect it. Okay, good. Ooh, get him! Let's go, Skull! We got a showtime,
Time to get a little crazy.
Stay focused.
Fin spraining is the #1 cause of fin spraining in the fish community. That is a fascinating fact. Boo Boo, have you played any of the Persona games? The audio gets desynced for me. Okay, does she have a? No, I do have to actually res. Fuck. Let me see. Where is it? Revives a fallen ally. We actually have more of the Balm of Life than the Revivifdrins, so let's bring it back. I mainly just watched playthroughs. Oh, fair enough. I'll probably play the next one though. Yeah, let's go, Boo Boo. Would you play it? Would you consider playing it on stream?
Shall we?
Okay, now. Oh, fuck! I hate when. Oh.
You're just pieces of shit who lick each other's wounds.
You're psychotic.
Anything goes. If you say your teammates.
Would be fun. Hell yeah, I would love to see you play through Persona 6. Oh, it's Magic Wall now, huh? Oh, please don't kill her. Oh my god, it's so close. Oh! Go, Futaba, go. Yes! Oh my god, thank you! Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Okay, I can't use that. We got almighty damage, but that still counts as magic, doesn't it? Well, does it? Hold on. Oh, it doesn't. Interesting. Heavy almighty damage to all foes. If it doesn't count as magic, why not? You know what I'm saying? Severe physical damage. That's okay. Most people are just gonna be doing physical damage anyway, but I do wanna restore everyone's HP more. Close. Loophole! I found a loophole. I love a game that lets me have loopholes. Very good, very good. Haze! Hello there, lovely Haze. Welcome on in. How are you? How is Soulframe?
Looking at me like that. I've succeeded until now. All by myself.
I kind of feel bad for him, dude. We forgot a raid message. Let's go. Welcome on in, Raiders. Kolak, hi there, sweetheart. Welcome on in. You guys, this is Haze, the intrepid adventurer who hath been questing in Soulframe, seeking the elusive bear. When not on that noble pursuit, they doth engage in Warframe escapades, sending foes to the moons and vanquishing grid squares. A true veteran ally of the LGBTQIA+ realm, their stream rated M for mature audiences only. So you guys, this is another 18+ stream. Please go check them out. Thank you so very much for coming in with the raid, lovely Kolak. And, oh my gosh, Pocky! Holy crap! Welcome on in! Thank you. Thanks for making time for Pocky. Thank you so much for coming in! Thylacines, Voids, the Vegas loser, welcome on in. Beautiful Boo Boo, thank you so much for, hold on, I can stop lurking in this, in your stream now. French, hi there, fabulous French for Muffin. Welcome on in. You guys,
So many raids
oh my gosh,
in the last 10 minutes,
here.
holy shit.
So amazing. Thank you so much, Vipla, for coming on in. And Precious Puppy, how are you? Youth Moon, welcome on in. You guys, this is the Precious Pocky who has graced us with their presence fresh from the conquest of Halo, the Master Chief Collection. This VTuber owl doth embark on a grand journey of self-discovery through anime, gacha games, and yapping. Their recent escapades include Nikkei, D&D RPGs, and even a HoloLive rhythm game. Truly a diverse realm of entertainment fit for a monarch's court. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. I know, the only one missing is Birdie. Anyone want to play Persona live on stream, co-op? Impromptu collab with my single player story-based game. Precious Pokey, welcome on in. Sorry, Twitch sent me back to my own stream. Oh, that's okay. No worries, hon. I was going to say thank you so much for the raid. If you got a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, we'd love to have you. But you need to raid and run. So I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. And Ganga Rawr, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much for you guys. If you haven't checked out Pocket Chalk, I don't actually know how you haven't done that. Pucky and Boo Boo and Alice and Birdie and I all collabed yesterday for a really fun few hours of Mecha Chameleon. If you haven't checked out those VODs on any of their channels, please consider doing so. You get to see everybody's POVs. They're really funny. I will always remember the basketball incident of 2026 fondly. But yes, welcome on in, Precious Pocket. When is your next stream? What will you be streaming? You guys, Pocket Chalk is a dear friend of mine. She is an outstanding streamer. She's super interactive, super hyperactive, incredibly sweet. And I highly, highly, highly recommend, if you have not listened to my other shout outs for her, that you listen to this one. She also does a lot of really fun gacha games, and she also did Neverness to Everness Abridged, which we've talked about before. I got the privilege of voice acting in that with her, which was a blast. If you do !communism, you can hear a direct quote. But yes, welcome on in, Precious Pocky. Yeah, let me know when your next stream is, hun. If you guys don't know me, hello there.
Surprise communism.
There it is. Thank you very much, Patricia. If you don't know me, hi there, I'm Tau. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Professional artist as well. If you come on in on Fridays, you can help me decide what we work on and also request music.
Surprise
also professional
communism.
voice actor. We're doing first-time playthroughs of Persona 5 Royal and Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. So as long as you're okay with not spoiling anything for me, you're welcome to join me for both of those. We're planning to play through all of Final Fantasy XIV, in fact, like all of the DLCs and expansions. Yeah, and besides that, we also do a demo day where you guys, the community, get to submit demos to me and then we play them together. It's a very fun time. It's a very cozy, chaotic, quite interactive, high energy channel.
But the name of the game is always your comfort, safety, and security. 100% of the time. It's an 18+ stream, but not for we're not really into the lewd stuff. I just think that, you know, I know, having worked with young people, I know that adults need a place to hang out, and so do young people. And this just so happens to be an adult place to hang out, you know? But yeah, please do check out the amazing Pocket Chalk, you guys, if you haven't yet. And Precious Pocket, thank you so very much for the raid, darling. I really want to hear about how you enjoyed Halo, and I would love to know, yeah, when your next stream is. As well as, I know it's late for you. I know it's late for all of these beautiful ladies who have raided in. So if you do need to run away and go for a walk or go for a flight, because owls do that, or if you need to go eat or sleep or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do so. I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come back from. The basketball incident was great. I will be streaming Monday, 3 p.m. PDT, starting Metaphor Free Fantasia for the first time. Oh my god, that's so fucking sick. I'm so excited for you. Gotta go see you next time. Oh, good, lovely Miata. Thank you so very much for coming in with the raid with lovely Boo Boo. And I hope you have a great one. If you're going to bed, may you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. I gotta grab the basketball incident from everyone's point of view. You definitely should. You definitely should. Lovely Miata. Thank you so much for the follow, hun. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thank you so very much for being here. And you guys, yeah, so please check out Precious Pocky, who was actually going to be doing some streaming on Monday, 3 p.m. PDT, starting up Metaphor Refantasio for the first time. You never want to miss one of those first-time playthroughs or the first-time session of the first-time playthrough, you know? Not to mention that Pocky is so quick-witted, you will be laughing your ass off, I guarantee it. Please, please, please check out the preciousest of Pockies. And thank you so very, very much for coming in, hun. It's about 4 a.m. here. Have a super good stream. Thanks so much, beautiful boo-boo. Thank you for bringing your incredible community in as well. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, darling. We'll see you later, okay? Thank you so much. Okay. Sorry, I'm... I better continue on with this.
Don't need teammates.
Uh-oh, Akachi is glaring at me. Spooky! Good afternoonsies, fellow Tasmanian. Hello there, Alex. Welcome on in. Thank you guys so much for the amazing raids. I don't even know if that was intentional, but like, we had like back-to-back of amazing Alice, beautiful Boo Boo, incredible Haze, and Precious Pocky all at once. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much, Sweetie Pies. That was absolutely incredible. You guys rock. All right, let me see here. See if we can finish off our Akechi. I would warn Precious Pocky's community about the spoiler heaviness of this one, but honestly, I think that since you guys have already seen her play this game, I'm not super worried. Although, yeah, if you are trying to avoid spoilers, just be aware. We're in a spoiler-heavy bit of the game. All right. Oh, we've almost got him. Oh God, what does that mean? What is that move? I'm gonna be so fucking pissed! Fuck! Oh my God! We were so close, dude. Unbelievable. Got insta-murdered. Ow! Don't bad towel me! Fuck! We were so close!
So, what a true leaf.
Don't rub it in, Igor. All right. If you're having trouble, you can always try again. If you're having trouble, you can always try again. If you're having trouble, you can always try again. Alice is like, oh. Okay, I know. You're so upset with me. All right, here we go again. I take it the swear jar is long overfilled. Oh yeah, sorry, I do curse a lot. I've actually, believe it or not, I have actually been trying to be a little bit better about it, but whenever bad things happen like that, in true Aussie tradition, it's true. Hi there, fellow Aussie. If you don't mind me saying that, I recognize your name from the NT Abridged vid. Let's go! Hi there, Infinite Fraction. I am so glad to see that that there is a fellow Aussie in the chat as well. And I'm glad that hopefully you enjoyed the NTE abridged video as well. Pocky is an outstanding VA, director, writer, mixer, everything, hey? But yeah, welcome on in. I don't mind at all. Feel free to identify yourself as an Aussie if you would like. Check the dairy. Check the dairy aisle. Maybe you'll find yours there too. I know, I love that line. When I got to read that, I was laughing. I had to do like 4 takes. Slightly further east, honorary Aussie here. Let's go, Major Tom. Hell yeah. Oh, lovely. Thank you for the Valley Girl voice. Oh my God. Let me like put the timer on there. Oh my God, that's not how you time things. Okay, there you go. 5 minutes, bitch. Let's go. The swear jar money is for feeding the mods. Yes, and the mods are eating well, I'll tell you what. Okay. Do we have like a severe thing here somewhere? Actually, wait, am I gonna die from a hit? No. I'm so upset that he like fully one-shot me. Very rude. I'm not just Australian, but I'm also fellow Tasmanian. Facts. All right, wind damage. Let me just like do something about this. Probably eating better than Tau. Probably with how much I curse, yeah. I would say so. Okay, no wait, this is not a good idea. Let me, okay, psychic damage. Tau for Australian of the Year. I don't think so, but as long as I can be like Tasmanian Tiger of the Year in your hearts, I'm super down. That sounds like a great plan. I need to burn this bitch down so hard. I'm so upset that he managed to, oh, fucking hell. One, oh my God, I forgot how strong her, I was like, okay, if we gotta break the, oh my God, please stop. Please stop, please stop, please stop. Oh no, please stop. No, please stop. Oh my God, you suck. Oh my God, don't you want more? No, 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 no. Okay, good, a lag is good. Unless, oh God. Okay, I'm gonna need to, I need severe, he's not gonna be feared though, is he? I feel like he's not a fearful dude, you know? All right. Give me just a sec, you guys.
Calm down.
God, sorry. My wonderful fiance brought me my favorite fucking chips. They're so good. Yummy. All right. Tau for Australian of the Year in our hearts. Nate says hi. Hello, Nate, the food bringer. It's true. He is the food bringer. Facts. Facts. I gotta keep track of whose turn it is. I kind of wish there was like a rotating list on the side. Chips, what kind? Alice, so in Australia, we have these things called Red Rock Deli chips. They are so amazing. And like, these ones are sweet chili and sour cream. Fucking-licious. Ah, so good. So good. Yeah, they are amazing. They're my favorite chips of all time. Do you have a favorite chip? Do you have a favorite chip? He's gonna die. He's gonna die from losing 78 HP. Okay, I really need to heal everyone.
Let's go.
I love sweet chili. It's so good, isn't it, Alice? Are those your favorites as well? Agent JFM, thank you so much for the follow, babes. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome, welcome.
Have you tried the Thai chili Doritos? Oh my God, I have not, but that sounds divine. I would be so all about it. I wonder if they have them in Oz. We do have a few different flavors of Doritos, but they're not like as plentiful as the versions in the US. Oh my God, that is way too close. That is way too close. That is way too close. Let's go. I'm scared. I'm so scared. We do have them? Oh my God, I have to get some. I must have them. I must have them. Yes, please. Okay, you need to fully restore his HP, please. Thank God. Thank God. I do still owe you like another minute from talking to Nathlith, so I will just go for like 1 more minute. Those taste amazing. Yummy. Yes, you should have them there. Once you eat one, suddenly the whole packet is gone. Oh, that's me with these ones next to me. So like, if you hear me crunching away, please ignore. They're so good. Yummy. 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 I don't want to kill her by accident. I don't suppose there's any chance of me, like, freezing him with this, huh? I'd love to, but no. Okay, okay, please don't be insane. Don't be insane. Stop being insane! What did I say? Oh, it's magic wall time. Oh, God. I need to switch over to, oh, God. Oh, God. I need to switch over to my persona that has, like, a, what's it called? It's like, is it Endure? Yeah, it's her. Let's get her out. I'm too scared to like. Oh fuck, not that. Oh my God, I'm so dumb. I thought that was a magic. Wait, didn't he do a magic? I thought he did a magic barrier. I'm clearly not being very smart right now. Fallen off Doritos since I was eating one and felt one scrape against a tooth. Didn't chip it, but that was not a good feeling. Oh no, I'm sorry that turned you off of Doritos forever. I used to love Doritos. I think those would have been my favorites before I moved to Australia and discovered Red Rock. Yummy. Thank you for the care package, Spider. Welcome on in. How are you? And I'm gonna say that's probably about 6 minutes, well, 5 minutes total. Thank you so much, lovely Lith, for the Valley Girl voice. Okay, she's fine to do this. Incinerate. No, don't incinerate. Don't listen to him. Oh God, please. Oh God, please. Oh God, please. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, fuck me, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know Red Rock is good when she chooses it over corn? Hey, listen, I do love corn. But, oh my God. Fuck. Oh, I'm scared. Oh, man. Do I res Haru with Joker? Yes, I do. I am gonna do that. He missed me when he did that, so
this one.
Thank you.
Oh boy, I'm quite concerned. I can't do any of that because if I do a single, well, it won't let me, but like, even if I were to do any kind of physical attack, it would kill Skull. Phantom wafers sound like those migraine wafers that you get. The store's 50 HP. I don't know how long I've had those. That's gotta be ancient. Ancient. Oh man. No, I need to go back up. I'm looking for something that's gonna let me... A snack. Tasty and satiating. No! Stores HP and SP of all allies. If we die again, I might do that. 100 SP is crazy. I'm so glad I have so many SP
solving stuff. I really do need it, but food to go. Lowers attack, raises accuracy and evasion. Raises attack, lowers accuracy and evasion. I think I'll go with probably the ration. I'll give that to her. Alright, let's do a medium restore. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so scary, dude. Fucking hell. I wish it was one-shot kill. I've shot him like 10 times. Oh my god, please miss, please miss, please miss. Fuck. Oh my god. This is rough, dude. Oh my god, I am so... Oh my god, I'm so good at... My accuracy, my evasion is so good. But now I have to res everybody. How many of these do I have? Where was it? Fully restores HP to one ally. I need, nope, it's, I feel like I'm lagging more than I usually do. Where's the resing one? Don't I have it? Is it near the bottom? Oh yeah, it's down here. Okay, there we go. Revives one fallen ally. Full HP. Yeah, we definitely need Makoto for heals. Oh, you got a showtime. I'll take that. I'll take that. Oh my god.
Pardon me. Let's do this. We're not done. That's rough.
Give him the chair.
You ready? Always. Watch this.
Oh, that would have been really epic if it was the last hit that finally finished him off. All right, let's bring you back again. It is lagging more. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Why are you looking at me like that? I've succeeded until now, all by myself.
I really need that endure, I think.
Teammates.
What a crazy way to end the fight if that was the last hit, right? That would have been sick. Why does it lag? I have no idea. It's never not lagged. Like this is not a problematic like graphically intensive game. So I have no idea. Is it only with this game or does it happen with others? It's mostly this game. We occasionally have a lag when we play some of the demos, but like there's never been a problem with like Final Fantasy. I don't think we ever had an issue with Red Dead, which is definitely more intensive. All right, let me see here. Nullifies an insta-kill for all allies one time. Ooh, I am tempted to use that. I only have one though. I'm sure there'll be other really obnoxious problems down the line that I'll want to use that on though. Okay, I think do I have something that's 100% fully restore HP for an ally? Yeah, I'll give that to her. I'm guessing poor optimization for this game. Bit hard to say. Well, I don't think Pocky had any issues with it. Did she, Pocky? If you're here. Oh my god, we're so close, dude. Fuck. I really, really want this. I really, really want to beat this guy. Oh, shit! Oh, fuck. He still had that up. Damn. Please crit. Please crit. Never gonna crit. Never gonna crit. Okay, I think this is the thing that killed me last time. I have an endure. Oh, thank god. Dude, that... Oh my god. If we didn't have that, we would have been gone again. Yikes. Oh my god, dude. Okay, I'm doing this again. Whoa, oh my god. That's called planning ahead. Wowzers. All right. Hopefully between everybody's, yes! Yes! Murder him?
Murder, it will.
Great work. Thank you, Nix. Yay! Thank you for the clappies, cutie pie Alice.
Murder?
Whew, nice job. Thank you, Steve.
I leveled up.
Akechi is no more. Ready for the next phase? Oh god, don't say that.
You ready to call it quits? I know. I've had enough. You're so lucky. Lucky to be surrounded by teammates who acknowledge you. And once Shido confesses his crimes, you'll all be heroes. As for me, people will find out my past deductions were just charade. My fame and trust will vanish.
I see.
Thank you for the care package, Precious Patricia. Hopefully that knocks some sense into him. I hope so. Second health bar appears.
So you were turning people psychotic, then solving the cases yourself. And you did that by joining forces with Shido.
Yikes. Not unforgivable, but pretty close.
In the end, I couldn't be special.
He just needs to see Maruki. Maruki's a good therapist.
Dude, you're more than special.
It pains me to admit, but your wit and strength far exceeds ours. We only defeated you by teaming up. I was honestly envious of your natural ability. It was frustrating to see how much my sister trusted you.
I have no intention of forgiving you for what you did to my father. But I sympathize with you. I wholeheartedly understand wanting to get back at the adults who took from you.
But when you gained the power to fulfill that desire, you only used it for your own self-benefit.
If you've got more than one persona, maybe you actually have the same kind of power as Jokers, that you trusted no one. So you only got two personas. One for your lies, and one for your hate.
I really like that. That's a really poetic justification for that mechanic. I like that a lot.
Still, you thought that was enough, right? That part I totally get.
You excelled at everything over us. Yet that was the one thing you lacked.
All right, let's go back and get that calling card ready. We're gonna take Shido down. What are you gonna do?
It'd be a problem if you kept getting in our way. Want to come along and help us settle things?
Are you all idiots? You should get rid of me. If you don't want me getting in your way. You all are truly beyond my comprehension. Akechi?
What the fuck?
Another one?
What the
Wait, is he-
Wait! What? What? Wait! What the fuck is happening? Oh my god! What is going on? Don't tell me. I'll find out. What is going on? Oh my god.
Shido's cognitive version of Akechi.
Oh! Spider-Man point. Oh no! Don't do it! No! Wait!
I'll deal with the rest of you later.
Oh, look how soulless his eyes are. That's pretty cool.
Captain Shido's orders. He has no need for losers.
No.
This just moves the plan up a little. He was going to get rid of you after the election anyway. What? Did you truly believe you'd be spared after all the murders you undertook? Don't tell me. Were you actually feeling good about having someone rely on you for once? Oh, by the way, the captain says it's time you receive retribution for causing the mental shutdowns.
What the hell, man? That bastard's the one who put him up to it!
I see. I was wondering how he'd protect himself if I used my power to tear through his palace. Turns out you're how. So he's making a puppet kill me. Sounds like something he'd do.
Oh, no, please
That's
don't.
right. I'll do anything. But look at yourself. You're the true puppet. You wanted to be acknowledged,
Whoa!
didn't you?
Scary face. Scary face. Scary face.
You've been nothing but a puppet from the very beginning.
Akechi looks down at Akechi and sneers. We have no need for weaklings, Akechi. Akechi responds to Akechi. I'm not weak. They're just way too strong, Akechi. Tao Wencorn. Actually true.
You little...
So this is how Shido thinks of Goro Akechi?
His own son?
It's too horrible.
That's so sad, dude. He's been taking advantage of his whole fucking life for everything.
It's still not too late. We can change his heart together. Even if he's your father. No, because he's your father.
What's all this nagging about?
Oh my god, his
Want me to
face.
take care of you first?
His face is so scary, dude. These are crazy expressions. It doesn't even look like the style anymore. It's so twisted. Oh, fuck, please, no. Please don't do this. Oh, God, bro. Fuck.
You know what? I'll let someone volunteer to take his place. Who knows? You might delay his death. Damn you! You guys are all about doing things for others, aren't you? Oh, that's just the same as me. I'm going to take all the blame for our captain. I'll die for him too.
This is what Shido thinks of Akechi-kun, even after making him help with the murders?
The light Yagami face, exactly, Alice. Yeah, 100%. I hope we knocked some sense into the real Akechi. I hope so too. Yeah, I feel bad for him, dude. Time to fight Akechi, and Akechi Shadows. 3 Akechi fights for you. God.
I'll give you one last chance. Shoot them. I was such a fool.
Politicians don't have friends, only allies waiting to turn on them when it's most convenient. Yeah. No, don't. No, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that.
Captain wishes to see.
You wouldn't do that, bud. You wouldn't do that.
Don't misunderstand. You're the one who's going to disappear.
Oh! Oh!
The watertight bulkhead door has closed. All personnel within the partition wall, evacuate at once.
Oh! Wait, not! Oh my god, bro. Literally between us.
Hurry up and go!
You fool! Are you trying to get yourself killed?
The real fools are you guys. You should have just abandoned me here a long time ago. You would have all perished. If you had tried to face these with me weighing you down.
Akechi-kun!
Let's make a deal, okay? You won't say no, will you?
Why at a time like this?
Change Shido's heart. In my stead. End his crimes. Please!
You better deliver your promise.
After all this, that's what you have to say. Seriously, you really are.
I sense a solid bond between me and Akechi. Oh! Yes! We maxed out that confidant ship.
Thou art I.
We're not leaving a pal behind! Exactly, Seru. Akechi genuinely threw away every ounce of his being for a shot at Shido, only to not be thwarted by his in his attempt, but also find out he never would have gotten the chance to get Shido anyway. I know. Really sad. I feel so bad for him. You did good. Oh, thank you, Taraza. Lovely Lucy. Come on in. How are you? Yes. Yes! Akechi may be a psychotic ass, but he's our psychotic ass. Listen. I feel so bad for him, despite everything, dude. That's crazy that they built this genuine psychotic villain up, but they've explained it in such an excellent way that I sympathize with him. What the fuck? Was there a dialogue option there? It was, I'll hold on to your glove, or you better deliver on your promise. And I chose, you better deliver on your promise. You can now fuse Metatron, the most powerful persona in the Justice Arcana.
You bastard! So, my final enemy is a puppet version of myself.
Akechi-kun! Isn't there some way to get this open, Mona?
His signal is gone. I'm only getting the weaklings.
No.
Come on, you guys. We can't let a rotten criminal like Shido do what he wants any longer. We can't. No matter what.
Oh. Damn it. Akechi. We should get going.
He entrusted us with an important task after all. Let's go, Joker.
Fuck, that sucks, dude. Aw, man. Where do I jumpies? I gotta jumpies somewhere. I mean, what an absolutely stellar ending for him, but I don't think it's the end for him. I hope it's not the end for him. I want him to come back. Hey. Where are we? It looks like we've come out on the side deck. We should be able to secure a route from here.
Well, let's head over and get to using those letters then.
Lucy, thank you so very much for the 15 starry streak. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. I see, the dialogue is one of the only times in the entire game where you permanently miss something if you pick the wrong option. Won't say what happens or whether it was correct. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, it didn't warn me about anything, so I was like, oh, I will just choose that.
Yes.
All right, are all of them in? Open sesame. You're all good, lovely Lucy. Never apologize, honey bun.
The time is finally here.
Yes.
I can see it.
Pyro! Hey there, precious Pyro. Welcome on in. And Horatsi! Hi there, lovely Hora. Thank you for contributing to the storytelling and funny in-game challenges, darling. And thank you for the carrot package. How are you? Whoa, that's crazy looking.
Huh? What the hell is that?
It's pretty rockin'. So this is the main assembly hall?
Probably. Dharma are often used as symbols of election luck. Plus everything else in here seems real.
Odd. There isn't a single person in here.
Hoi hoi! I'm good. Glad I caught you again. It has been a while. It's so good to see you, Hora. Thank you so much for coming on in. I hope you've been well.
It sounded as though there was quite the crowd inside when we heard voices through the door.
But given how it looks, this has to be the root of the distortion.
Yes, I'm picking up on the treasure's presence as well. There's no doubt this place is where it'll appear.
Fighting Akechi immediately after the cleaner was so unfair. I agree. I agree. Gonna eat now. Oh, good, lovely Lucy. We'll see you soon, okay, darling? I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Hopefully we'll see you for demo night, or demo day, in about day after tomorrow, if that's cool. I've been very well, lovely Hora. Thank you so much for asking, cutie pie.
We've secured our route to the treasure. Should we leave the palace now?
Yeah, actually, I guess so.
All right, it's finally time for us to send Shido's calling card. This is the final chapter in our great operation. We can't afford to back down from this now. Let's get fired up!
Oh, lag, dude. You had a second boss fight after another one, and you had no time to heal. Well, I technically did have time to heal, but it didn't give me any heads up that there was any battle to come, so I didn't heal.
I should write something.
And obviously you guys could have said something, but then I would have been like, oh, thanks for the spoiler, you know? Like, I'm glad that you guys didn't say anything. I'm happy that I experienced that in a way that I organically did. You know what I mean? All right, you guys, we're gonna leave the palace, and then, actually, we're gonna go on a quick 3-minute break, and then we'll leave the palace. Sweetie Pies, for those of you who are new here or who came in with any of our raids, one more time, absolutely massive, massive thank you to Precious Pocket Shock, lovely He's the Nomad, beautiful Bubul Caficius, and amazing Alice Mundi. Thank you so very, very, very much for the raids, you guys. We are still going for probably almost another hour, but we go on a 3-minute break here every hour, so that if you guys cannot afford to subscribe or you do not wish to subscribe, you don't have to worry about it, because worry about missing content, I mean. Because for those 3 minutes, I walk away from the computer, I run those ads, and then we come on back and we make more content together. So please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. I will see you guys in just 3 minutes, and I'll set you up with a boss battle on Stream Avatars and some word searches on words on stream, both of which are totally easily accessible via the chat box you're already typing in. Love you lots, miss you terribly, and see you soon. Mwah.
Onto my lunch. Jesus. Sucker.
64? I don't think it was 64, but I think we might have 60 deaths. Or was it 59? I forgot. Are we counting the time where we died because it was programmed into the game? Thank you for the care package. Okay. I don't know. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Exclamation point Yugi. Why are you still on fire? You're supposed to turn off. Why haven't I turned the fucking thing off? Okay, I'm over it. It's all in Chinese. Apologies, Japan. I just caused a fucking international incident. Distinct from it's very distinct from mainland China. All right. suddenly China, surprise. Okay. Sorry. Memories bring back you. Sorry. I may or may not have gotten distracted by my perfectly round head and googly eyes. Thank you also for my pal hat. Okay. Wait, I need to put water in there. Oh god. Oh no. Oh fuck! I don't know. Oh my god. We have a fire on the plane. It's not actually a plane. It's fine. Oh no, it's spreading. No, don't pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god. Pick up the water again. Where's my, oh my god, my fire extinguisher's on fire. Fuck. Oh my god. Hello there, Debbie. Welcome in. It's just me, the ghost of Tao's past. Welcome back, everybody. You just noticed the Rathalos in the corner? Yeah! We have some random bosses that come up for when we do our stream avatars.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't understand.
Hello, Asamasi. Welcome back. I don't understand. You made it home. I'm happy to hear it. Sweetest. How are you? I will let you guys finish the words, and then, like, once that ticks down all the way, then we'll jump back over to, our game. Is that how you behave IRL when there's a fire? Yes. I thought I was gonna miss the rest of stream. We got very generous raiders, so I was like, and also Nathan's still making some food. So, yeah, lovely Alice in the chat was the first of our troop. Let me give her a shout out. Actually, while I'm waiting for that to tick down, I think I'll give all of them shout outs again.
Okay.
Let's see. There we go. We have lovely Boo Boo as well. We have the fabulous his
Thank you also for my pal hat.
as well. We had Precious Puppy as well. Oh, hold on, I don't know how to,
that's it. Thank you, Protogen. That's it.
I don't know how to do anything.
Thank you.
Oh, Ozzy! Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the absolutely incredible Alice. Thank you, thank you. You guys, please do follow all of those wonderful people that I just shouted out. They are astounding individuals. And we're going to scoot back over here.
Wait, I need to put the water in there. Oh God.
Hello! Let me tab back in. I don't know what I'm doing. Saving, yes. Ozzy, thank you so very much for the gifted sub to Amazing Alice. I do appreciate your generosity. Pretty lady. Pretty lady. Welcome back. Nix, Meadow, Slice Jam, Slice some Abbies for Ozzy. Good. Ozzy, welcome back. Nix, Abbies.
Rah, darling.
Shimmy. Welcome back. Yes, you guys finished the boss and words at the same time. Absolute artistry. Patricia, Uppies. Good, Patricia. Shimmy, Uppies. Good, Shimmy. Rah, darling. Going to bed now. All good, Swedish Shadowgun. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest of dreams. All right, let's get out of here and see what shenanigans we can get up to.
We've secured our route to the treasure. Do you want to get out of here?
Yep. We've already done all of our will seeds as well, so I think we're pretty much ready. Talk like an English aristocrat? You mean my Maggie Smith? Is that what you're called? Was that what you want, Alex? Boing, boing, boing. The serotonin. The dopamine. Bah, 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 bah. Whee! What have I missed? There was like 2 things I missed. What were they? Gathered intel on the 5 VIPs, infiltrated cruise liner. Oh, I think those are the things I did right before we caught in here, right?
We finally secured our route to the treasure. All we need to do now is send the calling card.
So the real battle begins once we actually send it. It's a bit nerve-wracking to think about. Let's prepare well to make sure we don't mess up now.
Dang, Tau cleaned up. I take forever in these things so that I can do the completionist methods.
You did great today. You tired?
Yes, spot on. Excellent. Did I just hear the goddess Maggie save? You did.
We were finally able to get into the main assembly hall.
That means we're ready to send the calling card too. When should we do it?
We must consider the method by which we will send it as well. All those guys cheering for Shido better be ready! We're gonna surprise the shit out of them!
I can't wait for this.
BTW, where's Makoto? She's in this chat, right?
Yes, don't worry. I've been reading it. Is something wrong?
Well, it's about Akechi-kun, is it not? That was really sad what happened to him. Honestly, I have mixed feelings, but I think he was a victim too. A victim we couldn't save.
Had I not met you all, I may have become like him as well. Personally speaking, I can't forgive the guy. But more importantly, I can't forgive Shido for warping his mind so goddamn much.
I must agree. What Shido did is reprehensible.
We must do this. I'm certain we'll be able to pull it off.
I'm certain too.
Yeah, definitely. You're in charge of picking the time for us to do this, Tau.
Akechi saved us all in the end. I think in his heart, he might not have been so bad.
He's just fucked up, dude, that's all.
Thank you for the ooh. Thank you, Darth. Ooh.
Let's
see. Bop, 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 bop. No stone unturned, my favorite. Okay, pop up with the range. Oh, thank you. I don't mind if I do. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy.
Hey, let's succeed on this mission, no matter what.
Got our thieves' den updated.
I can't do anything for you, but you can use this place if you want.
What has everyone been up to? Oh yeah, twins, Kawakami, Takemi, Sojiro. I guess we're going to bed probably. Wild guess after that long. Yeah, we're tired. Okay. Amazing, Alex.
Thank you for the ooh, ooh.
Thank you. Okay. Our heater. It's nice and warm. There still seems to be enough fuel left. How's our plant doing?
Shouldn't you give it some nutrients by now?
I actually have some. I have good care for my plants, even though I'm maxed out on all of my stats.
You're welcome.
Have you visited the den? Yeah, we have. It was cool. It was QL. Max, 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 max. Okay, it's bedtime.
Let's call it a day and go to bed.
I wonder what happened to Akechi. After we heard the gunshot on the other side of the shutters, Futaba said there was no readings left. Does this mean we'll never meet again? I want to keep our promise. I do still have that promise with Akechi to duel again someday. I know Akechi would especially hate having it end with his defeat. But still, there's nothing I can do now. I should probably get some sleep. Akechi is bae. Kid had it coming. Yikes.
Have you been keeping up with the election?
I wonder if Shido-san's going to take it all. We might be hearing news about the birth of the Shido administration by the end of the year. I wish Akechi-kun would run for office. He'd get more votes than all of those incompetent politicians. I don't usually care about elections, but it's exciting when people are so into it. Everyone's in danger. We need to make him have a change of heart soon.
Hey, shouldn't you tell the others about that target and mementos?
Probably. Oh, I do want to spend more time with King, actually. I want to spend more time with this freaking kid.
Aren't you gonna train? I thought you wanted to get better. I'll be at the arcade today.
It'd be fun to hang out with you. Yeah, we'll go. We got, what, 22 days? Populism is scary, man. Yeah.
The Phantom Thieves are alive. I believe in them. Want to train again today?
I don't think my bond with Shinya will deepen just yet.
Nobody thinks you're alive at this point, so it should be okay as long as you're careful. What are you gonna do? You gonna have Shinya teach you how to shoot?
Yes.
All right, let's go.
Shinya is silently playing. We played Gunabout with intense focus. Maybe there's a way to make sure Shinya has a good time. Oh, that's right. I have something that Shinya might like. Something fitting for his age. Fountain pen? No, he's not my age, so he wouldn't like it. A local mascot? Okay, I'm just gonna try local mascot. I mean, that's maybe, I don't know. One who likes rare finds? I don't know. Maybe it's something.
This is for me? Thanks.
Okay, cool. Good. It wasn't the best thing, but it was all right. Feels like I touched Shinya's heart a little. I feel like my bond with him will grow stronger soon. I love his Get Smoked hat. It's great. Shared fan arrays! Oh, I can't wait to see it, Sweetie Pie. This is one of those games that if I tab out, it like glitches even worse, so I will have to check after stream.
Yo.
Another box game for you. Oh, was this from like 3 weeks ago? Yeah, my. Oh my God, I got so many things. Oh, it was my shady commodities. That's right. I'm so sorry, lady. I actually don't care that much about that.
Okay. The calling card is ready. This heist is going to be spectacular.
I should write something.
Just save real quick. I love all the luck I have. It's so fucking shitty, but it's how it is. Okay, let's go to fucking bed. Let's go to bed. Hold on. It's a big arc considering there's 5 awesome VTubers in it and my Oshi! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Who's your Oshi? Is it Pookie? Is it Alice? Is it Boo Boo? Is it Birdie? Is it is it anybody I know? Since you're close to endgame, I think, have we decided what RPG is next after P5? Yes, Blood of Dawnwalker is our next one. This person called TauTassie, I'm your Aussie! Are you sure about that? I don't know about that decision. Tau lets her fountain pen drift over the page. The ink pours smoothly exactly as she intends. She glances up at you with a smirk, a knowing look that says her pen and skills are undeniably far superior to yours. With her free hand, she adjusts her get smoked hat. Same. Stellar writing. I once again am begging you to write something for the Storytime stream. Okay, that would be a fantastic follow-up to Snivy's fanfic of me and Cornchan. Please write that. God, I love that so much. It's so funny. Just an entire page about me and fountain pens. Only then do you know that you have truly been smoked. And then you realize, oh, my hair's on fire! That's so good, Sam. I love that. Oh my god, so good. Okay. Can I leave? Is it too late for me to leave? Dude, the lag is actually getting way worse. It's very much visibly getting way worse. Okay, EY is up there. Oh, wait, we do want to, I wanted to spend more time with EY. I would love to get involved in the Criminal Underground.
They did, and there he is! Speaking of...
If you guys haven't checked out the sweetest save file 17, hey, Save, guess what? Save is my mod, and he's gonna shout himself out now. Aren't you, Save? You should definitely do that. You guys, Save is a sweetie pie. I know that I talk about him all the time, and I probably don't need to do it as much as I always do, but like, honestly, he makes me so happy to just like go spend time in his stream and to talk to him and to vibe. And even though he's like a Hearthstone streamer and everything, trust me, you literally have to know nothing about Hearthstone and you can still spend thousands of hours there because he's super interactive and he's really, really, he's got a very pleasant voice and a very, very pleasant way about him. He's also amassing a VTuber army. I almost said empire, but I think it's getting to the empire point. How many VTubers do you need for an army to become an empire? Tell me. Nonsense, Tau. If anything, you don't gush about save file enough. I agree, Alex. All right, I'm glad I have a vote for that. I will happily talk about him more. Tau Osimark is in the lore channel if anyone wants to add it. That's true. I believe my Oshimarks are corn and crown. Yeah, corn and crown. All right, let's go to the Airsoft shop. Hello, friend.
Oh, it's freezing.
It's been real cold lately, but I gotta be careful of dust and humidity. Static electricity is the enemy of detail work, so I gotta keep an eye out for it. What do you want today?
I want to work.
I need you to handle some chores around the place today. No getting out of it. There's also something I want to talk about. You got time?
I feel like my bond with EY will grow stronger soon.
Nobody thinks you're alive at this point, so it should be okay as long as you're careful. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna hang out with EY?
Why do you want to start an empire? You should start a kingdom instead. Have you not heard the saying empires are bad, kingdoms are good?
Is that a saying? Well, we have the Pouch Pal Kingdom, but I think Save has enough people for an empire. Army versus empire, huh? I've really been focusing more on the VTuber pyramid scheme. Have you recruited 2 VTubers to start establishing your downstream Tau or upstream? Hold on, I gotta study up on this scam. Reporting back to save file 17 with my recruited VTubers for the pyramid scheme. Show your support for Tao with these emojis. You can. Let's hang out with our boy.
Okay, get to work, you little gun nerd.
I volunteer as tribute. Ah! Precious Pocky, I'll happily scam people with you for legal and every other reason. That's a joke. Literally in every piece of media I've watched, read, or played, it's always the Empire that is bad and the Kingdom that is good. I get that. Is he voice acting? I actually didn't catch it. Sorry. I'm going to read it just in case he didn't, because I didn't hear him if he did.
All right, that's good for today. But there is something I wanted to talk to you about. It's about that secret that Vtuber mentions. There's more to it than my having been in the Yakuza. I just want to make sure you don't go saying something stupid if you run into Kaoru around here. Back when I was working with the Hashiba clan, some crazy lady came around our office. Must have been, over 10 years ago now. She had this baby with her, and the whole time she was there, she kept going on about how she wanted to sell it.
What? That's fucked up.
Figured she was just some cracked up junkie looking for drug money. But then when I told her no, she, sat the baby down, and she ran off. That baby was Kaoru.
Oh.
Thinking back on it, I'm still not really sure why I took him in. Not only did I have to leave the clan, but now I'm stuck running this shop I don't even like. Every day is an uphill battle. I still ain't managed to tell Kaoru I was in the Yakuza, though.
Why not?
Let me ask you something. How would you feel if you found out your parents were wrapped up in some dirty shit? That's how my mom was. She'd spend every night out drinking, run around town with all sorts of guys. I couldn't stand to see her destroy herself like that. Often, I wish I could have had someone else as my mom. So I didn't want to make Kaoru go through the same thing. I wanted to make sure he had a good childhood. That's why I left the clan. I did everything according to the code. Now Tsuda's dragging me back. Once he remembered I run this fake gun shop, he came by asking me to make custom models for him. Though he wasn't really asking. That bastard forced me into it by threatening to tell Kaoru everything. Truth is, Tsuda's got all sorts of dirt. Not just on what happened when Kaoru was a baby, but on me and the rest of my family, too. Who knows what had happened if Kaoru learned the truth. Tsuda ain't gonna stop there, though. I'm sure he'd go on and tell everyone everything else he could. When it's all said and done, he's gonna try and take everything I have.
Shit.
If word gets out about my past, people are gonna treat Kaoru like he's no different than me. After all, everyone knows shitty parents end up making shitty kids. And once he's got that stigma, he'll be stuck with it. When shit goes wrong, he'll always be the one who gets blamed. That's how it was with me. That's why I joined to the Yakuza. Nobody else would accept me. It's also why I can't turn Tsuda down. He's just got too much power.
You're so kind, EY.
Don't give me that exaggerated bullcrap. I ain't kind at all. Anyways, I was trying to stall Tsuda with bullshit prototypes while I figured out a way to stop him. But that bastard's real good at keeping his cards close to his chest. Plus, got wind of what I was trying to do and started keeping tabs on me 24/7. Thankfully, that's just about when you showed up, kid.
Sorry.
Sorry for bringing all that shit up out of the blue. You probably don't want anything to do with me after that, huh?
Don't make assumptions.
It's cool if you want to act tough and all, but don't forget to watch out for yourself, kid. Right, I just remembered I never gave you a reward for that info. You're right. How about I give you a discount on the special menu? That should keep you quiet for a while. Pretty good deal, huh?
Feels like my bond with EY is growing even deeper.
Let's go!
Bronx Town! Let me see here. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Decreases the cost of gun customization.
All right.
Let me see. An empire is like one planet of VTubers.
Let me see. Scroll. Tao's Oshimark has been in my Discord bio since it was created. Oh, thank you, precious Patricia. That's so sweet. Thank you, honey. Hey there, Yuffie. Welcome on in. How are you? It's good to see you. Did Tao finish the most recent palace? Not yet. No, you need to apologize, hon. But we're out of the palace for now, but we are not done with it, if that makes sense.
Damn, it's late. Should be getting home. Cowder's been eating a ton lately after cram school. He'll probably have to have another growth spurt soon. Anyway, I'm closing up for today, and you should head home too.
I feel like helping UI with his work has honed my nothing because I'm perfect in every way, and I'm maxed out on everything.
Later. Take it easy, kid.
Doing well. Hope you're also doing good. I'm doing great, lovely Yuffie. Thank you so much for asking, sweetie pie. I appreciate it. Infinite Fraction! Incredible Infinite, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you.
Hey, sorry about earlier. Didn't mean to get talking about all that, heavy shit. But I gotta protect that secret, no matter what. For Kauru's sake.
You're right.
Yeah, I'll do whatever it takes. Guess that's why I brought it up at all. Right now, I still don't know what Suda's next move's gonna be. We gotta stay on guard 24/7, alright? Don't wanna get killed in your sleep, right? Alright, see ya.
I see myself staying here. I like your vibes. Oh, thank you so much, Incredible Infinite. I really appreciate that. Do you want me to call you Infinite Fraction, something else? Hey. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. What a privilege and what an honor to be told that you like my vibes. Thank you. I was the one who asked Tao about the ocean mark, so of course I had to add it. Thank you, Nix. Infinite or fraction works. Perfection. All right, sounds great. Well, then I'll probably keep on calling you Infinite if that's okay. If Tao protected all of her personal stats into the game from the start, it'd be the biggest cheat code in the history of gaming. Thank you for the clip, Patricia. Infinite, oh, actually that is something I really need to remember to tell people. I'm sure you've noticed, Infinite, I alliterate with a positive adjective at the start of everybody's name. Just to be clear, in case it makes you uncomfortable, let me know. I will try not to do it. But like Precious Patricia, Awesome Ozzy, Excellent Yuffie, Incredible Infinite. These are like platonic nicknames and like kind of pet names that I give you guys to maintain that sort of like warm, cozy sleepover vibe and give you an immediate Valiant Voids. There you go. And to give you kind of like an immediate warm feeling when you come in. I know that can make some people uncomfortable, but I found that most of the time when I inform everyone that it's like a platonic thing, I do it to everybody. It's usually okay. But yeah, if it makes you uncomfortable, just let me know and I will try not to. Not a problem at all. Yay! Okay, awesome, Incredible Infinite. I'm happy to hear that. Dearest Straza, there are no lovely D words to apply to my name, unfortunately. That's not cool. That's not cool. That's not true. I call you Dearest Straza all the time, or Darling Straza.
There's 21 days left. Aren't you gonna send that calling card?
Hey. Yeah, Dearest Straza. Man, you just want me to work on this memento stuff, huh? We found the treasure. This is like a clickbait title.
They found out where the treasure is. Do you want to send out the calling card today? We need to get everyone together.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, understood. I'll head to the hideout.
I just want to hear it again. All right, dearest Straza, there you go.
The delivery of the calling card is all that remains. Please give us the order when you're ready.
I actually wonder if we only have about 30 minutes of stream left. Delicious, Straza. Yummy. Well, I do call people with a Y. I say yummy blah blah. Like Yuki is yummy Yuki. That's why I always go Darth and not Zellion. I could call you Dearest Darth or Zealous Zellion. We do have some X names. We found the treasure. 6 a.m. Gone wild. Delicious, Straza. Yum 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 yum. Let me see. I think we only have 2 things in mementos. I wonder if we should do them before we go.
I can't believe you still want to help people in trouble even now. You're seriously a stand-up dude. That is quite like you, Tao. If your resolve is settled, I do not mind accompanying you.
Well then, we have some new intel on Memento's target today. This intel is on a foul young man who scams the elderly with all sorts of fraudulent businesses. At this point, he's expanded his
crime into a large organization.
Make him pay.
That's bullshit! I can't forgive someone who's taking advantage of old people. We gotta take that bastard down and make sure nobody else gets scammed by him.
I hate people like that. Let's destroy them.
No objections, right? We're good to go if you're okay with it. That's a unanimous decision. Okay, all that's left now is to take down the target and mementos.
Oh, we have 3 people. I mean, maybe we could get this done, and then that way we can start next week with, our calling card. That might be a good idea. I think we might do that. Let's go kill all 3 of these people. Maybe I shouldn't phrase it that way. Let's explore mementos, and then 1 week from today we will send that calling card. The summer has affected her in a bad way, I've been told. Oh no, I hope that she gets better very soon. Good idea, yay! All right, wait, 2 at present. Wow, oh wait, sorry, we need to, oh right, we have to ID this person. My bad, sorry.
Hey.
My bad, wait a second, where do I need to go for this? Wait, no, they've all been ID'd. Wait, why does it say that there's only 2 people who change the heart of the target and mementos? Have to stop Futaba's uncle. Oh, wait, we have to talk to, let's talk to Futaba. Okay, we still need to talk to Futaba and figure something out. The other 2 are ready in mementos. Look at Tao planning in the future for the game. Look at me go. I can't stand for that. I can't abide people taking advantage of old people like Sojiro. I'm standing right here at the counter. It's true. He would say that though. He really would. Yeah, that's a very Ryuji thing. All right. That one is funky. Do I need to like exit and then talk to Futaba, find her someplace? Or do I have to have Futaba to a certain confidence level? Yes? Okay. All right. Maybe I'll do that. I just don't want to go diving in there if we're gonna, yeah, hold on.
Hey.
Try not to get yourself in any messes, all right? Then again, I'm sure no one's going to be looking for someone who's supposed to be dead.
Yeah, Zooper Doopers would be good for Lovely Yuki, it's true. All right, Futaba. Oh, Tao. About my uncle. I want to head into mementos right now. Huh. Oh, that's right. She wants to go just the 2 of us. Just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. This is a family issue, so I want to do it alone with you. Oh, and I sent my uncle an anonymous letter, so the calling card part's taken care of. Okay, let's just do this. This might be interesting. Hey there, outstanding Umbra! Some uppies for you. Good, Umbra. How are you, sweetie? It's so good to see you. Oh, that's fast. This surely is not going to be as easy as this looks. There it is. It's my uncle's shadow. He's saying money, money. He forced Sojiro to pay back his debts. He made me go through horrible things too. Joker, make him have a change of heart. Is he gonna voice? No. Oh, thank you for the care package, dearest Darth.
Money, money, money. It doesn't matter who gives it to me. Just give me money. Hey, did you bring me money? Why didn't you sell that stupid shop and give me the money? It's consolation money. It's reparations. You have to. You have to give me your money.
I am not giving you any money.
If I have enough money, I can keep gambling until I hit another jackpot. If you won't give me any money, then I'm gonna destroy you.
Futaba's uncle has been listening to too much ABBA. I'm not getting destroyed by someone like him. Let's go, Joker.
Life is one big gamble.
Hello? Oh, right. I'm like, wait.
Money, money, money.
I won't give you money. I will, however, give you a beating of a lifetime. I will give you a sandwich. A knuckle sandwich. Okay. Was he, yeah, we don't know what he is. I'll life drain him and just have a feel for this.
Stream's been great, CD Pie. And lovely Simi, thank you so very much for coming in, darling. I appreciate you. If you're going to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're out to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And thank you for the head pat. Amazing umbrella.
It's time. Jose. You're mine.
Thank you, thank you. Bitch. Stream's been great though, lovely Umbra.
I lost. It's all over.
That was terribly difficult. Dang. Sorry, not sorry.
Wakaba was smart and competent. I'm just a loser. I guess things would always turn out this way.
You were thinking about Mom.
I'm so embarrassed.
Even back then, I thought just being normal was okay. Then my whole world changed when I won a lot of money through gambling. Everyone who thought I was worthless started being jealous of me. I couldn't forget that feeling. It made me feel like I was smart and competent. Like Wakaba!
You're just a gambling addict.
You're absolutely right. Maybe I've realized that too late. Futaba, I'm sorry. Forgive me, Wakaba.
Uncle. That was hilariously fast. Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was supposed to be difficult or not. Now he won't sue anyone, right? Sochiro's safe now. Yoji Ishiki seems to have had a change of heart. I should go check on Sojiro. The money-grubbing uncle. Remember, pals, gambling is bad. Don't gamble. You tend to be addicted to this kind of stuff. Don't do it. Don't do it. Bum, bum, bum.
You're back.
Hi.
Can I ask you to help today? You're not to blame. I'll chase out anyone who says otherwise.
Actually, I did wanna upgrade my confidant ship with Sojiro.
Sorry, we're closed for...
Sojiro Sakura, I presume.
Our apologies for coming in so late. We're investigators from the Domestic Affairs Court.
We've received a We've received a report that one of your customers was assaulted by the probationer residing here. Moreover, this report stated that you are abusing your child, Futaba-san. No, we didn't make it. Uncle sent his report to the police before we could make him have a change of heart.
However, the anonymity of the report has led us to question the validity of its content.
May we have a word?
Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. Please, take a seat.
You're saying that the report was falsified?
Yeah.
It's true that Futaba was living as a shut-in, but she overcame that weakness under her own power. And I would never abuse her. She is like a daughter to me.
And what about the assault claim? His criminal record points to a history of such violence.
That's not true.
You're wrong.
The kid never laid a finger on that guy. He just stood in the way to try and protect Futaba. To be honest, Tiger-kun, we looked into your current reputation at school, and it seems there have been no issues whatsoever. Now then, it is our job to make sure children like you are safe. How is it living with Sakura-san? Please, you can speak honestly. It's great. Well, there you have it.
And what do you think, Futaba-san? I'm okay. I couldn't go out for a while, but everyone helped me get better. I'm not afraid anymore. That's why I'm really happy living with my dad.
Futaba.
Aw, cute. That's so sweet.
I see. It's quite obvious there was no truth to the report we received. I don't think we'll need to schedule any additional check-ins for Tiger-kun either.
You sure about this?
Were they attempting to deceive us, they wouldn't have been nearly so earnest. Besides, meeting them only served to reaffirm my suspicions. These children are the real victims here. The truth of these things will be clearer to you once you've had a little more experience. Anyway, thank you for your cooperation. We will see ourselves out.
Nice.
Sojiro, we did it. Sojiro?
Oh. Are you crying? Don't be stupid. I'm just sweating. That's all.
Uh-huh, sure. Sweating from your eyes.
This is because you punks just had to go and say all that cheesy stuff.
It wasn't cheesy, it was the truth. Anyways, I hunger. Give me some curry.
So much for a sentimental moment. All right, sit your butts down. This is where you two belong.
Come on, Tao. It's time to eat.
I feel like my bond with Sojiro is growing deeper. Aw, that's so cute, dude. I bet I can avoid getting addicted to gambling longer than you. Wait, same. Please don't tempt it. Allows you to make curry that moderately restores SP of allies. Right. Yes, please. More kare. He's a bit of a nag. I know, mean. Oh, and Futaba. What you said before. When you called me your dad. Do you think you could say that again?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. My stomach was too grumbly. What did you say?
Never mind.
Oh no! Oh no!
Just say it again, Futaba.
BBB.
Sorry, you got time right now? I just wanted to talk. It's hard to say some things right in front of Futaba. So, she called me Dad. Hell of a title. Not one I thought I'd ever get, but kinda nice having someone to sit and eat with. Especially when she's such a big fan of my cooking. God, I'm a joke. Getting all sentimental like this at my age. You two are already family. It's what I've always wanted to see. Oh, it's pretty late already. Sorry to make you listen through all that. Still, I guess there's nothing wrong with a little sappiness now and then, right? Even from an old grump like me. Alright, I'm gonna head to sleep, and don't you catch a cold, okay? See you.
Oh, that's so fucking cute, dude. I love that. Hey there, Ram. Welcome on in. I hunger. You're literally the one who's cooking, as I say to myself. Raids off. Yeah, that was the raids off timer. I'm just gonna read what people say here. I saw another campaign car. All the news ever talks about is this election.
It's weird for it to be given this much attention. Well, we might be getting a new administration, so.
When are all the polls again? Is it still a ways off?
When does Sojiro become Tao's dad? He can be my dad. He's pretty chill. I like him a lot. He's a sweetie. All right, give me just a second. I gotta turn off our raids real quick. I do this so that we don't accidentally wind up getting raided right as we're about to finish up. I really, it makes me sad when people kind of waste their raids on me, and I feel like they waste them if I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry that you just raided in and we're leaving now. You know what I mean? We're streaming for about another 15-20 minutes, lovely Patricia. All right. Let's save. This game is so good, dude. Oh my god, I love this game. I see why it's Nate's favorite, and many other people's.
The calling card is ready. This heist is gonna be spectacular.
Let's go to Hideout. A raid is never wasted here. Aw, Umbra, thank you, sweetie. I just, All right, let's go get these two, and then hopefully I can finish those in like 15-20. Ah, yes, guilt tripping Tao through raids as we end. Yeah, exactly. Ooh. Hey there, Mathematical. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? The meta nav is reacting. Aha! A new spot. Wait, is that the final spot? No, I'm sure it's not. Surely it's not. A new area has been confirmed in the depths, updating guidance information.
It seems the number of areas we can go to has increased. Well, more people know us than ever, but probably not for the right reasons, though.
I'm sure this misunderstanding will be resolved once this is all over. Come, let us cheer up.
She's right. Plus, there will be stronger enemies the deeper we go. We'll need to stay careful. Let's go see where the change has occurred, Joker.
Begin the infiltration.
Cheeto fight is gonna be a long one. Whole game has been leading up to it after all. Facts, facts. All right, overview. Where do I get to find out? Oh yeah, okay, cool. I'll jump down here. Okay.
I'm sensing the target in an area deeper inside.
Gotcha. Let's get deeper in there.
All right, down we go. We are still in that part, right? I think. Button mash, button mash, button mash, boom! Button mash, button mash, button mash, button mash, button mash, boom! Button mash, button mash, button mash. Boom! Oh, that was quick. Okay, well, if we have time, we'll try and do that. But I do want to find these bad guys first, if possible. If possible, we only have 2 targets, and I'm hoping that we'll find them with relative ease. You do! Boom!
I just heard a growl.
Oh, scary? Don't like that. Oh. Okay, cool. All good. I guess we gotta go this way, probably. Enemies, shenemies. All I see are EXP. Yeah, experience ready for the taking. Yeah. Oh, it's Juan. Is it Juan? Jose. Sorry, I forgot what his name is. It's the egghead. He's got a. Oh!
What's it like?
What was that? Futaba's memento scan ability has identified everything on this floor. What? Amazing. That's pretty fucking cool. Thanks. Handy. Jose, not Juan. Okay, Jose, my bad. Sorry. I knew it was a J name. We haven't been to Mementos in like months, so I forgot his name. All right. It's the little egghead boy. Who the fuck is Juan? I don't know. I don't know. I know somebody named Juan in real life, so that might be why I why I remembered that. Wait, there's a chesticle. Hold on. Okay, wait, let me just get this. It's like right here. I have to do it. Here we go. The horse from that meme with a horse on a balcony. Wait, is that actually true? Is that the horse's name? Have I been here before? Yeah. Are we still in the right area? All sorts of valuables in this area. I don't know if I want to deal with you. Oh, shit. Oh, I do want to deal with you. Level up. Boom. Definitely won't have trouble,
Why don't we open it?
Definitely won't have trouble with this as long as I keep on mowing through them like that. Pair him with Morgana and you'll get Jose and the Pussycat. Jose and the Pussycat. I like that. Jose and the Pussycat. Juan, Hector, Miguel, and Jose feel like the most stereotypical Hispanic names to me. I grew up with a lot of Hispanic friends and stuff, and I didn't know, I actually didn't know a Hector, but I didn't know the others.
Intel is the most important.
Rah! Meow, 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 meow. Wrong way. Wrong way. Wrong way. What? Where am I going? Ah! Wait, there. What's in there? Uh-huh. Okay, have we been here? Ah, okay, we're finally in an area that we haven't been in. Got 25 levels on this. Fuck. Which Phantom Thief suit is your favorite? Oh, the ones I've got everybody in right now are probably my favorites. Hey, is this a waiting room? There are 2 of them here. Either way, I'm glad we can take a breather. Let's not miss this opportunity.
All right.
Can we save here? Yeah, we can. We'll just save here in case we do end up. I didn't realize it's fucking 20. Jesus. What? 25 floors? 25 floors. Woof. Must lurk as I require the food? Of course, sweetie pie. Yes, absolutely. Get some yummy food, and thank you for the lurk. All right, we can't be losing our nerve now. We're going in. Oh, Jose.
Watching this makes me want to play through P5R again. You should, dearest dog. You totally should. This is a fantastic game. I was genuinely worried when people were like, oh, it's a really long game, Tau. And I'm like, oh, that's fair. I am a bit concerned about the length of it. But I think I've spent more time in it than most people do at this point. Like, I've got, how many hours do we have? I think was it like 160, 170, something like that. And I can't help but feel like I am not even like concerned about if I had to spend another 150 hours. You know, it's a really great game. But I would probably put this in like masterpiece, like game masterpiece category. Yeah, I don't see why not. Oh, wrong way. Stupid mementos. Oh, is this a down? No, that's up. Fuck. Where do I need to go? Okay.
They sell water in vending machines, yet tap water is readily available. It baffles me.
Perhaps what they're actually paying for is
Peace of mind, perhaps. No way, Jose! It may be long, but it's never boring. It's true. Ties with FF6 is my favorite RPG. Oh, impressive, Steve. Okay, damn. Fair enough. Oh, thank you. Have we got any? Okay, no. We'll just, let's beeline to down. Beeline to down. I'm kind of worried we're not gonna get these both done. I didn't realize how fucking insanely long this was. God, it would take so much longer once we get to the part where we have to kill things by hand instead of easily.
Oh, the platform.
We can get that from here. We can. Yusuke is me with the Voss bottled water. Yeah, I can see it. Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Oh, we're almost there. Oh, we're almost there. Okay. I meant a specific character that has your favorite outfit. Hard to say. I'm not sure. I really like all of them. The designs in this game are really quite spectacular, to be honest. Yeah, I'd have to think about that. I have to go through and like make a tier list ranking or something. Voss bottled water being your peace of mind. Yeah, I could see that. Nothing wrong with that. What is through here? Aha. Wait, but is that what we want? I feel like we have to flesh this whole place out. Vroom! Oh, no, I don't need that right now. Maybe I don't need to, maybe I do have to keep on going. Head to the inner depths. Maybe... I don't want to accidentally miss him, but I don't think he's on this level. Remember when I said you were going to finish P5R mid-August? I'm kind of right. I'm hoping that we can finish it before Dawnwalker comes out, but I don't know how likely that is. Oh, perfect! Wow, there it is. Kiritani's shadow. I get chills just from looking at him. He is an ex-mercenary who is now a professional assassin. He is no ordinary person.
Yes. If even the police can't handle him, then it's up to us to take care of him. Let's approach him with caution.
Caution! Point! Lag! Go! Thank you. You're here. I bet that idiot from earlier put in a request to you. Sorry, but I don't plan on going away. You kids playing hero should go home to your mummies. We can't just let someone dangerous like you going around killing people! You guys are more dangerous from my point of view. Look, as a mercenary, I've seen a lot of torture. And torture is all about killing the heart and the soul. You've been destroying the parts you don't like in people's character. To me, that's evil.
What?
Evil? Don't be ridiculous! We're doing our best to do what's right! It's my policy to only kill on the job, but I'll destroy you if you're gonna get in my way.
You're not facing a normal human anymore. You're facing a superhuman. From where I stand, the Jedi are evil. Yeah. He's coming! Don't worry, I'll finish you off. And after that, I'm gonna kill off daytime me too. Daytime you? You wanna kill off daytime you? You sure about that? Freaking psycho. Owl? Psychic damage to the crazy guy. Electric damage to the crazy guy. And he's shocked. I love it. I love to see it. I love to see it. Fuck, I still need to go back and get my, what's his name? My, Alterian or whatever his name is. Dude's, sick and I feel alone without him. My gigantic half body bull dude. Yeah! Finish him off! Go for it! Showtime! Let's go, ladies! Give him the truth!
Ready for pain?
Oh my god! Lag! Why are you like this?
Let's end this. Okay.
Yay! Thank you, dearest Lord. Definitely over. Yeah, we could have done that with like one, you know, physical hit, but that's okay. This is more fun anyway. Wait, listen to what I've got to say. The people I kill are all criminals. They escaped the law and the police can't touch them. I'm just like you phantom thieves. I'm working to get rid of the evils in this world. Let me go. You're not the same as us.
Sorry, but we're not the same. The phantom thieves would never murder people.
No. Help me. I don't want to disappear.
Don't be ridiculous.
How can you say that after you've murdered so many people? You better accept that you lost already. Prepare yourself. Fine. Do what you want. Remember though, evil that ought to be erased will just keep popping up after I'm gone. We'll destroy evil in a way that's different from yours. You can disappear without worry. High counter. And we unlocked a new section. Lovely. The killer who cleans up trash. All right. The down escalator. Ooh, it's open. We can now expand the range of our exploration. Then let's get going!
Ah, let me go down.
All right, next zone. It would be... Oh, yeah! Looks like we made it to some kind of new area. Wow, this place is a lot bigger than what I'd heard.
I expect the shadows here will be strong, too. Be careful.
See what's up ahead.
All right, we're gonna have to probably... Yeah, damn. If we can't, like, just mow through everything, we're probably gonna have to... Position hack. Oh, nice! Let's go! Okay, couldn't have run into a better first persona, first shadow. Fuck. Chandras. We'll get rid of you.
No time to waste. Your power's incredible.
Thank you for the care package, Elsie. Be mindful of the darkness. Wait, no, I can't even. That fucking sucks, dude. I can't see anything. Oh no. Okay, yeah, we might have to do this next time. I'll have to go to a different spot that yeah, can I save here? No, I gotta go up. Just remind me next week that we have to go down there. Is there, surely there's like a little save spot right here, no? Is there a way to like port to someplace from here? Anybody?
so that I can save, because I don't think we're gonna be able to do this in like 5 minutes based on the fact that we can't just mow through everything. Dawnwalker released on the 2nd of September, so you've got until then to finish P5R. Honestly, I think it'll take a bit longer than that, but that just gives you more time to be excited for it. True. Damn, I don't know. Can't you warp from the bottom? Can we go to the, like, because this is the bottom area. Are we able to go up, go to a higher area? Does it just let you... Ah, Mementos Overview? Is that... I guess we can just go up here, right? And then can we go back down to the bottom after? Okay, cool. Cool. Do we do 2 P5R streams in a week towards the end of August? I will think about that because I would love to finish this.
Just add this.
Yeah, and we don't have time to get into that. So, just remind me next week. We gotta save 3 times. Save 3 times. Remind me that we need to do our last target in Mementos, okay? Don't let me forget. Don't let me leave. The rest areas are where you save. Right. Fair enough. You like Kasumi's outfit? Yeah, it's pretty cool. This was a lovely Persona stream, Tao. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to do this for us, as always. Thank you guys so much for taking the time out of your days to spend time with me, cutie pies. It has been nothing but a pleasure. I am loving this game. I am loving spending time with you guys. Yeah, this has been such a great time. What an awesome adventure. I have really enjoyed this. Ozzy, get some ubbies. Good, Ozzy. Let me just end our game. Boop, and over we go. All right, cutie pies. Well, as usual, your schedule will be posted on the Discord, within the next 3 to 4 hours, probably. Oh, check Fanarts. Yes, absolutely. Let me have a look. Yeah, within the next 3 to 4 hours or so. Ooh, I'm excited about this. This looks awesome, Saru. And awesome, Ozzy, thank you so much for gifting that sub to the lovely Nyx. Thank you very, very much for your immense generosity and support. But yes, your schedule for this coming week will be up in like the next few hours. Probably no extra streams this coming week, just our regular 4, but hopefully that's enough to tide you over. Have a great evening, sweetest self. Let me see who we might go and raid. One moment, please. And before we do raid, I do want to say a massive, massive thank you so very much to our outstanding raiders. Thank you so much for all the incredible support from Xena Lemuria, Precious Pocket Chalk, He's the Nomad, Beautiful Boo 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 Boo, Boo 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 Boo, Cutie Catfishias, Amazing Ozzy, and a fabulous Alice Mundi. You guys, please check these amazing and outstanding streamers out. They're so fantastic. I love them all. And it would be nothing but an honor for you to go and say hello to them in their streams, okay? Thank you so much for coming in, Precious Pucky, and thank you so much again for the insanely fun, super crazy good time that is our collab. And you know what? I think we're gonna pass it over to let's do like we've done our raid chain, right? So we had Pocky and Boo Boo and Alice raid into me, and I'm gonna raid into Birdie. Let's do that. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's do that. Cutie Pies, we are gonna go and see lovely Birdie, who is currently doing some Black Myth Wukong, as Alice was doing. And yes, we have a hype train for some reason, but thank you so much to whoever started that. You guys, one final thing is massive thank you to my incredible patrons. Thank you so much for being top tier patrons. I really do appreciate it. Red Tempestus,
amazing
lovely
idea, my
Hyuki
Archie.
Yeah! Lovely Hyuki Yorino, amazing Kit 31, Cutie Pie Ketashaks, lovely Lavender Rose 26, and of course, Rio Corstada. Thank you so very much, my darlings. Massively appreciate it. You guys, our next stream will be Tuesday. We'll be doing our demo day. If you guys haven't suggested demos in our demo day suggestions thread, and you would like to, I would love to play your demos. Come on through, put them in there, let me play them. But yes, we are going to go and see the wonderful, wonderful Birdie, who is the final member of our collab yesterday, our Mecha collab. Yeah, if you guys go to bed, I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you're off to do something else, I hope it's the best ever. Sweethearts, thank you once more so very much for joining me today. It has been nothing but a pleasure, nothing but a joy, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Take the best care of yourselves because you know I would take the best care of you. Love you lots, miss you terribly, and see you soon. Mwah!
Rah, darling.